video or photos here today, at the conclusion of racing, head over to the tower and registration, and they will get you hooked up with that portal into Vert Moto Prospect. And again, the Schoolboy and 125, well, we got a rider down through that rhythm section on the inside there. Came up a little bit short. Looked like he was trying to go for 3 and just kind of got in between. So 125 and Schoolboy riders getting in their practice laps here. Got the 65cc class lined up next. And then 250 and 450 A and B. You should be in the staging area. Might have to put the hoodie on to keep my hair out of my mouth. And just a reminder, folks, they are going to be live streaming today and the rest of the week. But if you have folks that couldn't make it out here, it is trackcast.tv for all the live streaming. You can also go to Freestone's YouTube page to pick up the live stream, but trackcast.tv, you'll be able to follow all the live racing action all week long, and that includes today's supercross racing.
Well, Don, I know that you alluded to the live broadcast. You can go to trackcast.tv. You can watch it on the trackcast.tv website, or you can click the YouTube link. It'll take you to YouTube, and we've got it pulled up here, so pretty cool to see. Watching practice now on the iPhone here, thanks to the fine folks at trackcast.tv.
Love it, love it, love it. It's especially good because a lot of families that are around the country, not everybody can make it out to the race. You know, you might have some people that have trouble traveling, some folks that got to work. Well, you know, forget work. Prop that phone up on your desk and watch some live racing on trackcast.tv. Come on, you weren't doing any work anyway. And that is the checkered flag coming out for this practice session. So that's going to do it for the 125 in Schoolboy. 65cc rider is going to head off the start straight next. And then 250 and 450 A and B riders, final practice session, you should be in staging. So 65cc riders making their way around on lap one for their practice session.
Also, don't forget to check out the Verb Moto Prospect app. Download that app if you would on your smartphone. Well, it looks like we're well underway with practice here on the opening lap of our 65cc riders, Don.
Yeah, we are. They're figuring it out quick. And again, you're going to see some sections that are going to be perfectly suited for these guys to put the rhythms together. Sand is the equalizer for everybody, so it's going to have the same function in this class. Well, I'll tell you, some of these 65cc riders really hammering that sand section. You get the momentum up on these little bikes, it's going through there pretty well.
Well, that's the motocross portion of this track. And they're used to ripping through some sand rollers.
That's it.
They see that and go, oh, this is going to be fun.
Hey, I know this.
That's right. Well, if you're just pulling in to Freestone County Raceway, we would like to welcome you here to the 16th annual running of the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing. You can tune in to 88.3 on your FM dial, or you can go to trackcast.tv to watch via the trackcast.tv website or the YouTube link, as we are going to have our Tuesday Supercross program. This evening, I think 3 to 5 is the track walk, the motocross track walk, and then tomorrow we'll kick off the motocross portion of the program. Hard to believe, 16 years running. 2011 is when this event kicked off.
I know. I was only 18 years old then.
That's right. What happened to you? You lived a hard life, man.
I aged very poorly.
That's right.
All right, I might have been a little older than that.
A little older.
Just a little.
Your hair was not as long. It was long. It was shoulder length in 2013 when I met you.
This is true. It also was a different color.
Yes, it was. It was dark.
Well, you know, after living through the 1980s, I'm pretty glad I still have it on my head.
That's right.
I don't care what color it is.
Well, we need our 250 and 450 A and B riders. 250 and 450 A and B riders need to make their way down to staging. Right now we've got one rider down there. And so we're looking for our 250 and 450 A and B riders. Please make your way down to staging. JP representing Cycle Ranch. You got your Cycle Ranch hat on, your Cycle Ranch jacket on.
And the 77 Yamaha there airing out pretty much all of that finish line jump.
Don, you're right. These 65cc riders, perfect size machine for some of these rhythm sections here. You watch them land in between the tubbles.
Yeah, it's kind of giving them just the right amount of space so they can stay on the gas a little bit. They're not going to lose momentum. And yeah, just carrying it right through. Oh, one right offline there in the sand. And it happens quick. Well, you get that front tire starting to go the wrong way.
It knifes in, Don.
Gravity will take over.
So far, that is the only problem area, and it's not a problem. It's just it's challenging.
It is.
But that sand section, I think, is a little bit thicker, and they're bringing that speed off that hard pack, and then all of a sudden, that front tire, as you said, that sand grabs that front tire.
Got to keep the front end light. You hear them talking about that all the time when they have the sand sections in Supercross. You got to keep the front end light through there. I will say, though, the saving grace of going down in the sand is that it's pretty soft. So if you're going to go down, well, that's as soft a place as you can land on the track.
You're absolutely right.
So again, one final practice session, 250 and 450 A and B riders. And then we are going to be on our way into the race program. Race number 1 is the Schoolboy 2. So riders in the Schoolboy 2, get ready to head down to staging to line up for the first Supercross race of the day. Moto 2 is Mini Senior. And don't forget, this is Supercross style scoring. So your first race, the first half is for gate pick in the main. What you get in the second half is your finish for the day. So if you have a bad race, your heat race doesn't go as well as it could, it's really just gate pick. You're not going to lose points because, again, Supercross scoring means that your final event is going to be your score for the day. I tell you, we got a few 5cc riders looking to air out this big finish line, and they're getting close. Head down. Pin up. And there you go, the 77 head through that sand section. That is how you do it. Get the weight over the rear fender and let that front end just kind of skate through there.
Yeah, and he is clearing, nearly clearing the finish line. Checkered flag and away. So that is going to do it for the 65cc practice session. 250 and 450 A and B riders going to head out next. That'll be the final practice session. So we need riders in the Schoolboy 2 lining up and staging to start the race day off. All right, final practice session out on the track now. So again, we need riders in the Schoolboy 2 lining up and staging. Mini Senior 12 to 15 in staging as well for race number 2. I was wondering if somebody was going to triple out of that turn right before the finish, and they are. The 129 hammering that triple out of there, which put him right into a nice smooth downside. So we'll see if he does it again. Kind of tricky with that little single that's at the end of it, but watch him come through this section, Sand. He was high speed through the sand and then hit that triple out of that turn. That's the only rider we've seen do it. Yeah, that would be Get Down Gage Brown on the 129.
Not a surprise then.
Yeah, not a surprise. And he would be one of the riders probably out here helping fine-tune and kind of test the waters when they're building this track. So he probably has a little bit of seat time on this track. So The real deal. Get down Gage Brown, J.P. Parsons.
And of course, Gage Brown's getting Mom's heart rate up pretty well up there. She's like on pins and needles, checking out this new racetrack.
See how he soaked that up on that one off the triple there?
Yes, I did. And notice how he does the finish line. He's not throttling through it. He's actually checking up because he's carrying so much momentum coming into that area.
All you need is a little blip to keep the back tire where it needs to be.
Yep. Gage Brown looking phenomenal out there in this 250, 450 A and B practice. Corey Cochran looking good as well. Or Carter Cochran, Corey's son. He's got a little arena cross experience, so he's not a complete fish out of water when it comes to rhythm and timing sections.
You know, it's funny, you hear those guys on the national broadcast talking about how good Justin Cooper does in the turns and in some of the more technical sections. Well, spoiler alert, he's from New York. The only place he was riding in the winter was arena cross.
Arena cross,
So
right.
he was an arena cross rider for years.
Yeah.
So when he came into supercross, he was very comfortable with those tight sections, getting in and out of those bowl turns quickly. Oh, that time around, Brown had to scrub off to the side. He wasn't going to come up on it. He knew, all right, I don't have it. Let me get off the side here.
Right.
But yeah, Justin Cooper, again, I watched him grow up. He raced with us on our outdoor track for many years in New England. But he all winter long, he was an arena cross guy. And that helps you with this style track.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I've shared this story with you before. I don't know if you remember, but I'll share it again. The year after Austin Faulkner dominated here at the JS7. His final amateur racing was the JS7. Well, the next year, a kid named Justin Cooper shows up. I'd never announced him. I'd never seen him because he just stayed up north.
Yep.
He showed up down here and dominated the JS7 one year, and I thought, who in the heck is this guy? And you're right. He just stayed up north, honing his skills, came down to Texas that March, right here to Freestone, and completely impressed me and everybody else that had never seen him race.
And you know, the funny part, too, is they may have talked about it on the broadcast, but Justin, at one point, just really nobody was looking at him.
Right.
He was kind of doing his own thing, and he ended up getting picked up by Yamaha because he had a standout race. I think it was Mammoth. And that was when everybody kind of said, hey, don't sleep on this kid because
he's the real deal.
Really got some skill.
Yep, he did. He does and did.
Yeah, and that was, I believe, Rock River Yamaha picked him up.
Possibly.
And that's who brought him here.
Possibly, yeah. He owned this place that year after Faulkner. And the reason why that sticks in my head and resonates is because I'd never to that point had ever even seen or even heard of Justin Cooper.
Yeah.
You hear of Ryder DeFrancesco, you hear these kids coming up because they all got great rides. Justin Cooper did not. Like you said, people slept on him.
Yep.
Then he showed up that year JS7 and it's like, whoa, who's this kid? Here comes Gage Brown. He's in a double-double now on the YZ 125.
Cochran figured it out.
Cochran tripling and then singling off, so Cochran stepping it up.
And you know, the previous lap he came through there and he knew he wasn't going to get it. He did the same thing that Brown did. He kind of jumped off the side. All right, well, let me. That wasn't the right speed.
Yep.
He knew before he took off it wasn't going to happen.
Doing the Gage.
Yep.
Doing the Gage Brown. Look, what happened? Speaker falling over.
Oh, that's not good. That is not good. That's a lot of wind. Sounds like it is.
Put your ear next to it, JP. Checks out. That's right.
Gonna rope that thing down. So we should be lining up our first race of the day, the Schoolboy 2. Schoolboy 2 is race number 1. That'll be followed by the Mini Senior. So those riders should be making their way over to staging. Around, Brown kind of did the double-double instead of tripling through. So he is very clearly trying to figure out, all right, if I can't hit that, what's my next best option?
Yeah.
That's going to be a very helpful thing when you get into the, maybe get into lappers, or you might get into a situation where you're right behind a guy. You got to have that alternate plan. So it looks like he is sizing up multiple lines out there.
A testament to a great rider always having a backup plan.
Yeah, you hear him talking about it a lot, that the fast lap is important. What's your second fastest? What's your plan when you can't do that?
Right.
So that's a definite sign of maturity. Although I will say from, if my memory stands correct, Brown was always the kind of rider who didn't want to just hang it out for no reason.
Yeah. No.
He seemed like a very smart rider, pretty calculating. If the time wasn't right, he wasn't going to do it.
Well, now he's done. Now he's electing to double every time. So
Yep. Maybe that line's going away for the 125.
Could
Checkered
be.
flag is out.
Carter Cochran has it dialed in, the triple single into the finish line tabletop, and the checkered flag will wave. That'll be it for our practice here on this beautiful and calm, cool, windy Tuesday morning.
How can all three of those things be true?
Right. Well, we're calm.
I'm
it's
cool.
cool. Yeah, you're cool, and it's a little windy. So as Don mentioned, we need race number 1 to load up in the gates. We'll have our opening ceremonies. We got Mr. Don Thornton here to handle our national anthem, and we will handle that as soon as race number 1 loads on the gate. I think Vernon McKitty is going to go out there and he's going to address a couple of faces of a couple of jumps that need to be addressed. I was talking to one of our staff members, and he said Vernon's going to go out there and straighten up a couple of things that need to just be adjusted a little
He's
bit.
going to address your face.
That's right. It's been dressed before, Don, just not with makeup. So we're going to take a little pause for the cause, do a little track maintenance, and then we will be ready for race number 1, which is our Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 age group.
So again, you see a little bit of touch up out there in some of these sections on the track. Once again, don't forget, trackcast.tv is going to bring you all the live streaming action here today and the rest of the week here at the 2026 edition of the 7MX James Stewart Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing. It looks like putting a little bit of material down right before the finish. Looks like there might be a little bit of a soft section there. So a little bit of water going down. You see the big John Deere over there addressing the takeoff of that triple option jump over there on the far side of the track.
Man, good to have the taco lady here. The taco lady is joined us, Donut Envy as well, I think. And then I know for a fact Holland Coffee Company was open earlier. Clutch Coffee is here as well, and Joe's Lemonade. So perfect time to grab yourself a little coffee, a little breakfast. There's Mr. Lucas Harrison. So dropping a little bit of process there on the face of that finish line jump. Again,
Just going to smooth that out a little bit, don't so there's not quite so much of a pop over that section.
Well, again, we're taking a little pause for the cause, straightening up a couple of sections, putting a little water on. This wind is a little brutal. It's knocked over our speaker here.
What could it really hurt? We'll get a little touch up here as we get ready to go over racing action. Race out is just for gate pick. This is supercross story. So your heat race is for gate pick. The main event is where we award the picks and give out all the glory. So again, if you have a bad heat race, don't fret. Not affect your gate pick, but sometimes we haven't really seen how this gate shaped up. So gate pick might not matter after this game. I know there are some tracks you go to where there's really no advantage So you see how that shapes up a bit. Well, like I said earlier, at the beginning of practice, nobody lies on bait drops here. So we just do not have that answer, Don. The mystery continues until we start seeing some reason. Trackcast TV will bring it to us. Trackcast.tv, where we can watch all of the action all week here at Freestone. You can go to trackcast.tv, the website, watch it right there, or go to the YouTube link. You can hit the YouTube link and watch it on YouTube, whatever you prefer. But either way, you're going to see some good racing all week long. That's right. Put a little water on the track, Ricky Player, Aaron McKinney, David Burnett. I'm assuming Drew McMillan shotgun forward in, probably. Maybe Kevin Lizarado. This is a staff of about 8 guys that just came in that handles the entire dirt and track infrastructure on race weekend. How's your foot, Vernon? I know he can't hear me, but boy, I know he's got to be feeling less pain than he was yesterday in those flat hands. See how these two, they just communicate by looking at each other. They can't talk. They're going to look. Drew's just going to look at him, he's going to look and go, and Drew's not making a okay, I need to fix that because the ant bed developing over there 30 foot away to go get rid of the ants. Like I said, heat race is Schoolboy 2. Schoolboy 2 rider is going to have the first heat race. And we'll head out for a sight lap. And again, parents, especially of younger riders, make sure they understand the sight lap is not a race pace lap. That is a chance to look at the track, see any of the changes that have been made. They will, of course, ignore you and go as fast as they can.
Yeah, Don, you can clearly see the face of this finish line now. Drug out a little bit, so it's not near the top, and actually allow you to send it more than shoot up the bars. So good adjustment there. And they have a couple of other adjustments on other sections of the track, so definitely be mindful. Hear your side now.
I think there's just no way that they anticipate how it's going to run. So you see people out there actually, they did some testing, but you hear it all the time. Testing is never the same as the race goes.
Well, also when you're testing and you're building this track, typically you're having the more advanced skill set riders that take that out. You're not having 65 novice riders out there that really push it out there. The common dirt bike rider.
It makes a difference. Because you can't tell, hey, go out there and ride like you don't know how to ride.
Exactly.
Go out there and ride like you're not supposed to ride.
That's right.
On the far side there, going to cut that section up and look like they're just about done. So it looks like we're going to start rolling up the gate here for Schoolboy 2. Riders making their way out onto the circuit.
Yeah, we're going to have Francisco Rodarte out of Browns Valley, California on the K10, number 17 on.
Yep, the 18 playing Westbrook coming to us out of Jacksonville, Texas.
On the other brand out of Moyoni, Utah, it's going to be Jalen Wilkie, bike number 30.
The 100 Kawasaki coming down out of Valley Springs, California is Logan Ash.
Riding aboard a Honda out of Henderson, Nevada, Jax Kuchenbold, bike number 125.
And of course, the 129, the Yamaha rider out of Cypress, Texas, Dick Gavin Dave Brown. That was going to be the riders coming out here in Schoolboy 2.
They are loading into the gate, and we're going to find Mr. Don Thornton, the voice of the Freestone County Raceway. Don. up at 82. I'm cruising the Gold Wing to the motocross track to hang out and watch the moto.
I hope I'm just standing up at that point. Never mind riding the boat wing. That's right. The man is insane. We hope you're alive, Don, at 80.
Now here we go, sight lap underway for Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17 inch group. And as Don Collins mentioned, everybody's in a sight lap. It's really not a hot lap. You want to check out some of the adjustments made. There were some adjustments made to a couple of the faces, mainly the finish line tabletop, the approach. So every moto, every heat race will get a sight lap, and the heat races for 8th position.
So sight lap underway, and looks like we're going to wrap up Schoolboy 2 sight lap. Knock them down into the gate here as we get ready to drop the gate for the first time here on the supercross track for the 2026 7X James Stewart Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing.
Yeah, Don, and taking a look here at the names in the Schoolboy 2, you've got novice, intermediate, and pro caliber speed riders, a la Dave Brown, even though he's just a youngster and turned pro yet. But it's really interesting to see if anybody can run with Dave Brown in this Schoolboy 2 opening heat race.
Hopefully be on the roll. He's on the pit stop.
And I hear that 125 barking down the straightaway, Don. He is out front leading the charge. No big surprise whatsoever. And we anticipate Wayne Westbrook there in second position. We anticipate Gage Brown will slowly start to separate from the rest of the field here. Westbrook looking really good, a C-class rider. He's going to try to watch Gage Brown and learn as much as he can for the next few seconds.
Well, you know, that's a good spot to be in for your Westbrook. Get a chance to maybe see where the lines are he's making before he kind of loses touch with him. Got the 17 of Redut in the third spot. And it looks like 111 Ash running fourth.
We had 6 entries. Looks like 2 riders in the race. Here comes the 17. And we know that out of Browns Valley, California, putting the pressure now on Wayne Westbrook out of Jacksonville, Texas. Francisco Rodarte on that motorcycle supply. CT Racing Team, MX Clinic, Fly Racing. Westbrook on the Pivot MX, Adventure Moto, Shot Socks, Bird Racing, and Alpha Moto Apparel. And of course, our leader, get down Gage Brown on that Altus Blue Crew Yamaha. Donnie Luce, Ed Torrance, Ford Newman, Johnny, LJ, all the entire troop.
And Redarte making a pass in the second, coming back with him now. So Brown stretching out the lead early.
Get down! Doubling right here. Double. I guess he decided it's no longer worth triple.
Now, you know, it's one of those things where it's a risk versus reward situation. You know, what to do. I just decided, you know what, I like that. No reason to don't have to take.
Well, also they watered just now, so it might be a little slick there. Rodarte gets around Westbrook, so Westbrook goes back to third, A fantastic ride here by Francisco Rodarte out of Browns Valley, California, the 17 on the KTM. Hurley in second place. Westbrook back in third.
Well, again, you know, if you're Westbrook, this is not a bad spot. You're going to be, you know, there's no issue with gate pick with this many riders on the track. So you just take what the race gives you.
Yeah, well, you got 3 or 4 days on a supercross racing too. So.
Yeah, don't do anything foolish. I wish someone had said that to me many years ago. That's another story entirely, Jan.
Your lap may have transitioned into something far greater, Don.
You can't put Einstein in the brain of the cantaloupe and have to have the same reaction.
That's right. Altus Blue Crew Yamaha, Gage Brown out front, doing it for Altus Motorsports. They're in Oklahoma, as well as Dunlop, Enzo, 100%, Guts Racing. Here is a sponsor. Martin in second. Westbrook on that Minden ride. Shot Minden ride. They're in third. And it's Logan out of Valley Springs, California on the Eliat Vision Next Clinic. Micro Metals, Guts Racing, Kawasaki ride. They're in fourth. And no big battle now. They've all separated here, Don Calling. So no real excitement other than watching them kind of manual and navigate through the supercross track for our first time to watch.
Yeah. So you'll notice that when you watch them hit this finish line jump, they're now clearing that without the gap popped up. So a little bit of adjustment and a big difference. And the flag here in the heat race for the Schoolboy 2 goes to the 129. Get down Gage Brown, the Blue Crew Yamaha, Altus Motorsports ride.
And I'll say that change-up, obviously noticeable, all of us probably need it, but the micro missile going out there, goes back to the pit and tells Dad, Dad, this needs to be adjusted, this needs to be fixed, and Dad goes out there.
Yep.
But that's what it is. With Dad, across the entire country, homeschool, Dad works on the track.
That's not a bad system.
No, not at all. We're off and running with race number 2, our mini senior 12 to 15 age group. And it was Francisco Rodarte finishing up second with Blaine Westbrook in third. We're off and running with side lap here, the mini senior 12 to 15 age group. And we're going to have number 9, Adrian Hopkins out of Richmond, Arizona on the gas. And also go to gas out of Pruitt, Texas. Tyler Pruitt, number 73 on the Burnlord Shop Sox ride.
That looks like a 94 Jackson Wright coming to us on KTM out of Canfield, Pennsylvania.
On a Husqvarna on the KT5 Industries Twig Cycle Track ride out in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Talon Hill joined us, back number 100.
The 129 KTM from Hawkins, Texas. That is Aiden McKinney.
Now on the 116 ride, it's going to be Austin Bolts out of Jonestown, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha, the Bolts RV service.
So that is the one in the mini senior
Cash Tucker will be the 194 out of Flower Mound, Texas on the KTM with our 7 inches. And our riders complete the side lap on.
We'll load them up in the gate here.
And what's cool, we've got a couple of riders here from Arizona as well as Pennsylvania that we're not used to. And so, having said that, we don't really have much knowledge on those racers. I know Tyler Pruitt looks really good here in practice earlier. Cash Tucker always looks good, the 194 out of Flower Mound. And of course, Aiden McKinney, the 129 of Micro Missile. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania on the KB5 Industries Twig Cycle and O'Neill gear. How about that 100 out front? Making those easy here early on, Don.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Get that clear air. it does. It looks like the 9 is the third.
Tyler Pruitt not having a good start. There's no climbs his way up through. There's number 9, Adrian Hopkins. He was on fire. There's 194 back in fifth. All about the 116. Austin Bolts and Tyler Pruitt now going to make his pass on Austin Bolts.
We have a 94 of Jackson Wright, the rider up in this second. We thought that was the 194, but it's the 94.
Well, great ride here for Jackson Wright out of Campfield, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right now, though, the 100 holding the advantage through that inside rhythm section. Oh, looks like the 94 of Wright. Triple through that. But that's single, double, he was double, triple. And single in the third. So picking up the different lines.
It is all Talon Hill right now on that KB5 Industries ride. The Husqvarna, 13 years old on the 100. He is being pressured. Another Pennsylvania rider, Jackson Wright, the 94 out of Campfield, Pennsylvania. Like watching the Philadelphia Eagles and Pittsburgh Steelers battle out. Yeah, Pruitt now has his eyes set on Cash Tucker 194. Unfortunately, Pruitt, he is about 9 or 10 seconds off the pace of our front runners. And very impressed with number 9, Adrian Hopkins out of Whitman, Arizona. Noticed him in practice earlier, and he was really solid. I didn't know where to stack up. Currently third right now in this heat race, the mini senior 12 to 15 age group.
Pennsylvania riders giving it out here in Texas. White flag is out.
And Jackson Wright is slowly closing in. It's the end right now. And here comes Tyler Pruitt putting the pressure on the 194 of Cash Tucker. Yeah, with the 116, Austin Bolts out of Jonestown, Pennsylvania. It's like mini senior classes now. That's right. Let's get out of Pennsylvania, go to Texas. That whole area is cold. Yeah. Here comes our leader, Talon Hill, the 100.
Looks like time going to run out for the 94. The light trying to make a pass. But again, heat race, going to get a decent gauge rate from that too much to worry about.
Yeah, that's just it. This is not factoring in the overall. But what it is still confidence. On your heat race. Here's the number 9, third, Adrian Hopkins. Fourth is in the Cash Tucker. Top 5 is going to be Tyler Pruitt out of Pittsburgh, Texas.
Gonna get a chance to get a look at them shaft drive pass next. The micro 3 going to come out. Suck that underway here for the micro 3. The 4-8 shaft drive class.
And on the Yamaha out of Cheshire, Connecticut, Bryson Bell will be running the 26 on the number plate. So 4 entries here in this Micro 4-8 shaft drive. Sure, do you get to announce Bell call off? I believe Bryson has raced with us every day. Okay. It is literally PW50 action here in the heat race coming up on the side lap. There's number 8. There's that number 3. Sure if that was Noah Black on the KTM. No number plates. So we got the youngest of the youngest here about to get underway for heat race for race number 3 on. So this is the Micro 3-4-8 shaft drive. Yep, and we've got the Women's 12 Plus and the Vet Open coming up. Women's 12 Plus and the Vet Open for race number 4 and race number 5 should be down in pre-staging. Race 5 pre-staging. Scorpio 1, 12 to 17, Open B12 Plus, and Open A Pro Sport. You guys should be down in pre-staging, race number 5. All right, we're underway. The Mini's charging up through the first turn. Uncommon thing to hear an announcer say, unless he with the whole shot. I need more. It looks like Bryson Bell in 26 into second. Bell in second. On number 3, running in the 3rd spot, that is Alia Alessi. The battle for 4th through the sand, side by side. Looks like the number 7, Noah Black, going to come away with the spot.
inside rhythm section. And there is number 6, Yamaha Ride. Davis and Leslie working through here on the Dunlop 80 on Alpine Stars Race Tech Motor Graphics Ride. Nice rhythm through that section there and making their way over the finish line. Bryson Bell, the 6B FXR 100% blowout Landon C ride, continues in that second spot. Rider down out there, it's the yellow flag. Looks like Aria Alessi still hanging on to third on that number 3 Yamaha ride. So this is the Micro 3 shaft drive class, race number 3 in the order. We're going to come off the gate next with the Vet Open and Women's 12 Plus. Race 5, Open A Pro Sport and Open B 12 Plus, Schoolboy 1. You should be in staging. And 65, 7 to 9 and 10, 11, race number 6 down to pre-staging. So Black still hanging on to that 4th spot. Working through the sand there on the number 6. And going to be looking at the white flag next time she makes her way over the finish line. So 1 to go here. So Bryson Bell continues a solid run in the second spot. Down the final lap here for the Micro 3, the Bolt shaft ride. Race win, going to go to the rider on number 6, Davis and Leslie. 26 of Bryson Bell going to hang on to the second spot. Aria Leslie in third here. We're going to be lining up the Vet Open and Women's 12 Plus to head out for the site lap next. So Sight Lap going to come out here for the Women's 12 Plus and Vet Open. So coming out here in the Women's 12 Plus out of Copperas Cove, Texas on the KTM, the 28 of Carissa Kinsey. On the 38 out of St. George, Utah, that's going to be the Husqvarna ride of Isla Phillips. 63 KTM out of New Middleton, Ohio is Kylie Hayes. On the 73 KTM from Melissa, Texas, Sabrina Ritzler. On the 95 coming out of Motley, Minnesota, that's the Yamaha of Haley Johnson. The 257 Kawasaki out of Kemp, Texas is Lex Clark. And on the 379, the Yamaha ride out of Valparaiso, Indiana is Lana O'Brien.
And in your Vet Open class, your 2 entries, Justin Papke, back number 5 out of Kempner, Texas, on the Texas Motorsports Dunlop backed ride, and no sponsors listed here from Melissa, Texas resident. Aboard the KTM, number 270 is going to be Roy Mitchell. So our vet and women riders down.
Doing it on his own. Lone wolf.
A privateer.
That's it.
A true privateer is Roy Mitchell.
Blows into town like the wind and back out on his own.
That's right. Big shout out to the Taco Lady. Thanks for the breakfast. Here is the 95 of Haley Johnson out of Motley, Minnesota.
I'm sure she's going to feel very comfortable now.
Nice Clark making the way up. 13 machine. Yeah, Sabrina Roots on Melissa, Texas.
So I'm going to line them back up down there in the gate with the grid and stop the gate for heat race half. Here's Women's 12 Plus and Vet Open. Again, Open A, Pro Sport, Open B, and Schoolboy 1. You should be in staging for the next race. 65, 7 to 9, and 10, 11. Make your way to pre-staging for race number 6.
7 entries here in this women's 12 plus, Don.
Well, if the practice was any indication,
Yeah.
we're going to see a throwdown here.
Yeah, several of the girls running a relatively close lap time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was looking like it was going to get competitive. All right, here we go. Revs are up. And we're off the gate. All right, so it looked like the 270 of Roy Mitchell getting out of that first turn out front.
The privateer.
That's it, the lone wolf.
So Roy Mitchell leading Justin Papke and the rest of the women's 12 plus age group.
Oh, a little trouble with that rhythm section there.
And Mitchell about to be pestered and possibly passed here.
Yeah, that's Isla Phillips on the 38. Looking to take the point.
Out of St. George, Utah. Phillips putting the pressure here on our KTM mounted rider Mitchell. And she is separating from the rest of the pack here. Kylie Hayes, number 63, back there in second in the women's 12 plus class, but now she is being pressured. Hayes, number 63, being pressured by the 95 of Haley Johnson on the Yamaha. Followed by the 73 and the 279, Sabrina Ritzer, and the 379, Alana O'Brien out of Indiana aboard the Yamaha. There is Justin Papke just behind Lex Clark and just ahead of his daughter.
All right, we got a battle heating up for third. The 95 right now, Haley Johnson has it, but the 73 of Sabrina Ritzler starting to close the gap on that left-hand side of the track. She had a really good run out of that that option triple there. So there you see your leader on the 38, Isla Phillips. Leader in the Vet Open, Roy Mitchell. And here's that battle now going to heat up as it looks like the 95 of Johnson going to close now on second.
Yeah, Haley Johnson putting some serious pressure on second. Check out our leader, Phillips. Look at her body English. She is totally comfortable on this track, Don.
Yep.
Completely comfortable on this supercross style format.
It looks like the 73 going to lose a spot there. So she had a little bit of trouble. She was starting to put pressure on the 95. It looked like she had trouble in that turn right before the sand, and she's losing a spot.
Yeah, that allowed Lana O'Brien to make her way around the 379 out of Indiana. You got Ohio, Minnesota, Utah, Texas, and Indiana all represented here in this women's 12-plus class.
It is a Midwest showdown.
That's right. There is Kayla. That's going to be Kayla Papke, number 24.
All right, here we go. The 38 of Isla Phillips decides, you know what, I want to be out front of everybody. So she's going to
She did just that.
Yep.
Johnson still putting the pressure on Hayes. The battle for second and third here in this women's 12-plus class has heated up. And back in fourth position is still Lana O'Brien, the 379, out of El Espericio, Indiana.
Yeah, and the white flag is out, so this is the final lap around for this heat race. 73 of Ritzler still rounding out your top five. That's not a bad spot to be in going into the second half here. She'll get a decent gate pick.
There is the 28 machine of Carissa Kinsey out of Coppers Cove, Texas on the KTM. And Lex Clark, one of our part-time staff members out here that helps out a lot of things. 33 years old, Lex Clark. She started racing when she was 30, Don.
She does a lot of racing, too.
Yes.
I got to tell you, follow her on social media. She puts some laps in.
Yeah, she
All right,
does.
checkered flag comes out for the 38. The Amateur MX Team Flow Vision Phoenix Handlebars ride of Isla Phillips with the win. And the 270 Roy Mitchell taking the win in the Vet Open. And looks like it'll be the 63 of Hayes and the 95 of Johnson, second and third for the women.
Yep, all for gate selection, gate choice.
Yeah, you know, some people want to just get the gate they want, so got to go for it.
Yep. I have not walked down to turn one to actually see if it's a hard 90 degree or if it just curves, sweeping motion. So I have no clue. If I was a racer where I'd want to line up just because I've not walked down there to study it. Well, we're going to move on to race number 5 here. This will be our Schoolboy 1, our Open B, and Open A Pro Sport, as Don just mentioned a few seconds ago. Carter Cochran will be our lone Open A Pro Sport rider on the Cycle Ranch Moto D Racing and Fast House ride out of Floresville, Texas, the 276.
Yeah, looking at the Open B, the number 17 out of Browns Valley, California. That's going to be the KTM rider Francisco Rodarte.
With Jamin Wilkie out of Marani, Utah on the other brand, bike number 30.
On the 125, the Honda ride out of Henderson, Nevada. That is Drax Crockenbull.
And here we go.
So the lone Schoolboy 1 rider, the 129. Cypress, Texas's own Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha ride. That is Gage Brown on the 129. So sight lap underway here.
Gage Brown kind of checks up. He's going to let some of these riders go around him. Very impressed with Gage Brown's supercross skills so far.
Yeah, you know, it looks as though he may be already starting to do some cross training for that. You got to do it now. And let's face it, if you really want to push to the top level in our sport, you've got to be able to do it in both disciplines.
Yep.
And getting a start on that early is going to help. You know, again, some of the kids who grew up racing Supercross with us, Jimmy Dakotas, you might remember that name.
The Ripper.
Yep. And again, Justin Cooper up in there. AJ Catanzaro, who does the Moto Academy stuff now.
Yep.
Another rider that raced with us for years. Jake Panacos, who made a bit of a splash on the amateur scene for a while. Chris Canning. You know Chris has been up there in the Nationals and stuff. So those are all people who kind of cut their teeth doing both disciplines.
Doing both, yeah. Have you seen Jimmy Dakotas lately? Do you run into him up at your track?
You know, we saw him. Mostly he's just hanging around now. He's been doing a lot of the off-road stuff. So the J-Day series that they do up there, it's basically off-road stuff.
Yeah.
The sprint enduro stuff. He's been doing a lot more of that. You get a chance to see him once in a while here and there, but he's mostly doing the wood stuff now.
I see him and Jamie. I'll see their social media post every once in a while. It brings a big smile. I used to hang out with Jamie and Jimmy quite a bit up at Millville every year. It was kind of an annual deal. They'd come over to our pits and just hang out.
Yeah, good dude.
Very good dude, very good woman.
Unfortunately, struggling with that Epstein-Barr stuff, Lyme disease. You know, it really derailed him.
Yeah, because he really could have won a couple of lights class championships, in my opinion. Here we go. It's the KTM out front. That's going to be Francisco Rodarte, number 17, out front.
Oh, he's got company early, though. Brown going to come to the inside and make the move right away. So even though they're not in the same class, Brown says, you know what? I'm not sitting beside you, buddy. I got to go.
I'm not going to eat a bunch of roosts and pull tear-offs. I belong out front. That's the confidence factor. And Rodarte has that same confidence.
Oh, yeah.
He believes he belongs out front. Here comes Carter Cochran back into the third position in your Open A Pro Sport.
Nice run through that sand roller section. Brown able to double into the finish. And again, look how much smoother that finish line jump is.
Yeah, totally smoother. Job well done, Vernon McKitty and crew and Drew McMillan. And Gage Brown, get down Gage Brown, is starting to just completely separate from Rodarte and the rest of the pack here, Don. Not to a big surprise whatsoever.
Nope. We kind of expect it.
Sure.
I'm sure he does too. You know, like you say, it's that confidence factor of knowing, hey, this is where I belong. I belong here, not dealing with anything else.
Yep. Rodarte having a little bit of a trouble there in that rhythm section. Kind of slows him up, and it's those little fractions of a second right there where you start just losing real estate from the leader, or at least the person in front of you. And Gage Brown just hammering through those sand whoops.
You know, you hear the word a lot now, and it's so important, that flow. The flow on the track, not a lot of stop and start. You want to be able to maintain your momentum, especially on the two-stroke. But even these four-stroke guys now, they realize, you know what? You got to have roll speed. You got to be able to keep your momentum up.
Especially also in Supercross.
Oh, absolutely.
You mess up one rhythm section, it
so much time.
Screws up the rest of the rhythm section ahead of you. Rodarte still there in second. Carter Cochran, your Open A Pro Sport entry, back in third position out on the track out of Floresville, Texas. And Jamin Wilkie out of Moroni, Utah on the Primo Racing Concept official Triumph FMF. So he is actually on a Triumph. That says other, but it's a Triumph.
I don't think they have the thing in trackside yet.
Yeah, possibly not. Yeah, there's some kind of deciding factor that has made Gage Brown not triple in.
I think it just comes down to you gotta make the right choice for the weapon you got in your hands.
Yes.
And he knows that 125, he's gonna really have to hit it just right, and the risk versus reward maybe isn't there.
Just perfectly. Yes, sir. E-score.
All right, so looking at your leader, going to make the turn into that rhythm section. Double, and then into the turn, and watch him pick up the pace into the sand.
Gage Brown just on fire through this sand section.
Perfect line through there, and he's going to make his way through. Checkered flag going to be waiting for him. No surprise there as Gage Brown taking the win in the Schoolboy 1. Francisco Rodarte, solid run out of Browns Valley, California. The 17 going to take the win in the Open D. And Carter Cochran, Cycle Ranch Moto D Racing Fast House Ride, taking the win in the Open A Pro Sport. Like Wilkie will hang on a second in the B.
Carter's just a part-time rider now. Spends half his time in Colorado with his mom, half his time in San Antonio at Cycle Ranch with his dad. But they've pulled back from racing, so he's not just sitting there pounding laps at Cycle Ranch, even though he lives there. And as Dad told me, we're just going to kind of pull back from racing and just have fun with it. So they got excited that there was going to be a supercross format on Tuesday, so they made the drive up to do this. They'll be heading back to Cycle Ranch after this race is over with.
You know, I think that's really the my favorite part about the sport is that you can decide what your goals are. You can decide how much you want to push it and how much you want to just be fun. That was always the aspect I took with my son. We, you know, early on, you kind of know, okay, you're good. You're not national caliber.
Not that good. Yeah.
So, which is not to say he wasn't a good rider, but it becomes more about understanding what your goals are. Okay,
sure.
I want to go out there and feel like I accomplished what I wanted to do. I don't need anything after that. Like he always set a very, all right, I want to get the whole shot. I want to hold on to the lead for this many laps. Okay, you won a race if you did what you set as a goal. And I think that's what you see a lot now with riders, because the other factor is it's very, very expensive to operate at the top level of the sport.
Sure.
And
you got to have a lot of money and a lot of luck.
And it's just, for some folks, that's just not what they want.
No. Well, I've always preached to everybody, mostly parents and a lot of kids, to put a reality check for the kids. Keep it fun.
Yeah.
Dirt bike's supposed to be fun. This isn't real life. Real life is going and paying your mortgage, going to work, clocking in 8 to 5. That's real life. This is a hobby. This is a sport, definitely, but it's fun. It should be fun. And if you're going to make it, if your kid's going to make it, that fun factor's still going to be there.
Got to be there.
Well, here's the rundown in the 65cc 7 to 9 age group. Number 9 is going to be Cade Swartfogger out of Knox, Pennsylvania, aboard a Cobra.
Out of Bastrop, Texas, on a gas, the 38 Connor Levering.
On a KTM out of Sterling, Illinois, it's going to be Jeffrey Satoth, number 93.
From Uniontown, Pennsylvania, the 100 Cobra, Nick Black.
From Vacaville, California, on the Cobra, Breton Gonzalez, bike number 555.
The 821, Liam Sherrill out of Central City, Kentucky.
And your 3 entries coming up in the 65 10 to 11, Rowdy Rabonis out of, I'm not sure where that's from.
Wonga Wallen, I believe that is Australia.
Maybe Australia, number 21. Ryder Aniston will be the 77 out of Blossom, Texas, on the Cobra. And Lucas Harrison, the 613. Good to see Lucas out of Tyler, Texas, aboard the Husqvarna in this 65 10 to 11 age group. What do your eyeballs tell you there, Don?
That is going to be the Cobra ride out front. That looks like it was Breton Gonzalez.
Maybe Ryder Aniston. Well, let's see here. Aniston now jumps into the lead. The 77 out of Blossom, Texas, just made 2 passes on 1 tabletop.
There you go.
Good to see Ryder Aniston. The Aniston brothers and their dad here. Aniston on that EMT Racing, Lansom Racing engines.
The leader goes off track. Got a little offline in that rhythm section, went off the side, very smartly kind of pulled up and said, okay, let me just go back to work here. So the 77, that's Ryder Aniston out front in the 10-11 class.
And he is trailed by the 21 machine of Rowdy Rabonis.
And there is the 555. So it was Breton Gonzalez out front early on in the 7 and 9. Setoff into second.
Aniston and Rabonis, 1 and 2 on what would be the south side of the track,
Yep.
the south end zone. And Rabonis keeping Anderson in check. Like, he's right there to capitalize on an Anderson mistake. We've already seen one mistake out of Anderson.
Yep. He's putting himself in a good spot. And there it is. The 77 goes down. So the 21, or Rabonis, is going to take over the lead. Ryder Anderson going to come up and fire that bike up, trying to hang on to second.
The announcer's jinx.
Oh, there it is.
Don, the curse. Start talking about it, capitalizing on mistakes, and then our leader Anderson goes down. I'll tell you who doesn't care, Rowdy Robanus.
No.
Number
He's
21
fine
on the
with
KTM, Don.
Fine with that.
Luckily for Anderson, this is not the main event.
Right. Yeah, if
It's
you're going
just-
to make a mistake, this is the time to do it.
Sure.
All
Well,
right,
we
looks
saw
like-
Anderson make that mistake also the lap before. It might just be a case of the jitters or maybe overriding. Just calm down. There is the 9 machine of Cade Swartfogger out of Knox, Pennsylvania. Connor Levering, number 38. There's the 821 of Liam Shimwell out of Central City, Kentucky.
Yeah, so it looks like it's the 93 of Sathoff out in front in the 7 and 9, with the 555 of Gonzalez in second, the 9 of Swartfogger third, and then Shemwell and the 38 of Levering rounding out your top 5 in the 7 and 9 right now as they run. And it looks like it's Rabones, Anderson, and Harrison, the running order in the 10-11.
Yep. Connor Levering, a top 5 ride, as you just mentioned, so he'll get the 5th gate choice, and he'll hope to come out and get a top 3 in the main event.
There you go. All right, here comes the 93 into the finish line section. White flag is out. Gonzalez still holding second. And there's Cade Swartfogger running in that 3rd spot. Rabones and Anderson still 1 and 2 in the 10-11.
Connor Levering, the 38, making his way over the finish line tabletop here out of Bastrop, Texas. Rest in peace, Bastrop Motocross Park.
The 21, the leader in the 10-11, off the side, trying to fire that bike up.
And that is Clayton Miller right there with him, checking out the bike. Clayton
looks
going
like
to
he's
try
gonna-
to kick it.
Yeah, get that super foot on there. There you go.
So Clayton Miller getting the bike fired up. That kid was never going to get that bike started. He's kicking it, kicking it.
There's times when, let's face it, it's just not going to happen.
So Rowdy Rabonis dropping the bike on the last lap, Don. But he still has a pretty significant lead. This will be a good main event.
I think he might have lost the lead because they've still got the white flag out for him.
Yes, you are right. It's the 93 of Jeffrey Satoff.
Oh, and it looks like Rabonis doesn't know what to do. He's going to pull off.
And that might open it up for Ryder Anderson. Anderson is going to take first
Anderson.
place in that 60x10-11 because Rabonis pulled off the track.
Yeah, he should have done another lap.
He saw the white and checker flag both being pulled and got confused. But
it's confusing because the leader was in the other class was so close behind him.
Yep. But you know what? In all reality, there's just 3 entries in that
Heat race. So, yeah, we're going to be all right.
I think it was Lucas Harrison that went down on the other side, on the west side of the track. The 613. The medics were looking at Lucas Harrison, and I'm going to look over here at his pit, see if he's there yet. No, the bike is still not there. So Don, it was Lucas Harrison that was having either a bike issue or went down and couldn't get the bike fired up. the medics were over there trying to talk to him. He was standing up. The bike was upright. But they may be pushing. Yeah, it looks like Harrison is. I think they're pushing the motorcycle back. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Yep.
Harrison is going to get in the EMT mule. And one of the media reps is going to be pushing the bike back to Lucas Harrison's pit.
Well, it looks like Dad on his way out there to take over the pushing.
Go help, Cody.
See him running out there.
So Harrison, not going to be well, he might be a factor in the main event. There's 3 entries.
Yeah. So sight lap underway here for the Micro 1 Junior. Coming out here in the Micro 1 Junior, it's going to be the number 3 from Victorville, California. That is Arya Alessi.
Out of Cheshire, Connecticut, it's going to be Bryson Bell, number 26.
The 252 from Blair, Oklahoma is the Cobra ride of Jace Nassani.
Out of Lodi, California, Tayton Davis joins us. He'll be running the 411 on the number plates.
And on the 454 Cobra from Norman, Oklahoma, Cruz Galvin. So that is the 5 entries here in the Micro 1 Junior.
There is Tayton Davis making his way over the finish line tabletop. So our riders are all going to head back down the exit chute, load in the gate for the heat race here for race number 7.
Got one tipped over in the sand there.
I think that is going to be Arya Alessi out of Victorville, California, number 3.
Yeah, looks like it is. Tough spot to go.
Lucas,
there.
are you okay, Lucas? All right, he's thumbs up. I think he's got a bike issue.
Those are a lot easier to fix.
Yes.
Not necessarily cheaper,
That's right.
but a lot easier. We're not at a point where you can order spare human parts yet.
Can I order a wrist?
Parts unlimited, as it were.
That's right. Arya Alessi getting her momentum going here in the sand section. Clayton Miller helping her start that motorcycle. And she will head on back down to the start gate to load into the gate. Sponsored by Dunlop, ODI Racetech, Alpine Stars, and Moto Graphics.
Yep, for many, many years, a long time ago, it was the Alessi brothers who were terrorizing the amateur ranks.
Yep.
Now the Alessi sisters on their way up through.
That's right. Pretty cool. Got Jeff and Mike Alessi earning a lot of money on the amateur contingency program.
All right, we're underway.
Got a good race here, side-by-side action here for first and second place.
Yeah, it looked like the 411 of Tayton Davis and the 3 of Alessi. They were side by side through that first turn section. That's Cruz Galvin, actually, the 454 out front. So Galvin coming out of that first turn and taking the lead. And then it's the 411 of Davis and the 3 of Alessi.
Here come the front runners. No big surprise here. Cruz Galvin on that Alpine Stars, Altus Motorsports, Troy Lee Designs, Brock Factory Guts, and Hudson Brand Racing. Up and over the finish line tabletop. My little crawfish buddy, Cruz Galvin. We introduced him to crawfish.
There you go.
About a little over a year ago, Don.
That's actually the 252 of Nassani into third.
Yep, Jace Nassani on that Altus Motorsports Game Moto, Altus Factory suspension backed ride.
Yep. And then so the 26 of Bryson Bell in fourth. And there is, it looks like Alessi running in fifth. left-hander into the rhythm section. And the
Cruising.
454, yeah, he is definitely cruising.
Mr. Cruz Galvin.
So doing it for the folks at Altus Motorsports, Troy Designs, and Alpine Stars.
Cruz getting a little sideways in that sand
I was going to
section.
say, that back tire is starting to dance around a little bit. Galvin has got this section right here dialed. That double-double before the finish, he is just absolutely nailing that.
Yeah. He's got some experience at his ripe old age of 6 years old.
The crafty 6-year-old veteran. There's the Bike Graphics Thor EMT Racing ride of Tatum Davis. Solid run in second. A little bit of a gap back to the third place ride. And that's still going to be the 2-5-2. So Jason Asani, Bryson Bell, the 6D, Landon C, Boss Suspension, Kendall Holmes ride, running in the 4th spot. And Alessi rounding out the top 5, working through the sand. Got the outriggers out there trying to paddle a little bit through that sand. So Super Mini rider is going to be heading off the gate next. Super Mini next. Riders in the Micro 2, you should be in staging area. And riders in race 10, Open C, down in pre-staging. All right, white flag is out. Your leader again. Nice smooth line through that double-double.
Cruz Galvin making it look easy, Don.
Well, for him it is.
Yeah, it is. A 454 in control here of this race number 7 out of Norman, Oklahoma. There's the 411 back in second. Tatum Davis out of Lodi, California, holding down that number 2 spot here in this heat race. Should be the 252 of Jason Nassani on the Altus Motorsports out of Blair, Oklahoma, holding down the 3rd place ride.
Yep, and still the 26 of Bell in 4th. Bell's been closing up on 3rd, but with the white flag out, he might run out of time to try to make that move. All right, your leader working through that far side of the track, that option triple. Decided not to do the triple on the PW50. I think that's wise, Shand. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Want to go for that? Maybe you do. I don't know. You might be able to do it.
The frame would probably break and maybe an ankle or two.
I got to tell you, I watched Jake Panakos on a Cobra 50 hit a 70-foot triple into a turn.
Really?
So it can be done.
It can be done. How about Cruz Galvin cruising his way to the checkers, a heat race win. He will have the first gate choice here in race number 7 of the Micro 1 Junior 4 to 6 limited class. Well done, Cruz Galvin. On the Altus Motorsports, Troy Lee Designs, Alpine Stars, back to effort.
Yeah, and we're going to get ready to go with the Super Mini next.
Well, you're absolutely right. Super Mini coming up here. They will get a sight lap on bike number 9. It's going to be Adrian Hopkins out of Whitman, Arizona on the gas.
On the 48, coming out of Moroni, Utah, the Husqvarna rider Grayson Wilkie.
Running the number 94 on the number plates out of Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. On the KTM, it's going to be Jackson Wright, number 94.
Out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, the 100 Husqvarna Talon Hill.
And the 129 out of Huffman, Texas on the KTM, the Micro Missile, Aiden McKitty.
And the 194 from Flower Mound, Texas, the KTM mounted Cash Tucker. That is the field in the Super Mini 12 to 16. They're going to head out for a sight lap here in just a moment. So sight lap underway for the Super Mini. This is race number 8 in the first half. Race 9, Micro 2 Senior, you should be in staging. And race 10, Open C in pre-staging. And once again, the folks here at Freestone want to let all the video guys, photographers, if you're shooting video or photos at the end of the Supercross racing today, please go over to the registration building. They want to see if we can't get you guys hooked up with the Prospect app to link all of your pictures from today so that folks will be able to find them on there as well. Kind of a cool new feature we're doing with Verb Moto Prospect. All right, so that's going to complete the sight lap for the Super Mini riders. And I'll line them back up down in the gate here and get ready to go racing for the heat race half here in Super Mini. And of course, a dirt start here because this is a brand new track. So dirt start for some of these riders in Supercross might be a little bit of a difference. I know a lot of tracks go with the concrete with the Supercross style racing, some moving right to those grates. But here you're going to have to figure it out off the dirt. Looks like everybody lined up. Going to count them down. And that one looks like it's going to be the 194. Cash Tucker with the whole shot. So Cash Tucker and Jackson Wright, 1 and 2 through that inside rhythm section. Tucker, nice run through there, but Jackson Wright not giving him an inch. Oh, a little bit of a bobble on that rhythm section there, going to cost him some time. Hopkins making the move to third on the number 9. Grayson Wilkie on the 48 running in 4th. And looks like it's going to be Talon Hill rounding out your top 5. All right, Tucker and Wright both busting out that triple. The number 9 of Hopkins hits it as well. So everybody pretty much able to get that big option triple on the far side here in Super Mini. And this track absolutely perfect obstacles for the Super Mini. They're able to really run this thing wide open. The leader with a nice run out of the whip section there. Some nice big smooth rollers for the whip section. So the 194 are the Troy Designs 100% Steel Horse Racing ride. Cash Tucker holding the lead. Jackson Wright on the Fast Laps MX Team CPT Evo Industries ride in second. And it is Adrian Hopkins, number 9, the Gas rider in third. And looks like Grayson Wilkie and the 100 of Talon Hill going to start battling over that 4th spot. Wilkie's got it. Hill trying to get to the inside and take it. Nice move on the inside of that berm and just took the line away. So the 100 takes the move to 4th. All right, your leader a little out of shape at the end of the sand section, but does not lose momentum. White flag is out, so final time around. And Cash Tucker doing it right. Hopkins starting to close up the gap on Jackson Wright, as Wright been making a few mistakes. And again, there is Hill making the move to fourth. So Grayson Wilkie now rounding out your top five. The Edge Power Sports Elite Racing Fetterman Suspension Ride. All right, your leader going to make one more run through the sand section here. Withering through those rollers. Checkered flag going to come out. That's going to be the race win for the Troy Lee Designs 100% Steel Horse Racing Straight Line Motorsports MX tire ride of Cash Tucker on the 94. The One Industries ASD OGO ODI ride second. So Jackson Wright hanging on the second. Adrian Hopkins third. And it'll be Hill. And the 48 of Wilkie going to round out the field in fourth and fifth. All right, so sight laps underway here for the Micro 2 Senior. Coming out in the Micro 2 Senior out of Victorville, California, the number 6 Cobra Ride is going to be Mavis Alessi. On the number 9 from Knox, Pennsylvania, the Cobra Ride of Cade Schwarzfager. The 100 from Uniontown, Pennsylvania, that's Nick Black. And the 594 out of Smithville, Texas is Callahan Ruslo. So those are the riders that are going to be coming out here in the Micro 2 Senior. So that'll do it for the sight lap. So the sight lap completed. We're going to line them up and get ready to go with the gate drop. Again, this is Micro 2 Senior 7 to 8 limited. Race number 9 in the order here in the heat race half. Race number 10 is the Open C. Those riders should be in staging. Race 11, 65, 7 to 11. Make your way down to pre-staging. All right, here we go off the gate. And out of that first turn out of front is going to be the number 9, Cade Schwarzfager. So good jump off the gate and early out front for the number 9. Oh, down at rhythm section there. The 594, your leader, going to go down. So the number 9, Kay Schwartzfager, going to take over the top spot. It's going to be the 100 of Black making a move to second. 594 of Russo able to get himself back up and holding on to third. Alessi running in fourth. So the number 9, Kay Schwartzfager, the Jones and Roman MX School 110 Racing Hex Moto Mitten Ride, able to capitalize on a little issue for the early leader, and the number 9 out in front. A little offline for the 9 through that rhythm section before the sand. Nice charge through the sand section there for Kay Schwartzfager. Nick Black, the Hex Moto Podium Works Carolina Cobra ride, able to make himself a move up into second early on, so the 100 holding that spot. The 594, Russo starting to close the gap. Russo with a nice line through that double-double before the finish. And there is number 6, the Dunlop ODI Alpine Stars Race Tech Moto Graphics ride. Mavis Alessi running in that fourth spot. Kay Schwartzfager on the number 9 through the rollers, going to come through that finish line section and be looking at the white flag. All right, battle for third now going to heat up. Or I should say battle for second going to heat up as the 594 in third. He's going to rhythm through that double-double section. Trying to get to the inside on the 100. No. Nick Black going to shut the door. And the 100 and Nick Black trying to battle back into that second spot. He made a quick run through the rhythm section on the left side and closed right up. Checkered flag going to come out here in the race win. Going to go to the rider on the Minton 100% Jones and Roman MX School ride. So there is Kay Schwartzfager. And it looks like the 594. Russo going to make that pass into second stick.
Yeah, Callahan Russo's dad telling me earlier, he told his son, just go out there and treat this as practice. This is not the main event. You've already won a main event at Dallas Supercross. This is just go out there and get a little more seat time, because he wasn't able in practice to do a couple of things he wanted to do because the track, he said, was a little too slick for his liking. comfort zone.
Yep. And that's not uncommon for people to say, you know what, the heat race is really when you want to practice.
Yep.
Because you're going to be at speed. There's going to be lines cut into the track. So that's good advice.
Well, we've got the Open C, race 10, coming up. On bike number 12, Holden Heitritter out of Temecula, California, aboard a Yamaha.
On the 18, the Husqvarna from Jacksonville, Texas, is Blaine Westbrook.
On a Yamaha out of Anchorage, Alaska, Ryden Ramos, bike number 53.
The 85, the rider out of Maybank, Texas, is Dylan Doyen.
On the Kawasaki out of Garner, Iowa, Mark Viria, bike number 156.
The 195 Yamaha from Sedalia, Colorado, is going to be Austin Perry.
On a Husqvarna out of Cedar City, Utah, Ledger Hill runs the 350.
And the 379 Yamaha from Valparaiso, Indiana, is Lana O'Brien, heading out for the sight lap.
Yep, those are the names for our sight lap here. And Lana O'Brien on that 379, if you remember in that women's 12 plus class, she ran a pretty good pace. So she's liable to mix it up here and get a top 5 against some of these boys and men in this Open C class.
That would not be a surprise at all, considering how well she ran earlier.
Sure. Want to welcome Sam Brown here with Live Fast Films. Some of our media representatives here on location. Westbrook and Doylan, they have put on some great Winter Series battles, Don, as I mentioned. And those are the two front runners here in this sight lap.
Well, we'll see if that's a preview for the race. Sounds like it will be.
Yeah, it should be. Dylan Doy, number 85, out of Maybank, Texas, on the Alpha Moto Apparel Scott and O'Neill ride. And Westbrook on the Minute MX Adventure Moto Merge Racing Alpha Moto Apparel Shock Socks ride. Check out the 53 airing it out. Solid. Ryden Ramos out of Anchorage, Alaska, Don. Talking about 6 foot of snow.
That's a long drive.
That's right.
Yeah, I know. We were posting about that, getting all that snow in New England. I'm thinking to myself, the people in Mammoth, California are like, yeah, that's a dusting.
Right.
6 feet, that's nothing.
That's
now.
nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
All right, going to line them up here in the Open C and get ready to drop the gate. All right, everybody's locked into the gate here. All right, here we go. All right, looks like it's going to be Ramos with a hole shot. Westbrook taking the lead away. So the 53 able to get through the turn first, but the 18 of Westbrook wasting no time taking the lead. So Ramos heading on to second right now. Looks like the 85 of Doyen into third. On the 195, Perry into fourth. And the 350 of Ledger Hill going to round out your top 5 right now. Lana O'Brien running in 6th. The 156 of Mark Vieira running in 7th. And there is the 18 of Blaine Westbrook. The Shock Stocks mended ride. Stretching out the lead early on here in the heat race.
Yeah, Westbrook is always getting good starts. He's always in the top 3, if not getting the whole shot. Is that like happened last weekend at Cycle Ranch?
You know how important that is, boy. A good start like that That is well more than half the battle. And Westbrook going to triple out of the turn. Not a lot of riders able to make that line work. Westbrook getting it done. And it's still Ramos and Doyen second and third. And then the 195 of Austin Perry, 350 of Ledger Hill, fourth and fifth. There's Lana O'Brien running in the sixth spot. It's like a little trouble for the 156 of Vieira. And he is off the track around the outside of that berm. Looks like he might be pulling off. Yeah, the bike's not staying running. So white flag is out.
Yeah, not a good situation in any situation, whether it's supercross or motocross.
No, you don't want to hit a jump and have that thing shut off. So top five, pretty much the running order they've been in from lap one as we work the final lap here in Open C. 65, 7 to 11 next off the gate. Race 12, girls senior in staging. And race 13, 85, 10 to 14, down to pre-staging.
Now Westbrook's looking really good, man. He's got this figured out, going smooth. See if he does that triple.
That was a perfect shot. You know, it's just a case of, do you have that lined up right? You can tell when they hit the apex of that berm, they know whether or not it's going to happen. And you either roll on or just kind of stay where you are. There you go. And that'll be the checkered flag race win. Oh, we got a battle for second here in the final turn. Doyen comes to the inside. And he's going to get it.
Man, I was hoping the two-stroke against the four-stroke. Of course, I'm a two-stroker.
Doyen waiting until the last turn to say, you know what? I don't want third. I want second.
Well, he definitely took it. All right, race 11 on the line. On the 21 is Rowdy Robanus.
Coming to us on the 38 out of Bastrop, Texas is Connor Levering.
On the 77 out of Blossom, Texas, Ryder Anderson.
The 93 KTM from Sterling, Illinois is Jeffrey Sethoff.
Out of 585 out of Visalia, California, it's Brendan Gonzalez.
The 613 coming to us out of Tyler, Texas is the Husqvarna of Lucas Harrison.
And on the 821 out of Central City, Kentucky, Liam Shemwell dominated last weekend at Cycle Ranch.
Well, there you go. We'll see if he can get it done again today. So sight lap underway here in the 65, 7 to 11. All right, so sight laps completed in the 65, 7 to 11. Going to line them up in the gate. All right, here we go. Gates down.
What do you think Wagalalan is? NA.
That's got to be Australia. Looks like the 77 of Anderson, the rider with the whole shot here in 65, 7 to 11. Yeah, I think that is Australia. Or New Zealand. If you get that wrong, they get very angry with you.
Well, I know that Nico Verhoeven is from Cambridge, New Zealand. His mom came up and told me.
Well, there you go.
So it's always nice to know what country you're from. And she was so funny because she goes, man, I told you earlier, New Zealand's only got 5 million people. I said, oh, Houston's bigger than that.
So the 77 of Anderson out front, the 21 of Rabona is in second. Got a couple riders duking it out over third right now.
Boy, I tell you what, Rabona is coming off. His feet were flying like Shan Garcia riding. 555, Brenton Gonzalez out of California. There's 821 of Liam Shemwell and the 38 of Connor Levering. By the way, a Bastrop Bees Motor Lab.
Yep, so it's Anderson and the 21 of Rabona's 1 and 2. 555 of Gonzalez makes the move to third. That's going to put Jeffrey Sathoff into fourth on the 93. And Shemwell will round out your top 5. Levering in 6th, and there is your rider in 7th. That is the 613 of Harrison. Harrison had a little bike trouble earlier. Good to see him out there getting the laps in. So the 77 Yamaha into the sand rollers. The EMT Racing, Lansom Racing engine drive. Smooth through that double-double before the finish. And just perfect timing on these 65s through that section. And Sathoff able to make the move back to third, it looks like.
By the way, Sterling, Illinois. .38, Connor Levering over the finish line tabletop.
Yep, Levering just outside your top 5. Natural sunblock. White flag is out.
There's the 21 of Rowdy Rabonas. Wagga Wallet. There's the 93 of Jeffrey Setoff. And the 555, that's third place, Brenton Gonzalez. Vacaville, California. There's the 821. By the way, a Central City, Kentucky, Liam Shemwell.
All right, looking for your leader on the 77 through the inside rhythm section. There he is, making that sweeping left-hand turn. You'll notice he's going to slow up for that rhythm section there. Looks like it's a little slippery in that spot in between And he had lost drive there before, so not going to make that same mistake. Good run through the sand. And that is going to be the race win here for the EMT Racing Lansing Race Engines 77 ride of Ryder Anderson. Ronnie Rabona is going to hold on to that second spot. Right out of Wallen. And again, we don't know if that's New Zealand or Australia. It has the definite sound of that region of the world.
Let's send Shan Garcia on a quest.
There you go.
Something to do.
The Bees Moto Lab WTT FX's EBS ride of Sethoff going to hang on to third on the 93.
And then followed by the 555, Brenton Gonzalez out of Vacaville, California, EMT Racing, Fly Racing.
Yep, looks like Shemwell going to hang on around out the top 5. There's the 821. That'll do it for 65s.
You know, it's kind of interesting. You think about how many guys really, these riders, have been on a supercross track, or the last time they've been on a supercross track. And that's what's so cool about the format. You know, the first moto is your is a for gate pick in the main, just like the supercross. So hopefully they can learn a little bit more of the track and be more comfortable in the main event.
I like that style myself. I know we do that with the supercross track we have up north. I think the riders like it a lot because, again, like I said, you get a mistake in that first half, it doesn't penalize you too much.
All right, girls senior on the 24 out of Kempner, Texas, KTM out of Kaylee Papke.
On the 063 out of New Middleton, Ohio, the Husqvarna rider Kylie Hayes.
By the way of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Gas Matter 177, Brindley Shepard.
And coming to us out of Kemp, Texas on the 401 KTM, Cora Kinney.
A.K.A. KKK. Killer Cora Kinney.
You might not want to put that on the back of a jersey. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
No. I'm not to be confused with, that other crap. But no, this is just, she's got such a big heart, man. She loves this stuff. She's getting a little better each time. Now, her brother, Terry the Terrorizer, Kinney. There's the 177 of Brindley Shepard, by the way of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah, Brindley with a good run around here. And it's great to see, like you say, you see someone who's maybe not gotten the best finishes, but out there getting it done every time and learning, and that is part of this sport. You got to progress. Oh, the 401. Nice save there coming through that whole section.
Cora!
She got all kinds of sideways at the bottom of that thing and just stayed on the gas. Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration saved her.
Yes.
All right, so back down into the start gate they go. And we'll get ready to run here as we get ready to drop the gate for the girls senior. All right, here we go into the first turn. And it looks like the 177 Shepard able to get the whole shot, but she is going to give up that lead. Yep, that is going to be Hayes taking over the top spot on the 63.
Then followed by the 24, Kaylee Papke, and the 401 of Cora Kinney. Riding for Underground Compound. That's phase 2 of the Texas 3-step.
Yeah,
Going there on Sunday?
Triple crown, baby. All right, so Hayes leading through the sand section, but the 177 Shepard with a nice run through there. And then Popke and Kinney third and fourth.
Go, Calvin! Tell her what to do. Maybe twist that throttle harder.
All right, so leader's going to come through the into the whoop section there. Losing a little momentum, but still maintaining the gap.
Tell you what, if you think about this, they brought in a lot of dirt to make this. You wonder how many truckloads. You know, it's like at the Supercross, it's like 600 truckloads.
You know, it's funny when we get people that say, you should try this on the track. You should maybe make this obstacle. Okay, you should pay for a dozen truckloads of dirt because that stuff just doesn't come out of thin air.
I tell you, the story with dirt was the original Texas Stadium. Man, they had the worst dirt I've ever seen in my life. The gray, black dirt. They store the dirt for a year in some kind of dirt lot, and that dirt used to have, well, one time they found a car door in it.
Oh, there you go.
All kinds of plastic and just junk, but then they finally got real dirt. At the riders meeting, they go, hey, if anybody wants that old dirt, it's free. Of course, nobody wanted it.
Do us a favor and take it home with you.
There's the 24, Kaylee Pepke, over the finish line tabletop.
Still hanging on to third. There is the 401 of Kinney running in the solid fourth there. Meanwhile, the 63, confident and solid out front, Kylie Hayes, took command of the race early on and has been running pretty smooth laps since then. White flag is out.
Or the 063, Kylie Hayes, by the way, at New Middleton, Ohio.
Well, you can really see when they start to lose drive in that sand section, that bike just sinks down.
I mean, I believe the way to attack it is get your butt over the rear.
That's
get
it.
Some traction and twist it.
Yep, get as far back on the seat as you can, keep that front end light, and go. So 65, or I should say 85, 10-14 off the gate next. That's race 13. Race 14, the micro open 4-8. You should be in staging. And race 15, 125, 12-17 down to pre-staging as we work towards the lower part of the heat race half. That'll be the checkered flag. Race winning going to go to the 63 Husqvarna ride. So Kylie Hayes with the win. Again, looking at Shepard, the 24 of Popke, and the 401 of Kinney to round it out here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please beware of the Wortham winds. They shift winds at any time whatsoever. Please secure your canopies, your easy ups, dogs, children, whatever might fly away.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you, I've had people telling me, you know what, if it starts to lift up, I'll just hold on to it and pull it down. You have just created a homemade sail because that thing's going to lift you right off the ground. I watched a guy go about 8 feet up before he let go. And finally said, all right, well, I'm just going to have to drop.
Like I said, the crazy thing was last year at the night track when the winds were 40 miles an hour with 50 mile an hour gust. I mean, that was just, the track was fantastic, but it was sketchy.
You took off on the right side of the track and landed on the left.
Yeah. I mean, literally 3 to 5 foot, it would shift you. There were some hardcore riders, and they stuck with it. Had a good time, challenging, to say the least.
All right, 85 riders going out for their sight lap. So I'm going to look at the 85 10-14 riders here coming out to do battle in this one. A rider on the number 9 out of Whitman, Arizona is Adrian Hopkins. On a one wall-in, I believe that is New Zealand. The 21 is Rowdy Rabones.
On the 26, by the way, at Cambridge, New Zealand, KTM mounted Nico Verhoeven.
Out of Astrup, Texas, the 38 KTM is Liam Levering.
By the way, of Pruitt, Texas, on his gas 73, Tyler Pruitt.
The 94 KTM from Camp Hill, Pennsylvania is Jackson Wright.
On the 116, Yamaha mounted Austin Bolts from Jonestown, Pennsylvania.
And on the 194 from Flower Mound, Texas, that's the KTM of Cash Tucker. That's the field.
That's just a little bit north of Dallas.
There you go.
We used to have jet ski races right there at Lake Louisville, right off Interstate 35 that goes all the way from Dallas to Oklahoma and upwards. Cool area.
I think I flew over that landing at the field.
All right, race 13, loaded in the gate, 8 entries. We're going to see who's who and what's what.
All right, getting everybody situated down there. Going to count them down.
Today is gray day. Our t-shirt, and it's kind of a gray day. Anyway,
It's a great day.
it's
Not
a
a great day.
great gray day, but it's okay.
All right, here we go.
Look at on the inside. I'm not sure who that was, Don, but man, he wheelied out of the gate. Not too much, but kept that front wheel up, and it looks like he grabbed that whole shot.
Yeah, it looks like 26 of Verhoeven.
Nico Verhoeven.
And man, he had a jump up that inside. Looks like the 194, Cash Tucker making a move into second.
All right, race 14 on the line. Micro open in the stage area. Race 15, 125cc, 12 to 17.
Pruitt on the 73 moves up to third early on.
And here comes your leader down the finish line straight. Doesn't double, he triples. So that's the 26 Nico Verhoeven. 194 Cash Tucker. 73 Tyler Pruitt. There's the 21 of Rowdy Rabones. Followed by the Liam Livery.
So Verhoeven with the lead, the 194 Tucker second. Then it's Pruitt in third. The 116 of Bolts running fourth. The number 9 of Hopkins rounds out the top 5. Followed by Rabones, the 38 of Levering, and the 30.
See, the multi-talented, multifaceted Don Collins not only announces, he scores. We have one opening this week.
I can count.
That's good. More than I can say about that other guy that hangs out with us. He's still using the Thoris.
All right, so the 26 of Verhoeven still holds the lead. 194 of Tucker in second. He's going to have a challenge now. 73 of Pruitt trying to move forward because he's getting pressure from the 94 of Wright. So Jackson Wright trying to get third. Oh, we got a rider dropping the bike. That was the number 9. Hopkins going to give up the top 5. That'll put the 116 of Bolts into fifth.
Liam Levering applying the pressure on the 21 of Rowdy Rabones. And there's the 30 of Ichiro Miwa. Not on our list, but I know who he is.
All right, we got a battle for second place now shaping up.
But here comes your leader. Down the finish line straight one more time. Looking in fine form, the 26 KTM mounted Nico Verhoeven.
All right, looks like the 94 able to make his way into third. So he is going to put the 73 of Pruitt down to fourth. And Jackson Wright now working on the 194 of Cash Tucker trying to get second. We're on the final lap here.
Look, these two guys have been going at it, man. Levering
Yeah,
and
Rabones.
Rabones.
They've just gone back and forth like 5 times.
It's going to be interesting to see the mains because they're learning the track. They're picking up their speed. Figuring out what marks to hit, where to hit them.
So tough break for the 9 going down. Took forever to start that bike.
Man,
And he is going to be dead last. But again, heat race, you're not losing
That's
any
right.
points. Maybe you don't get the gate you wanted, but you're still going to be in the main. And that's going to be the checkered flag race win for the Lee at Bridgestone Tamer Guts Racing rider, Nico Verhoeven. Cash Tucker will hold off the 94 of Jackson Wright, so that'll be second and third. Pruitt fourth. And it looks like the 116 Bolt's going to hang on around out the top 5.
that was kind of cool. Our winner, Nico Verhoeven, is actually sponsored by Guts, which is perfect. All right, coming up, micro action. Our 4 to 8 years of age riders on bike number 3 out of Victorville, California. Aria Alessi.
On the number 6 from Victorville, California, it's Mavis Alessi.
On the number 9, Knox, Pennsylvania, Cade Swarfinger.
On the 26 Cobra coming to you out of Cheshire, Connecticut, that's Bryson Bell.
Out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, is the 100 of Nick Black.
The 454 from Norman, Oklahoma, Cruz Galvin.
Out of Smithville, Texas, on the 594, Shan Garcia's accountant, Callahan Russo.
Very good with futures and mutual funds. He's a great investor.
Yeah, that's why Shan doesn't do any of that.
So Micro Open Riders doing their sight lap here.
So this is race 14. Race 15 is going to be next. That's our 125cc. Race 16, 85cc. Race 17, Mini E Open, 4 to 8. Then we're going to go into the main events
Back to the top of the order as we get some main events in.
and see who's on the top.
I would imagine they might do a little bit of touch up on the track in between the heat races and the main. That is kind of customary. So rolling off after the sight lap here, we're going to get them all back down into the gate.
Truck Son. All right, race 14 out of the gate, micro open, 4 to 8. Got a Yamaha up front.
Yeah, that looks like the 594 Russo.
Or I say Yamaha, it looks like Yamaha, it's blue. It's not Cobra yellow. Anyway, Callahan Russo, 594, as Don said, but he's got company.
Yeah, that's the number 9 on the inside. Nice move to take the line away and move to the front. So Cole Schwartzweger makes the move early on, and that was a textbook block pass.
It's pretty wild for a micro open rider to be aggressive at that stage.
Well, the intensity comes up early. And Russo charging back in through the sand.
All right, so here comes the leaders down the finish line. That's the 454, Cruz Galvin in fourth out of Norman, Oklahoma, followed by the 100 of Nick Black, Unitown, Pennsylvania. And number 6, Mavis Alessi.
Yeah, so Cade Schwartzweger out in the lead here. Then a 594 Russo second, Cruz Galvin third, Black running fourth, and the 6 of Mavis Alessi going to round out your top 5, followed by the 26 of Bryson Bell and the 3 of Aria Alessi. So that is the running order top 7 here.
So 5 different states were represented in this class out of 7.
No change at the front of the pack here. So the number 9 of Schwartzweger holding the lead, 594 Russo in second, Galvin third. Then it's Black, and it looks like it's still going to be Alessi fourth and fifth.
'26 Bryson Bell out of Cheshire, Connecticut. Ride for 60 helmets, 100%. Dunlop.
Yeah, and it looks like he might have got around Alessi there as Alessi went off the side before the finish line. So it does look like the 26 of Bryson Bell able to move into the 5th spot. We'll see if Mavis able to remount a charge here. All right, so white flag flying here as we work through the final lap for the Micro Open 4 to 8. Oh, Alessi going down in the sand. That is a tough spot there. That looks like the number 3 of Aria having a little trouble. Checkered flag comes out. Race win on the number 9, Cade Schwarzenegger.
And followed by the 594, Callahan Russo out of Smithville, Texas, home of Andrew Short and his son Hudson and Jackie.
And we're looking for the 454, Cruz Galvin. Cruz Galvin looking to hang on to 3rd. There he is through the sand. And should be the 100 of Black, and I believe the 26. Bryson Bell going to round out your top 5.
All right, race 15 is going to be on the 129 by the way of Cypress, Texas. The little speedster Yamaha mounted Get Down Gage Brown ride for Altus Blue Crew, Donnie Luce, Ed Torrance, Jordan Lima, many others.
And the 195, that's the Yamaha ride out of Sedalia, Colorado of Austin Perry. So those 2 riders going to line up here in the 125.
Okay, 15 is up next. 16, 85cc 9 to 12. He needs you guys down his staging. Race 17 is going to be Mini E Open 4 to 8. And a short little pause to do a little supercross tune-up. I believe if that changes, I'll let you know.
Yeah, they should probably be doing that. It's always a good way to refresh the track for the main event half.
The Mac track.
All right, so that'll wrap up the sight lap for the 125, 12 to 17 riders. Going to send them both back down to the gate here. So the 129, Brown going to come away with the whole shot, leading them through that first section. Brown tripling out of that whoop section there. See him thinking about sizing up that triple out of that bowl turn, but again, you got to look at risk versus reward. And on the 125, you might just not have the torque out of that turn to get that bike over that triple. So being the discretion being the better part of valor, as they say, he decides not to do that. Interesting line here after he comes through the rolls. Watch him come through the whoop section in a minute. He's going to rhythm out of that triple and then there's an option jump in the next turn. So he's going to double that. Now here he's been going outside. He's going to do it again, and he's hitting that step on, step off kind of section, where Perry is going tight to the inside and missing that first jump and then doubling through that section ahead. So a couple different options there. See how he misses that and then he just rhythms over there.
.195, Austin Perry out of Sedalia, Colorado.
Probably riding at that elevation there. That'll help pump your fitness up. That time around, able to triple into the turn there.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Sand section, what's that?
Smooth as silk. High white flag out here, so as expected, no problems for the 129.
On the line race, or no, heat race, number 16, 85cc 9 to 12. And then 17 is going to be our Mini E Open. Then we're going to take a short pause for the cause and then get into our main events.
We'll see if Brown does it again. Nope, that time around didn't have the run. Well, you know, JP, it's like that old Kenny Rogers song says, you got to know when to hold him and when to fold him. Checker flag comes out.
Correct.
So Gage Brown, Austin Perry going to round it out 1 and 2. And we have got the 85 9 to 12 next off the gate.
We got a nice lineup here also. Once again, it's a 21 out of Wallen, Australia, Rowdy Rabones.
On the 26 out of Cambridge, it is going to be Nico Verhoeven.
On the 30, by the way, of Conroe, Texas, KTMX is Ichiro Miwa.
On the 38, the KTM out of Bastrop, Texas, is Liam Levering.
By the way, of Pruitt, Texas, on his Gas 73, Kyler Pruitt.
The KTM rider out of Kemp, Texas, is the 401 of Cora Kinney.
Out of Tyler, Texas, on his Husqvarna, it's the 613, Lucas Harrison.
All right, so that's the riders out on their sight lap right now here in the 85. This is 9 to 12 class riders. Again, Mini E Open riders, race 17, lining up for their heat race.
Almost kind of makes you think about how many riders have really not ridden Supercross before.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it really is starting to be a minority of riders because there's so many places around the country that have multiple types of tracks. I think even from the 50cc class, you're seeing riders that are either riding arena cross or supercross or something like that. So it's really kind of taken over.
You know, every discipline of motorcycle you do enhances your overall skills. You know, I started off short track, then enduros, then cross country, then got into moto, and each one of them is exciting. I mean, we do it because we love it. It's fun. But, you know, like you said, riding enduros, you're out there at a 30-mile loop. You can't turn around and go back to the pits. So you learn how to ride in that stuff, just like we're saying, the mud.
That's it.
Get your butt over the rear, get that traction.
You got no choice unless you want to walk a long way. Yeah, that's become very, very popular with a lot of the moto guys in New England. A lot of the guys, especially as they get a little up here in years when they don't really want to hang out those big jumps. That enduro and sprint enduro stuff is right up their alley.
Well, you know, I tell the guys, I said, man, you get a chance to really learn your bike. You ride it for an hour. You know, I love moto, but say if you ride one class, you ride 4 laps of practice, then your first moto is whatever, 2-3 hours, then for another 4 laps, you've been there 10 or 12 hours, you're riding 12 laps. But,
Yeah.
you know, ride, you know, another class, but do some different disciplines. All right, here we go. 85cc 9 and 12 out of the gate, race 16.
And that looks like Nico Verhoeven on the 26 KTM, gritting the whole shot.
And I think he's got KTM help, I would believe. I was looking at his jersey and at all the indications, yeah, he's doing that. And
Well, he's also got Tamer as a on board. All right, so underway here in the 85, 9 to 12. 26 of Verhoeven holding the lead.
oh, we got a screen we can watch? Nah.
All right, so leader's working through the inside rhythm section. We're going to watch for your leader to come out of that whoop section. There he is on the 26. Looks like Rabona's on the 21 into third. Liam Levering on the 38, moving up to fourth now.
I'm glad I could help you, Shed. And the 401. Go ahead.
Oh no, we got a battle now for that position. The 21 of Rabones and the 38 of Levering. They were side by side coming out of the whoop section. White flag is out.
Yeah, we got one lap to see what's going to happen with these two guys.
Yeah, it looked like Rabone's got a little bit better run out of the whoop section, and that was what gave him that little bit of gap, but the 38 not giving up. Levering going to continue to charge. And there you go, the 30 of Ichiro Miwa, rounding out your top 5 still here on the final lap. So Mini E Open next off the gate.
Mini E Open. And the leader with one turn to go. Checker flag is out for the 26th, by the way, at Cambridge, New Zealand. Nico Verhoeven grabs the whole shot, takes the win. And second place out of Pruitt, Texas, is Kyler Pruitt. And still going. Looks like Liam has passed the 21 of Rabones. Rabones goes to the inside. And it's going to be Levering by just a wheel, actually. And the 401, Cora Kinney. And on the sidelines, our super scorer, Stephanie. Keeping it tight, keeping it right, because nobody else can add it like she can. Okay, it looks like I got the word. We'll take about a 15-minute intermission after Mini E Open, which is coming up on the track right now.
Yeah, gonna give the about 10-15 minutes here for them to touch up the track. So about 15 minutes between Mini E Open and when we get ready to drop the gate on the first of our main event rides, Schoolboy 2.
Yep, followed by Mini Senior 12 to 15. That's main event 2, main event 3, Micro 3 Open, 4 to 8 shaft drive. Main event 4, Event Open, Women's 12 plus, and then main event 5 is Open A Pro Sport, Open B, and Schoolboy War.
So Mini E Open riders working through their sight laps here. This is who's coming out to do battle here in the Mini E on the number 3. That is going to be the rider out of Victorville, California, Aria Alessi.
On the 6, Cobra out of Victorville, California, the sister Mavis Alessi.
On the Cobra ride out of Knox, Pennsylvania, the 26 is Cade Swartzfager.
On the 100 out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, out of Gas, Nick Black.
And coming to us out of Smithville, Texas on the 594, Callahan Russo.
And on the 135, Malachi Stamper rounds out race 17. Quit talking about us.
15 minutes. So again, Mini E Open, getting ready to go off the gate here. We're wrapping up the sight lap.
Lexi. Lexi's got new graphics. If you need service for your RV, motorhome, the septic people are on location. Just step out, wave them down, and they will take care of your stuff.
All right, underway here with the Mini E.
What we got there, Mr. D?
Let's take a look. And that looks like the 594 Callahan Russo with the whole shot.
All right. Shed Garcia's account out front. Callahan Russo on the 594 Cobra. By the way, of Smithville, Texas. I think, is that the 100 of Nick? I think it's the 100 of Nick Black, I believe. We'll get Don with his super eyes. Nope. 26, Cade Swapbagger. So now we just got to remember green wheels. Like one of our riders, Trip Bruton's got pink wheels on his.
That's why I love when parents buy unique colored helmets for their kids. It's
Well,
like
it
the 6 of Alessi in third.
Nice.
So Mavis Alessi third. Looks like Aria Alessi running fourth on the number 3. And there's the 100 of Nick Black rounding out your top 5. Yeah, one year, JP, it was the nightmare of all nightmares for announcers. 8 parents in the 50 class bought their kids white Arai helmets. All white, everyone on the gate.
I mean, that really helps us out when the guy's got a neon yellow, neon orange helmet. You know, he's in the track.
It's like Malachi Stamper on the 135 in that 6th spot, working through the start turn again. Yeah, they'd all go off into the far side of the track, and it was like, okay, That's the guy with the white helmet out front. Well, it looks like it's still the 594 of Russo, solid in command here, but the 26 of Schwartzweger not going away. He's right there. So again, this is the last of our heat race half races. We're going to get into the main events. There will be a 15-minute break between the heats and the main, so we can touch up the track a little bit. We'll be calling you guys out when it's time. Actually, we're going to be calling you guys out all week. We're just going to keep on calling you out. That's it. So Mavis and Aria Alessi running in third and fourth. And Aria going to have some pressure here. The 100 of Nick Black staying right on the rear tire. And it looks like the leader, Callahan Russo, needs to check his transponder. 594 is not reading correctly, so if you are within the sound of my voice, Callahan Russo's parents, make sure you charge up that transponder.
And he's your accountant? And Callahan Russo still out front. Not by far.
No, he's not getting away from the 26 of Schwartzweger, that's for sure. He is keeping him honest.
I think the Swartz wants to swat him. And that white flag is out. 1 lap remaining. Heat 17. Mini E open 4-8.
All right, the 100 now. Nick Black able to make that move into fourth. So that is going to put the 3 of Aria Alessi into fifth. All right, so working the final lap here for the Mini E Open. The silent assassins, as it were.
It was so funny. We were, I think Freestone was the first motocross track to have the Mini E bikes. I think what was it, 7 or was our first year? First race? Yeah.
Oh, this was close here. The 594 got a little sideways, but able to hold on. So Callahan Russo with the win. 26 of Paige Schwartzweger in second. And we are looking for the number 6 ride of Mavis Alessi to hang on to third.
There she is.
And looking like it's going to be Nick Black and Aria Alessi fourth and fifth. So we are going to take about 15 minutes, touch up the track before we get into the main event half. Schoolboy 2 is Moto 1 in the main event half, followed by Mini Senior. So we'll call you guys down in a time-appropriate manner. But again, make sure you're listening in so we can make sure you do not miss the call to get down there.
Gold leaf number plates for the number 1. That's the inside information I heard. Go for the gold. Hey, always check your transponders. Make sure the green light is on. Keep them charged when you're not riding. Don't be a Joe. Hey, he made me do that. I wouldn't do that to you, Joe.
All right, so it looks like the track prep is completed over here on the Supercross track. So we need riders over to staging here for the Supercross main event half. Once again, track work is complete. Riders, make your way over to the Supercross track. Schoolboy 2, you are Moto 1. You need to line up. Schoolboy 2, Moto 1 in the main event half. You need to be lining up. Mini Senior, race 2 in the second half in staging. And Micro 3, 4 to 8, race 3 in the second half down to pre-staging. So once again, track work is complete here on the Supercross track. Make your way over to staging if you're in the first 3 motos, as we are going to get underway with the main event half. Once again, track work is complete. Make your way over to the Supercross track if you're in those first 3 motos. Schoolboy 2, you are lining up on the gate. Mini Senior 12 to 15 in staging. Micro 3, 4 to 8 shaft drive in pre-staging.
Yeah, hey, also just a quick reminder of the pits. It has obviously been windy all day, and the wind is going to pick up this afternoon and get a little stronger. Check out the American and Lone Star State flag. But be sure you batten down all your hatches. Make sure your easy ups are completely secure. So be sure and secure your pits, please, because the wind is going to pick up this afternoon. White Towel Racing. Well, race number 1 in the heat race, as they are loading in the gate, Don, it was all get down Gage Brown. Logan Ash, I think, finished 4th, I believe. Rotardi finished 2nd. Westbrook in 3rd, I believe. Or Westbrook may have went to 2nd. I don't recall.
It was those 3 battling up front, that's for sure.
Yes. I know Ash was on the Kawasaki, was back in 4th position. That I do know for a fact. And our winners, our national champion Supercross winners, will need to pull off the track and head to the podium to see our esteemed Texas Motocross legendary announcer, J.P. Parsons, will be handling the podium. So if you win the class, your main event winner, pull over to the podium just to the right, just to the left of the staging area. You will see the podium, and that is where you'll meet Mr. J.P. Parsons, the mouth of the South.
So again, Schoolboy 2 is lining up. Schoolboy 2 riders, you should be on the gate for the first race in the main event half.
And if you're just pulling in, you can tune in to 88.3 on your FM channel, or you can go to trackcast.tv. Trackcast.tv. That's what I told him, Chris. Trackcast.tv is where you can watch the online broadcast. You can watch it on the website, or you can click the YouTube link that trackcast.tv has supplied to watch it. So spread the word, and that'll be the station and channel and broadcast on the website that you can watch the motocross event starting tomorrow throughout Sunday.
All week long, live streaming action here from Freestone.
Well, Don,
how far have we come, Sham?
Yeah.
From having to wait until Cycle News came out to figure out what happened around the country, to now, right as it happens, you're just right there live watching it.
You know, and Cycle News was weekly. If you wanted motocross action or dirt rider or dirt bike, you'd wait 1 month. Yeah, we have come a long way in a short amount of time thanks to
Yep.
social media and protons and neutrons and molecules.
There you go.
Well, is it going to be Gage Brown on the YZ125 securing the hole shot, or will Westbrook or Rotarde step up on the 250Fs and secure turn number 1,
You know,
Don?
I got a feeling that we're going to look at the 18 out of that first turn first, but I don't think that's going to take too long for Gage Brown to work his way right up to the front. Just, it's going to be a little bit less power off that start. There's not much you can do about that.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Little sight lap here.
So sight laps underway here in the Schoolboy 2.
Well, we've got a little water on the track. It's going to be slick out there, Don. You can see right now some of the soil coming off of the frame and the tires.
Well, that's good, though. Slick is good.
Yeah.
For us.
For us, the announcers.
Okay, maybe not so good if you're racing. I mean, I can only speak from my own standpoint.
You give it about 10 minutes. The sun is now popping out, the wind. Get a couple laps in, and the track is going to shape right back up.
Say,
So once again, for all you racers, we are going to take the main event winner to the podium right here at this Supercross track. We've got a makeshift podium with a banner, champagne bottle, NMA #1 gold plate, National Supercross champion, and JP Parsons will be handling the podium interviews. Brown not getting a great jump out of the gate here, Don. And it looks like it's going to be the 17 of Rotarde with the hole shot. Brown in second. Westbrook back there in third. Rotarde doing the triple. Brown, check it out. Brown knifes to the inside and makes a beautiful pass, Don.
wasting no time.
Rotarde tripled and Brown doubled and then singled and the knife to the inside and just made a quick pass.
You know, sometimes that big jump is not always going to be the most advantageous to you.
Well, it's the old rule of thumb and the old adage, wheels on the ground means you're moving forward. Wheels in the air may not mean you're moving forward as quick. Gage Brown, get down Gage Brown, large in the charge here of this Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17 age group. Ahead of Rotarde, Westbrook, Logan Ash on the 100, Jamin Wilkie, bike number 30. Oh, you just missed Rotarde doing a Travis Pastrana wheelie through the sand section.
That's the way to do it if you can. So working through the laps here for the riders in the Schoolboy 2. All right, Brown hammering that sand section there.
Rotarde still there in second out of Browns Valley, California. Francisco, number 17. has this track dialed in, Don. He looks really well.
Yeah, I noticed both him and Gage Brown really got that finish line jump. You can see him tapping the brake, a little gas, kind of steer that bike in the air a little bit.
Lower that front end a hair. And here comes the 100 of Logan Ash out of Valley Springs, California, the 15-year-old. Sponsored by Liat, Vision, MX Clinic, Micah Metals, Guts Racing. Big shout out to our presenting sponsor, Guts. Guts Gripper Seats.
And Brown all the way to the top of that berm there. Just carving the lines in.
He looks solid, Don.
So clicking off the laps, looks like everybody pretty well established in the spot where they are on the track. Brown out front, Rodarte in second, Blaine Westbrook, and the 100 of Logan Ash. That's your top four here running as they are. Brown continuing to click off the fast laps out front here. Once again, Mini Senior 12 to 15 going to be next off the gate. Micro 3 shaft drive riders, you should be in staging. And race 4, Vet Open and Women's 12 Plus down to pre-staging. Brown working that inside rhythm section before the sand. He's got a line where he triples into that turn. He's been using pretty consistently.
It's really a walk in the park for Gage Brown.
Yeah, that early move really set the tone. Once he'd made that move and just started to sprint, kind of, you know, you hear him talking about it, you just break the guy.
Yeah.
The guy's like, all right, well, I'm going to race for second place now because you're going to do that. I don't have his spirit left to chase you.
What was impressive is how he checked up, double, single, cut knife to the inside, and just executed the pass quickly, wasting no time to get out front. Rotarde still there in second. Francisco out of Browns Valley, California.
Oh, Westbrook busting out the triple there.
Did he launch the triple?
Yeah, not much faster though, unfortunately, again, because you really have to get it just right to soak up that single and not lose your momentum, and I think that's kind of what happened to him.
I talked to Westbrook about 20 minutes ago and asked him about that. He goes, it's really kind of simple. He goes, it's not real hard. It's a little intimidating, but it's not real hard.
Yeah, distance-wise, you got a good lift out of the turn. I would just think it's that single after that is maybe giving people pause.
Yeah. Gage Brown launching the triple. He has now put Logan Ash a triple. He has now put Logan Ash a lap down.
Yep.
That tells you what kind of speed Get Down Gage Brown is carrying as he's cranking that Altus Blue Crew Yamaha wide open here on that YZ125. And listen how crisp that bike is. They've got that jetted completely perfect.
That is music to my ears, Shane. Music. Music. For about 5 or 6 years, my ringtone was Ricky Carmichael hitting the whoops on that RM250 that he had. It was just perfect.
Perfect ringtone,
Oh,
Don.
absolutely. Kind of got a few looks askance. Oh,
Don.
absolutely. Kind of got a few looks askance when it went off in a meeting at work, but
Yeah. Oh, well.
everybody at the track understood.
Those employees were just jealous that
That's
you get
it.
to announce motocross.
Too cool for that.
That is right. It is the 100 of Logan Ash on the Kawasaki up and over the finish line tabletop, but we're going to take you back to Get Down Gage Brown here on the TrackCast TV, TrackCast.tv screen. On the TrackCast TV, TrackCast.tv screen. Brown just manualing through these rhythm sections here, Don. You see those 7 MX banners there in the background. Of course, James Stewart will be here on Thursday. That's the big news.
Nice.
James Stewart will be here. He's confirmed he'll be here on Thursday.
Awesome.
And Thursday evening, after the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, James Stewart is going to have a track breakdown at the pavilion on the big screen. So all the racers need to come
nice.
there, and James Stewart will help break down the track on a video. He knows a thing or two about getting around this track. He had that epic. He knows a thing or two about getting around this track. He had that epic battle with Ryan Dungey in 2012.
So say, if memory serves, that guy knows a few things about Freestone.
That's right.
I gotta tell you, I'm really enjoying his part of the broadcast. I think he brings in a different element. I mean, a lot of people, I guess, give RC a hard time, but you know what? The guy is doing a great job.
Sure.
And having James there, I think it actually kind of loosens Ricky up a little bit, and they kind of have a chance to
Laugh
talk a little bit more about their rivalry and what it meant to them for things, and that's just great input.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It probably does loosen RC up a little bit, so it's not. When you can get in there with a good announcer and you can elbows verbally and
Yep.
you can laugh a little bit and have a good time, it makes the announcing better. You kind of de-stress.
Well, and here's the thing a lot of people forget about when you're announcing a national supercross. You've got a producer talking in your ear the whole time. So you've got to concentrate on what you're saying and listen to what they want you to say
Sure.
next. So it's not as easy as it seems, folks.
I did that with Irv Braun at the old Texas Stadium, no, AT&T Stadium, I believe, for the Dallas Supercross. Irv let me sit in with him for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I got it. I mean, I understood at that point. Like, you're not just calling a race.
No.
You've got the producers in the ear going, Irv, Shan, we're going to a commercial break in 3, 2, 1.
Punch this, punch that. We got
That's
this.
right.
Someone coming in with an interview. It's not
yeah.
easy. I have to say, I really do enjoy the podcast that he does with Villapoto there, Title 24, because you really get a chance for them to kind of long form break it down. And
Sure.
I enjoy that.
You know, and you've been announcing a long time. I've been announcing a long time. I've learned a long time ago you don't really pick on the announcers because everybody has a little bit of a mistake here and there, but everybody brings their own style, their own form, and not everybody's perfect. Not everybody's gonna be the cream of the crop, so to speak.
Right. Well, you know, Gage Brown is as close to perfect as you can get because the white flag is out. He just lapped second place.
Yes, he is lapping Rotarde now.
That is ridiculous.
Rodarte. Chris Huddle and our NMA referee, and JP Parsons, the mouth of the South, be handling our podium interviews for our class champion, 2026 National Motorcycle Association Supercross National Champion is going to be Get Down Gage Brown here in the Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17, barring any unforeseen crazy circumstance over the next 25
Lightning
seconds.
strike.
Don, take it down. I'm going to bring the mic over to JP.
Yeah, one more run through the sand section, and that's going to be the checkered flag for the Altus Motorsport Blue Crew Yamaha Dunlop Enzo 100% Guts Racing ride. Gage Brown takes the win. Francisco Rodarte and 18 to Blaine Westbrook going to bring it around second and third. And that is going to do it for Schoolboy 2. So we're looking to grab Brown over to the podium here. Chuck son.
Gage Brown, come on down. Door number 1. Remember, riders, if you win your class, come to the podium and get your just desserts. See you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are down at the winner's circle for the first race of our Supercross of the James Stewart Spring Championship. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So what do you think, man? You're the first guy to win the first trophy that we're going to give to you in just a few moments, Gage. And so, what do you think about the track?
The track's good. Since our first moto, it's a little slick, but it's been pretty good all day.
And obviously, it sounds like the bike's really ripping, doing good. Tell us a little bit about that and who's helping.
Yeah, my bike's been great. Alta's got it dialed in. I want to thank Ed, Jordan, Moose, 100% Bell, GYTR, ODI, ASV, my mom, my dad, my aunts, my uncles, my me and Papa, Grandma and Papa, and my trainer Tommy Hahn and Underground MX.
I tell you what, you have got a great foundation. You got so many supporters. Well deserved after all the years of you racing. It's so cool to see you up here, and I just want to congratulate you, man, for the #1 plate. What's that #1 plate? Come on down here, Chris Huddle. With the gold leaf. You're the first one to get one of those, Gage. How cool, man. You're #1. Give that to Mama. Hey, hold it up. Layton's got to have that photo, too, for his archives. All right, well, congratulations once again. We'll see you in a little bit, buddy.
All right, so underway in the Mini Senior, the 100. Talon Hill grabs the whole shot. He just went down and gave it up. So Hill was on his way out front to sprint away from the field. Went down in that right-hander there. And that looks like it's going to be the 194, Cash Tucker, taking over the lead. On the inside, the 94, Jackson Wright trying to take it away. So Cash Tucker, Jackson Wright, Kyler Pruitt, the top 3. The number 9, Hopkins in 4th. And Austin Bolts rounding out the top 5. The 100 of Talon Hill went from 1st to 6th. One mistake put him way back. And this battle is not going to loosen up at all. Wright trying the inside, trying the outside, trying anywhere. Different lines coming out of the whoop section. Nice move on the inside. Looks like Wright going to make the pass. We'll see if Tucker can answer back quickly. No. So Jackson Wright makes a move out front. Oh! Block pass on Tucker. Tucker takes him all the way to the top of the berm and takes the top spot back.
What a race, Don.
No love lost there.
Pruitt sitting back there in 3rd going, what is happening in front of me?
I'll tell you what, he's in the right spot. These guys keep playing cat and mouse. Pruitt's going to have a chance to get them both. Looks like it's still Adrian Hopkins hanging on to 4th. And they've broken away from the rest of the field. Top 4 are broken away from the rest of the field here. 5th place hitting that option triple now. That looks like it's still Austin Bowles on the 116 Yamaha. And look at this side by side again coming out of the whoop section. They use the same lines. This time around, the 94 steps on, tries to get to the inside again. Not able able to make it work this time. See if he repays the favor on the block pass. Doesn't have the track position. So good battle out front. Cash Tucker and Jackson Wright duking it out for the top spot here.
Yeah, the 194 and the 94. Man, you got to wish Aiden McKitty was out there too, Don. The 129, the micro
Yeah,
missile, got a few laps in practice and not going to be a factor here race time.
Unfortunately.
Pruitt back there in third, Jackson Wright, Talon Hill, Austin Bowles. Of course, Adrian Hopkins, number 9. But they're still getting after it here.
Oh, absolutely. Every single turn, these guys are throwing it. This section right here, different lines. You'll notice the 194 goes inside, and it puts them on the outside here. And Wright trying to take it, can't quite make the move.
Man, there's nothing more Cash Tucker would like to do than to reward Troy Lee Designs, 100% Still Horse Racing, Straight Line Motorsports and Company with a Supercross Mini Senior National Champion Gold NMA plate.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to say thanks to those sponsors.
And he is on his way to doing it. He is being pressured hard by Jackson Wright, but so far he has run a flawless main event.
Well, and this is what it is too. There's a section of the track coming out of the start turn where it looks like Tucker really just has the right line because he pulls a gap. Then they come to the inside, and when it tightens up, it looks like Wright is able to get back on his rear fender.
They both got pieces of the track where they...
Oh, yeah. Now watch the whoop section because this is where it seems like Wright is able to pick up some position. Little quicker that time around didn't get the run out of it. But still, much closer coming out of that section now than he was.
And Tucker holding that inside line.
Well, this is the thing. Look at this. The 73 of Pruitt now is closing up on these guys. So
You're absolutely
I don't know if
right.
maybe they're slowing each other down or Pruitt's going faster. But he's coming.
He is coming. You're bringing up a point. Sometimes when you're back there in third and the other guys are monkeying with each other, as you know, you're back there and it gives you incentive.
And not only that, but you don't got to worry about anybody. You can just run as fast as you want, pick whatever line you want.
Do your own thing, so to speak. Kyler Pruitt, you cannot take him out of the equation here.
No, definitely not.
This is our lead for the mini senior 12 to 15. It's Cash Tucker out front, followed by Jackson Wright and Kyler Pruitt, 1, 2, and 3. Pruitt just about 2 seconds behind. And I love the fact that Cash Tucker and Jackson Wright, they're carrying the same speed.
Yeah. I mean, there really is very little difference between their speed. It's just coming down to who can hit the smoothest. So, Micro 3, 4 to 8 shaft drive next off the gate. Vet Open and Women's 12 Plus, you should be in staging. And Open A, Pro Sport, Open B, and Schoolboy 1 down in pre-staging.
What a battle here. Big battle, which is your top 3, JP. Big time battle. And right now it is all Cash Tucker keeping a very hard charging Jackson Wright at bay, Don Collings.
All right, let's see if they can get some different line selection here. Because look at this, the 73 of Pruitt is closing. We can end up with 3 riders in the same turn here, Shan.
No, you're absolutely right. Jackson Wright is all over the rear fender in that bowl berm just leading into the the whoop section. And Wright has no choice. He's got to start taking those outside lines, which he's doing. He just has no choice. And here comes Kyler Pruitt out of Pittsburgh, Texas, home with the Pittsburgh Hot Links.
Pretty equally matched in the sand.
What a fantastic main event here in this mini senior 12 to 15 age group.
And it's been a game of inches.
Pruitt is going to have to find another gear if he wants to get up there and really make something of it.
Yeah, he's going to have to really send it down this far side section.
But you know what? Give it up to Cash Tucker. He is not cracked under pressure.
No, and he's had a bunch. And Wright was able to actually get by him on lap 1, but he immediately passed him back. And that is so key. Do not let that guy get away.
Big shout out to Adrian Hopkins, number 9, as well as Talon Hill, Austin Bowles, and of course Aiden McKitty. Not a factor here in the heat race nor main event. He got hurt during practice. I do not know the extent of hurt, but I know that he's not out there. And I was told that he may have hurt himself. Here we go. Kyler Pruitt now closing in on third, but so far, John, it is Cash Tucker, the 194, holding on, going through the sand rollers, the sand whoops, into that hard bank left berm.
And checkered flag is out. The 194 Cash Tucker on the Troy Lee Designs KTM takes the win. Jackson Wright and the 73 of Kyler Pruitt, second and third. What a great race that was. Those guys went at it.
Chuck Son. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are down at the winner's circle at the podium. Race number 2. Mini Senior, 12 to 15. Well, hey, here I am right here beside you, buddy. Congratulations on the win. Hold on. Doing a little motoing myself. Congratulations on the win. Saw you last weekend at Cycle Ranch. You're looking good. Tell us a little bit about the track. Tell you what you think about the track.
Yeah, the track's pretty fun. It's just a little bit slippery, so you got to be patient with trying to gas too hard. And I like the whoops. It is like more of a separator. But yeah, overall the track's pretty good.
Well, you definitely had a great race with the other rider, and man, congratulations on the win. Tell us a little bit about your sponsors and who else helping you get here.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Troy Lee Designs, Sean Hackley, Motivated, FMF, JM Racing, Pro Taper, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, Guts Racing, and that's it.
Well, you got a great group behind you. Congratulations on the win. We'll look forward to seeing you throughout the week, and good ride. Let Chris Huddle give you that number 1 plate. Hold it up high. Let's get those photos, guys. We're live on YouTube. And taking the first place is Cash Tucker.
All right, so we've got Micro 3 4-8 shaft drive riders working their sight lap. We will line them back up in the gate here momentarily. So we're waiting for the rest of the Micro 3 shaft drive riders to finish out their sight laps here. So lining up the riders back down there in the gate. All right, gate it down. Looks like it's going to be the number 6. That is Mavis Alessi out front with the whole shot. I was going to say, wow, where have we heard that before? Alessi with the whole shot.
We heard that for the better part of 22 years between Jeff and Mike Alessi and the whole shot artists they were. And
it's genetic.
yeah, little sister here doing an outstanding job as
Oh, she goes down.
Oh, the announcer's jinx.
Oh, went down on the top of that. Look like she got a little bit of a bounce.
She's getting it back up. She's got the bike back up. She's going to mount it. Here she goes. She's taking off.
Yep.
She's good.
So
Tony, she's all good. She's all
one
good.
spot.
She's back at it.
Yep, just lost one spot.
Noah Black, Bryson Bell, Araya Alessi.
So it looks like it's going to be the 26 taking over the top spot. Bell out front. So Bryson Bell, rider out of Cheshire, Connecticut, on the 6D FXR 100% land and sea ride, holding the top spot here. There's the 6 of Mavis Alessi back up and running in second. Apparently somebody wants their child to go. Noah Black on the number 7 around in third.
Yep, out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Mom and Dad, Ladworks, Hex Moto, and Jones and Roman MX. So not too bad here for Noah Black.
454 running in that 4th spot.
That is Little Galvin, Cruz Galvin's little brother. Yeah, we don't have him on our sheet, do we? All right, late entry.
So yeah, I think Galvin signed up after they printed our sheets. It happens. And it looks like the number 3 of Aria Alessi going to round out your top 5. Follow the battle for the lead here as the 26 of Bryson Bell trying to get away out front. Hang on to that lead. Oh, here we go. Mavis Alessi around the outside. This is the battle for the lead through that inside rhythm section.
She is bringing the speed here, Don.
Oh, yeah. Side by side into the sand. Bell a little bit better run through there. He's going to go to the inside. Nice move. He covered that inside line. I think he realized that Alessi was going to try to get to the inside on him. So good battle here. Micro 3 throwing it down.
Yeah, Bryson Bell out of Connecticut being pressured now by Alessi.
All right, battle for the lead coming down that left-hand side. Again, Alessi trying to set it up into that bowl turn. Right there on the rear tire.
Oh, man, she is so close to making the pass here on Bryson Bell.
That's the section where she had a little trouble. Doesn't seem like it's bothering her at all now, so going to continue to try to battle for that top spot.
Here comes Galvin, Cruz Galvin's little brother, 454. Always great to have the Galvin family out trackside.
Oh, Alessi goes down again.
She makes one little mistake and drops that bike in that inside rut.
You know, I think she tried to get farther to the inside and might have cross-rutted. None
Yeah.
of those PW50s, you just can't. You can't ride out of that cross rut, unfortunately. So now the 26 of Bryson Bell just needs to ride smart. Don't make mistakes. He's going to be in a good spot. So Bryson Bell, Mavis Alessi 1 and 2, still the 7 and Noah Black in third. Galvin running fourth, and Aria Alessi rounding out the top 5. All right, so lead is down that left-hand side again. Bell maintains the gap. And Alessi has had the speed to close the gap on him.
She's coming again.
Got to minimize those mistakes.
She is coming again. Tick
Yep.
tock, tick tock.
Yeah, it's just a question of time there, buddy. So there's your leader now out of the whoop section. And again, the gap shortens. Oh, down again. So the number 6 really pushing the edge hard, and unfortunately, it's cost her a couple times now.
Well, here comes our leader, Bryson Bell. The white flag has been pulled. So Bell out of Cheshire, Connecticut. Cheshire, Connecticut.
Here you go, white flag. So Bryson Bell, Mavis Alessi 1 and 2. It looks like it's still Noah Black on the 7 hanging on to 3rd. Mavis Alessi having a good time out there. I could hear her shouting over here. So Bell looking to bring it home here on the final lap. Grab himself a number 1 plate. NMA Supercross champion. Bring that home to New England and show all your friends back there. All right, you lead her through the sand one final time. Oh, down on the top of that hill. He is in a bad spot. He's got to get back on the bike and get over that hill. He does. Muscles that bike up. Checkered flag race win for the 26 of Bryson Bell. And he decided to give his dad a heart attack there 5 feet from the finish. Solid run from Mavis Alessi. She was pushing hard. You could tell just the mistakes ended up kind of biting her. Noah Black will hang on to 3rd, it looks like. But what a great battle for the lead there between Alessi and Bell. And we'll send it over to the podium. Chuck son.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Race number 3, the main event winner, number 26 out of Cheshire, Connecticut. A little drive for you guys. Well, man, I tell you what, Bryson, congratulations. We're winning the first little micro race. So, how does it feel?
Good.
Yeah, so what did you think about that supercross track?
It was sketchy. The last lap I fell, but I picked myself up and I saved it at all, and I still win.
I know. I was listening to the announcers talk about you. I go, okay, man. He's on the finish line, man. He's on cruise mode. He's gonna make it right in there. And then and everybody's heart rate went up like this, and going, oh my gosh. But what a great recovery. Congratulations on that. I know there's some people.
My mom, my dad, my sister, 60, FXR, Dumlop, Landon C, Boss Suspension, and everyone else.
Congratulations. Right now, I'm going to have Chris Huddle, our anime ref, hand you that #1 plate. Hold it up high with Brian. Y'all get these great photos. Bryson Bell, race number 3. That is our overall champion with the gold leaf plaque. Hey, Dan. Here, you guys. There's the bag to put it in. Here, put it in his bag. That way Eagle can protect it. Oh, okay. Hey, this is Mavis. You want to take your helmet off, or you want to talk to your helmet? What's up? I'm good with you. Whatever you would like to do. Okay, well, that's better right there. Well, Mavis, welcome to Freestone Raceway. Welcome to Texas. So what do you think? You having fun? Tell us about your race.
Yeah.
Yes, did you like the track?
Yeah.
How did your bike run?
Good.
Was there one part of the track you liked better than the other parts of the track? Tell us about that a little bit.
Sand section.
So you like the sand section? I like that too, man. Sand section's always fun, you know, and of course if you fall, it's soft, but you don't want to fall. But anyways, congratulations on second place, and we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the day. I know there's some people you want to thank. Who's that? Well, I got to tell you a little story. I've been doing this for a few races, a long time. I interviewed Uncle Mike many times. So anyways, welcome to the winner's circle. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you this week.
Hey, before we load here, we got Callahan Russo up. Callahan, let's talk congratulations on that Supercross at Arlington Stadium and AT&T Stadium in Arlington. Congratulations on that Supercross your challenge main event win. How did that feel, buddy?
It felt really fun, and I was glad I could do that.
How many times did you get to practice Supercross leading up to that race?
I got to practice that like several times at the Hudson Shorts house.
And Hudson give you a little some pointers?
Yep.
How about your sponsors? Who would you like thanking? First and foremost, what an incredible deal. There's so many kids that do not get invited to that KTM Junior Supercross Challenge. The ones that do, only one gets to win. You were the winner. The sponsors that helped you out.
My mom, my dad, and my grandpa for taking me to the track. The Short family for letting me ride the farm. And Easy Designs and Gibbs Moto.
It's Callahan Russo words with Callahan Russo, your AT&T Stadium Dallas Supercross champion on the KTM Junior class about 2 weeks ago. Don, let's take you back up to the gate drop.
That is awesome to hear. Sounds like he had a good time. All right, looks like the 38 of Isla Phillips with the whole shot here for Women's 12 Plus and Vet Open.
Yeah, Don, and if you remember, she made the pass on Roy Mitchell in the heat race to move along to upset the vets and the rest of the women. So Isla Phillips out of St. George, Utah, on her way here in this main event. She's already opened up about a 2.5 second gap over, I believe that might be Haley Johnson, the 95.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Could be Sabrina Ritzer back in. Well, maybe not Sabrina Ritzer. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the 270 of Mitchell, your leader in the vet.
Okay. That would make sense. Mitchell on the KTM. There's the 379 of Alana O'Brien. So she is back there in the 4th position, 3rd out in the women's 12 plus class.
Oh, a little run through the sand section for the 73. Sabrina Risla pulling right past the 257 of Clark. Looks like the 63 Kylie Hayes is going to move up into the top 5. So right now it's Isla Phillips, the 95 of Haley Johnson, 379 Alana O'Brien, the 73 of Sabrina Rizlet, and the 63 of Kylie Hayes, top 5. That is for the women's class. Vet Open, Roy Mitchell and Justin Popke running 1 and 2.
And we are on board with TrackCast.tv. Your leader, the 38 of Isla Phillips. There's a beautiful aerial shot, Don, on our screen here to show Freestone County Raceway, the Supercross track here in the opening field. And it is Phillips through the rhythm section, just approaching the finish line tabletop. She is all alone, Don. She is separated from Johnson and the rest of the field. And Roy Mitchell, the 3rd place rider out on the track, is our leader here in this Vet Open class.
Yeah, you know, that actually might be a good thing for the rider in 2nd in the women's class. If you get the 270 starting to pressure, she's going to feel like, hey, I don't know who this is, but I got to go. So that'll help to push the pace for her a little bit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
All right, looks like the 63 of Kylie Hayes going to make the move to 4th as she gets around the 73 of Sabrina Rizlet.
There is Lex Clark, the 257 on the Beer Brothers. Renan FMF ASV ODI Ethica backed ride. Just ahead of the 28 of Carissa Kinsey out of Coppers Cove, Texas.
And hey, shout out, attention in the pits, all riders. If you did not already pick up your eScore transponder, please go to registration and pick one up. If you're not racing Supercross, you may still need to pick up your transponder for the rest of the week. So anyone out there in the pits that does not have an eScore transponder, get over to the registration and get that taken care of.
Man, our leader here, Isla Phillips out of St. George, Utah, the 38, just on another level here in this women's 12-plus class.
Yeah, she's really got it all dialed in there. Very comfortable looking.
Yep, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place trophies are at the tower for all of our amateur racers here for this Supercross program. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place trophies. You get your championship plate up here at the podium, but if you get your trophies, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place down at the tower at the Stasic Registration Tower.
All right, looks like your leader getting ready to put some riders' laps down.
Here is Haley Johnson, the 95, out of Motley, Minnesota, making her way through. And here comes the 270, our leader in the Vet Open, Roy Mitchell. That wind is something else, Don. You know it's affecting some of these riders.
Yeah, it's got to be.
There's Lana O'Brien, the 379. And here comes Justin Papke out of Kempner, Texas, the 40-year-old.
Yep, 2nd place rider in the Vet Open. And there is your 4th place rider in the women's, Kylie Hayes. Looks like the 73 of Sabrina Rizlet still rounding out the top 5 for that class.
And you're on board here with our leader, Isla Phillips, as she makes her way through the sand rhythm section, the sand whoops into the left-hand bowl berm. There is a double in, double out into the finish line tabletop. And she is just all alone, Dawn.
Yeah, so folks, don't forget, top 3 should go over to the podium here at the end of the Supercross race. The winner gets the number 1 plate, but you're all going to get that champagne to pop. So top 3 in the moto need to make their way to the podium. So the 38 of Phillips, the Amateur MX Team Flow Vision, Phoenix Handlebars, Dunlop, a Champions League No Toil ride, continuing to knock down the fast laps out front.
You know, like you watch number 63, Kylie Hayes, come through out of New Middleton, Ohio. She's crunching it. Kylie Hayes is absolutely flying out there, and you think, how can they go much faster? But then you got to know our leader, Isla Phillips, for 38, is just on another level here.
And you know, it's funny, if you watch her, there's certain sections of the track where she is definitely slowing up because she wants to be precise. And then you get those open spaces where she just hammers it. Right here in that start turn, she's going to lay down the wood.
What an incredible day so far of racing here for the Supercross format on this Tuesday. We've got an excellent amateur Supercross. This is a big amateur Supercross track layout.
It really
Don.
is.
I think there are 7 lanes, I believe. Phillips, meanwhile, still large and in charge here, in control. The number 38 on the white Husqvarna with the pink graphics has just decimated this track.
Yeah, so your leader running a 111 out there. This is a sizable Supercross track to have that much, time out there on the track.
Yeah. Oh, she's running every bit of top flight novice speed.
Yeah. White flag is out. So Isla Phillips continues to charge out front. There's Haley Johnson, your second place rider. Looking for the 379. Lana O'Brien still hanging on to third.
Okay, also, ladies and gentlemen, first, second, and third will get champagne bottles. Break out of my. That's okay. We can stock up. So first, second, and third will get champagne bottles. First, second, and third will get trophies. First place will get the gold leaf plaque, the championship plaque. So that's kind of the program right now. And
yeah, we're going to have the 38 Isla Phillips with the win in the women's 12 plus, and Roy Mitchell with the win in the Vet Open on the 270.
all right, here we are at the winner's circle. We'll give just a minute. For Miss Phillips to get her helmet off, catch her breath, doesn't look like breathing too hard. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. Tell us what you think about the track. It's the first time for us to have a track out here, out like this. Have you been here before?
Not here.
So you've been here, okay. Because I try to remember everybody's name and number, but there's so many that come through here. But anyways, congratulations on your win. Tell us about the track.
Thank you. It was good. I really like Supercross. It's really fun. All the doubles and stuff, and the whoops are my favorite, and everything's just perfect.
Well, you look good out there. You look strong. Congratulations. I know there's people that are in your corner that have helped you out a lot. Give us a rundown on that, Isla.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, the Lord for keeping me safe. 110 Racing, Phoenix Handlebars, Flow Vision, Grassroots Method, MXU, FMF, Amateur MX Team, Dunlop, 60, Blood Racing, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Well, you got that down pretty good. I'm going to get Chris Huddle, give you that number 1 plate and a bottle of champagne. And second and third, you guys got a bottle of champagne. Also, you'll have a trophy at registration. Not only a plaque, but a trophy, a class trophy. Congratulations. Oh, come scared. Roy Mitchell takes the win. Hey, man, so, hey, congratulations, first of all. Tell us, this is all new to us. Tell us what you thought about the track.
Track was great, to be honest. I had a lot of fun. It was technical. I expected it to be a little bit easier, to be honest. You guys didn't give us that, so it's fine. I had a great time. The future of the sport's in good hands. These women are fly. I guess. I can't keep up.
Well, you know, you hit it right on the point. I've seen more women in the last 6, 8, 10 years racing than ever, and they are hauling the mail. Congratulations to all the ladies that have entered our sport. It adds a lot to it. And like I said, congratulations. I know there's some people you want to thank.
Oh, yeah, definitely. My girlfriend, Sabrina, she was out there, number 73 with me, hopefully throwing some whips. Everybody back at work letting me take a day off and covering for me. FXR, they do good for me. FMF, Bill's Pipes, got me all the horsepower to jump, so it's a great time. I appreciate everybody.
All right, congratulations. Chris Huddle give you the #1 plate. You also get a trophy and a bottle of champagne. Put it in the bag. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Come on back, Roy. We got you, man. Good ride.
All right, good times down there on the podium. Underway with Schoolboy 1, Open B, and Open A Pro Sport. Gage Brown, the lone schoolboy rider out there. He is the leader in that class. Rodarte on the 17 out in front for the Open B. Jamie Wilkie and Jack Scramble second and third for the Open B. And, of course, Carter Cochran, your leader in the Open A Pro Sport.
And the European fans have launched the bullhorns for their favorite riders.
Gotta have that air horn, man.
That's right. It's not a victory without an air horn in life.
Although I have to say, we do things a little different up in New England. We bring chainsaws to the track.
Do you really? They light up the chainsaws?
Yes, just light that bad boy up. Southwick generally has 3 or 4 chainsaws in attendance.
Old Southwick.
Which, when you think about it, going to a sporting event, they like frisky and stuff, and you're just like walking in with a chainsaw. Hey, there's no chain on it.
Right.
Oh, there's no chain? Okay, you're all right then.
It's because you can't really harm anybody with a chainsaw unless you're part of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
There you go.
Gage Brown out front. Get down Gage Brown all alone in the Schoolboy 1, 12-17. He is besting the field here. It is Francisco Rodarte in the Open B 12+ leading Jamin Wilkie and Jack Screwball. And it is Carter Cochran out there, our lone wolf, in the Open A Pro Sport class. But Gage Brown, just extremely talented. He's got this amateur supercross track dialed in here, Don Collins. Enjoy your sandwich, buddy. We are going to be jumping right into race number 6. Coming up here momentarily, 65 10-11 and 65 7-9 age group. They'll be followed by the Micro 1 Junior 4-6 limited class, race number 7. And race number 8, Super Mini 12-16. Race number 8, Super Mini 12-16. You guys and girls need to make your way down to pre-staging here in about 5 minutes. Carter Cochran making his way through the sand whoops just behind Francisco Rodarte out of Browns Valley, California, number 17. Ooh, Carter Cochran, that 250F almost stepping out in front of Cochran. That was a little risky. Meanwhile, get down Gage Brown all alone out front. Here is the 30 machine on the Triumph. That's going to be Jamin Wilkie out of Moroni, Utah. And the Wortham winds have not disappointed us today, Don. It is windy here at Freestone.
It's a little breezy.
This will be it for the wind, though. I think today is the last windy day. The next 4 days, we've got a small percentage of rain.
Put the order in today for some no wind.
Put the order in today. Get it out of the way.
So Brown, Cochran, and Francisco Rodarte, that is your leaders in their respective classes.
Cochran reaching up there, readjusting his helmet. Not sure what he was doing. He did not pull a tear off.
Yeah, you know, it might be one of those ticks like we saw Stewart did that. He'd hit a big and he'd tug on the chin of his helmet.
Yeah.
And it was like sort of a tick that he had when he was comfortable and he was charging. He'd get in the air and yank that.
We need to ask him about that Thursday. Like, why were you doing that back then? Not that they're nervous, but is it a nervous little thing to do?
I just think it's one of those things you get in the habit of doing, and you just keep doing it without even realizing after a while.
Yep. If you're just pulling in here to Freestone County Raceway, and there are some people pulling in, we want to welcome you here to the 16th annual running of the 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing. James Stewart will be here. Yeah, make sure you get your transponder for tomorrow. E-score is set up over next to the Stasic Registration Tower. James Stewart will be here on Thursday. And after the FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, Don, one of our favorite events to handle, we're all going to head over to the pavilion where James Stewart is going to do a Freestone track breakdown on the big screen at the pavilion. So it's great to have James Stewart showing up here with his kids on Thursday.
How cool is that?
The fastest man on the planet, and that is not argued. That's not debatable.
And if you want to have somebody tell you how to take this part of track apart, let's face it, we watched him do things on this track that did not seem possible.
Yeah, we watched James. I mean, he revolutionized speed. He took it to that next level. And Carmichael can be the GOAT, and Roger DeCoster can be the man, and Ricky Johnson was too hip, and all the legends. Nobody possessed the outright speed that James Stewart had. Nobody.
Well, I just think that nobody was willing to lay it on the line like he did. I mean, he just went.
And for him, it wasn't even laying on the line. It was just work.
Just running.
It was fun.
Just running.
So the fastest man on the planet, our signature name for the event for the past 16 years, will be here on Thursday, and we are looking forward to accommodating James Stewart. Bubba.
All right, looks like we are approaching the halfway point here in the Schoolboy 1, Open A Pro Sport, and Open B.
Calvin Kinney has a lot of trust in that weld and that railing up there, Don.
Well, you got to put your faith in something. Why not welding?
Welding, yeah. Getting down Gage Brown, wheel tapping off of the rhythm section into that left-hand bowl berm, into the rhythm. And he has not tripled in since practice. And he did that about 2 or 3 times and then said that's enough.
Again, I think it goes right straight to risk versus reward.
Well, you got 2 more dominant weeks of racing here in Texas. You don't want to throw something away. Just a small little mistake on a triple ruin it for you.
No, especially when you're already so far out front that it doesn't matter.
Right, exactly.
This guy doing a pretty good job out front in the Open B. Francisco Rodarte. He has been running up front here all day long that we've seen.
Yep, just ahead of Jamin Wilkie out of Moroni, Utah on the Triumph. Don, if you got to look at a Triumph up close, you went to the dealership and seen a Triumph up close?
I haven't seen one at the dealership, but we do have a couple folks at New England that have been riding them. And it's definitely an innovative design. It's
beautiful.
Not the same frame, not the same setup. So you look at it, you're like, what is wrong? No, there's nothing wrong with that. That's innovation.
It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful motorcycle. Gage Brown up and over the finish line, tabletop one more time as we just went slightly past the halfway mark. The European fans are going crazy down at near the exit chute with the air horns.
We need to get a Vuvuzela in here and start doing some soccer times.
That's right. Carter Cochran has slowed up a bit, and you wonder if that conditioning, he no longer trains and rides every day. He's not chasing the dream. It's just for fun.
Well, not only that, but you're not chasing the rabbit either. You don't have anybody to kind of push your pace.
Sure.
So when you get in the middle of the race and you're by yourself like that,
also,
okay, I'm just going to have fun.
Right, and also Supercross is a mental beatdown.
Oh, big time.
Because it's the timing aspect mentally wears a guy down. It's not so physical, it's mental. You have to hit your marks.
You hear riders say that all the time. The guys that are mentally strong are the ones that are going to be there at the finish.
That is why my Supercross career never took off in January '94 at the Houston Astrodome, because I was mentally ill.
Well, there you go.
That's right, Don.
I would like to argue with you on that, but
You can't.
I can.
Here comes Rodarte.
I mean, let's face it, when you get to the top level in Supercross, you have to be willing to lay it all out there, leave it all on the track, because that's the only way to get to the top spot. Matter of fact, Eli Tomac, he actually left a piece of himself on the Daytona track.
Wasn't that something?
Well, on the podium.
Yeah.
I got So Brown continues to solid run out front, just pounding out the lap. Making that YZ 125 sing. And you know the boys at Altus Motorsports Blue Crew got that thing wound up tight. Folks from FMX Vortex Tamer, Trex, Twin Air, ODI. Gage Brown, a lot of help, and he is showing exactly what he can do with it. So this is race number 5 out on the track. Race number 6, the 65cc, 7 to 9 and 10 11 is next off the gate. Race 7, Micro 1 Junior, you should be in staging. And race 8, Super Mini down in pre-staging.
Yeah, they are down, loaded in the gate. Our 65cc riders, Don, they are completely loaded up in the gate. Gage Brown on your trackcast.tv screen here, making it look easy. He is separated from the other riders out on the track right now. We got 3 different classes on this track. Sam Brown with Live Fast Films, trackside here getting some footage. She is a great racer in her own right. She'll be racing the motocross portion of the JS7 event. Rodarte. And Gage Brown is still just bringing the speed. We know he's in shape. I mean, it's his job to train.
Well, you know, and this is the thing, too. You can't let yourself get lazy. You have got to charge all the time. I believe it was Dowd I was talking to who said that to me. He said, listen, I have this longevity because I never look at anything like it's finished or it's easy.
Right.
Everything is a challenge. You got to push.
Very wise words from John Dowd.
That's it.
The junkyard dog.
Yeah. As it stands, I believe still the oldest person to podium in an AMA national event.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's either going to be him, Cooper, or LaRocco, but probably Dowd.
I think it was John, because he got a 3rd overall at Southwick when he was 45,
Yeah.
46.
Yeah.
Whooping up on these 17-year-old kids.
Yeah, well, that was kind of unfair to those kids because that was his home track. The only other home track guy at Southwick would be Tony LaRusso, who could go out there and smoke the factory guys as well.
Well, back in the day, Henry was, before he had his second accident, which actually took his legs,
Yes.
he would show up at a national in a pickup truck with one bike and an easy up.
Just dominate everybody.
Just walk it.
Yeah.
Just dog walking.
You grow up in that sand.
Pulling a whole shot on every factory guy on the gate.
Yeah.
On a basically stock YZ250.
Stock 250. Those were great days. Doug Henry, Dowd, Ezra Lust. Some very good times.
Yeah, LaRusso.
Tony LaRusso. I remember sitting at Mesquite, Texas, watching ESPN2 and watching LaRusso get those whole shots at Southwick and cheering for the local dude. I didn't know him personally, but I thought that is incredible.
Yep, Treadwell, Mike Treadwell as well.
Yeah, he was another one.
A pantheon of New England motocross.
You had some really great riders up in your region of the United States. You talked about the Ripper, Jimmy Dakotas earlier.
Oh, yeah.
He might have been the quickest on the 125 two-stroke.
He really was very fast. And you know what it is? he was a little guy.
Yeah.
So the power of that bike for his size and stature
Yeah.
was a perfect combination. Did I ever tell you what the trick was they did with his foot pegs?
What they do?
They would weld an extra foot peg on top of the ones that were there on the bike to give him the ability
Double stack 'em.
to stand up on the pegs.
Yeah, double stack them. Yeah, Jimmy was short guy. He's 5'6",
Yeah.
5'5", little bitty guy.
Small stature, big heart.
Yeah, big heart. And one of the biggest fan bases we've seen.
Oh yeah.
Aside from a Carmichael or Stewart or Chad Reed, Jimmy Dakota's had the biggest fan base for your 125 racers we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Well, Carter Cochran still going through the motions here. He's got to be wondering, asking himself, why did I do this? By now, the laps are winding down. White flag's coming out. And here comes our white flag leader. Get down, Gage Brown.
And that is going to be the checkered flag race win for the Blue Crew Yamaha Altus Motorsports Moose MX Tire Dunlop ride. Gage Brown with the win for the Schoolboy 1. Carter Cochran going to get the win in the Open A Pro Sport. And we are looking for the 17 of Francisco Rodarte with the win in the Open B. Wilkie and Crayable second and third. And we are going to be sending a gaggle of folks over to that podium here. Get to know you over there, JP. We're going to send it over to you.
Thank you, Don. See Don. Yeah. Hey guys, here we are at the winner's circle. Who is this guy? Wait a second, am I having a flashback? Once again, ladies, we are down here at the winner's circle. Gage Brown. Get down, Gage Brown. How you doing, buddy? On behalf of Freestone Raceway, we congratulate you once again. So, tell us a little about the track. Is it changing? What's going on out there?
It's getting a little blown out, but I was just trying my hardest to stay flowing the whole time and not give up and not let my lap times drop. Just try to stay consistent the whole time and never really get tired.
Well, that's awesome. That didn't look like you get tired for me. I got tired of watching you because you were going so fast. But anyways, very cool. I know there's people in your corner you want to thank.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, Mimi and papa, my aunts, my uncles, Jordan, Ed, the whole Altus crew, all the mechanics, GYTR, ODI, T-Rex throttles, Moose, 100%, Bell, ASV levers, and Alpine Star boots, wrist brace, and everybody else forgot. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations once again. Now you get another plaque. Also, go down to registration. First place gets a trophy also. Then you get a bottle of champagne. And I'm getting out of here on that note. Where is Francisco? We're waiting for Francisco. Is he here? All right, let's do Carter Cochran. Cycle Ranch's Carter Cochran out there taking a win in your Open A Pro Sport. Hey, man, since I see glad to see you're back on a bike. All right, well, run us through, tell us about the track and tell us, I know you like Supercross, so tell us a little bit of what you think about the track.
Track is such a fun track. It's got a really good flow. A couple of the rhythm sections are real notchy, but I mean, you can can still get it right. This track is really fun. It's great to bring out here because nobody really does that sex anymore. So it's nice to see a supercross out here in Texas.
We know that turns you on a lot. You love supercross riding, which is very cool. So on behalf of Freestone, congratulations. I know there's some people you want to thank.
I'd like to thank Cycle Ranch, Moto D. We ride moto. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jet Street Service, everybody else. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our anime ref, give you that #1 plate. Also, you get a trophy. So go to registration to get your trophy. First, second, and third will have trophies. Congratulations, Connor Cochran. All right, our next recipient, Open B, on the number 17. Francisco Ocarte. He takes in the Open B class. On behalf of Freestone Raceway, we congratulate you on that. Run us through that. Tell us what you think about the track. We're trying to get all the input we can since this is kind of something new for us. So tell us what you think there.
Honestly, the track's not too bad. I mean, it was a little wet this morning, but I thought it was good throughout the end of the day. Some sandy spots like off of the lips, but other than that, it's kind of good for now.
Well, very cool. I know there's some people you want to thank in your corner. Give us a rundown on that.
My mom, my dad, my grandma, grandpa, Kylie, Mama Ash and Chase for taking me, ODI, KTM, MCS, CP Racing, MX Clinic, Flow Vision, Fly, Go Up, Engine Eyes, and everyone else.
So quite a few people that always helps you guys get to where you are. Congratulations on that. I'm going to let Chris Huddle give you that #1 plate. Also, make sure to go get your trophy down at registration. You get one of those also. Congratulations, buddy.
All right, so we're underway here with 65, 7-9, and 10-11. The 93 of Jeff Seethoff with the hole shot. He holds the lead for the 7-9 class. 555 of Breton Gonzalez to second, and the number 9, Case Schwartzfager, in third. Looking at the 10-11, it's a 77 Ryder Anderson, 21 of Rowdy Rabones, and the 613 of Lucas Harrison, the top three. Whoa, 21 of Rabones, out of shape over that double, stays on the bike.
We are on board here with the 77 out of Blossom, Texas. Ryder Anderson going through the whoop section here. We've got a few whoop sections. The sand whoops, the regular whoops. Makes it very interesting to see how these riders, especially the 65cc riders, navigate through the whoop sections and the rhythm sections. But it is all Ryder Anderson right now on the EMT Racing Lamson Racing Engines backed ride, besting Rowdy Robanes and Lucas Harrison, the 613 out of Tyler, Texas.
Yeah, he's been able to put these sections together really smoothly. And on the 65, that momentum is going to be key.
As he makes his way through the Tony Miller short track section. That is the flat track, left-handed short track, flat track area after the finish line tabletop. In honor of our good friend Tony Miller, our boss at one point.
The boss.
The boss.
Seethoff on the 93, still holding off the 555 of Gonzalez, but Gonzalez is starting to close on him. And there's the number 9, still in third, Case Schwartzfager.
With Lucas Harrison back there in third in that older age bracket, 65, 10 to 11 age group. There is Connor Levering out of Bastrop, Texas on the Bees Moto Lab. Levering back in around 5th or 6th position, I believe.
Yeah, Levering on the 38 looks like he's rounding out the top 5.
And here comes the 77 of Ryder Anderson up and over the finish line tabletop. If you're watching on TrackCast TV, we'd like to welcome you on board here with the online broadcast. We are currently on race number 6 of the Supercross Tuesday portion of the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Guts. Sanctioned, of course, by the National Motorcycles Association.
And great to see some changes with that here in Texas. Good to see another organization be able to sort of spread the wings, spread the love, and put some new things together, some new championships, some new events. The Triple Crown you guys are doing, I love that. You know, you get a chance for all 3 tracks to have a shot at those riders. The riders get to lay it on the line on 3 different surfaces.
Yep.
Really love that.
For $30,000 payout.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's great to be a part of this inaugural NMA event. Really love to see this happen.
Well, we love you down here, Don. Yeah.
All right, so there's the 77. Another lap in the books for Ryder Anderson as he is out in front. 21, Rowdy Javonis. He's been keeping him honest, but starting to lose touch just a little bit with the leader, it looks like.
Yeah, Anderson's speed is just a little too much. Satoff leading Gonzalez. Still, Gonzalez not able to get around Satoff out of Sterling, Illinois, Don.
He's been getting closer, though. He's been chopping into the lead. So who knows? We've got a little bit more time in this race. He can have a shot at making that move.
There is Cade Swartfogger out of Knox, Pennsylvania, the number 9 on the Jones and Roman MX School 110 Racing. Hexmoto, Minton, and 100% goggle-backed effort.
And there you see the second place ride a little smoother through that step-on section there. He's going to close right up on the 93.
Yeah, we're talking about Bretton Gonzalez is closing in now.
Again, he's able to get that double.
Oh, yeah, he doubled, and that sets him up for that outside line to carry more speed. Now he's at a commit after that double just to carry that blazing speed, and he would be set up to make a pass, Don.
That's interesting, that line selection there.
And I think he knows that. I think he's sizing that up for the next lap or 2.
Yeah, and that might be something that he did in practice or in the heat race, and he said, you know what? This might come in handy. I got to remember this line. And again, the battle for the lead in the 7 to 9, that step-on section, the 555 of Gonzalez able to put that together. So final lap here. White flag is out. And it is on in that battle between Gonzalez and the 93 of Satoff.
Yeah, what a battle this has been the entire moto. And you got to wonder if Gonzalez has any tricks up his sleeve here to get around Satoff.
He's been getting closer. That inside rhythm section where he has that step-on line, that brings him right up. If he can get a little closer coming into that, that might actually give him the pass. So here he is, he's a little closer.
Oh, Donnie's all over him. And he's not afraid. Here it is. He's going to double past.
Can he hold it?
The pass has been made. Now, can he hold that pass? This is the battle that's been brewing for the last 6 laps, Don.
So the
Checker
77 takes the win in the 10-11. Here we go, Shan. It is on for the win in the 7-9. 555 goes inside this time. Oh, block pass to take the lead back. Oh, and the 555 goes down. So Jeffrey Setoff was going to take the win, as it looked like the 555 of Gonzalez kind of got tangled up with that lapped rider. They both went down, as Setoff just left him hanging at the top of the berm there. And Gonzalez going to get it going and hang on to second. What a race.
Number All right here at the winner's circle for our 65cc 9-year-old class. We got the winner up here, number 93, by the way, of Sterling, Illinois. And it's Jeffrey Setoff. Jeffrey, well, on behalf of Freestone Raceway, congratulations. I'll let you get your breath a little bit. Tell me when you're ready, and we'll go over. You good? All right. Well, congratulations on the Supercross win. Tell us about the track. You know, it's our first time to have a track like this out here, first venue to offer that. So tell us what you think.
Track was awesome. It was pretty rough in the sand section. The jumps were good. The double-double was pretty gnarly, and I just got the win.
Well, congratulations on that. I know there's some people you want to thank.
My mom and dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Beast Motor Lab, WTT, EBS, FX, DT1 air filters, 100%, 60, and that's all.
Man, Jeffrey, you ripped those right off. That was awesome. Congratulations again. I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our anime ref, give you that #1 plate. Also, you get a trophy and a bottle of champagne. Is that sheet of paper I dropped? Okay. And I think it was a 10 to 11-year-old class. Okay, we got our winner right up here, Ryder Anderson, man. Congratulations, you're looking good out there. I've been watching you all morning. On behalf of Freestone Raceway and the NMA, I congratulate you. Tell us about the track.
I liked it. It got a little bit dry at the end, but all day I liked it.
Well, that's great. All right, well, tell us who's helped you to get here.
The Lord Jesus Christ for letting me wake up today. Mom, Dad, Altus Motorsports, and Troy Lee Designs for my gear, and Game Moto, Bud, GC, Greg, and everybody else.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to let Chris Huddle give you that #1 plate. You also get a trophy and a bottle of champagne. Congratulations, Ryder. Hey, guys, I'm gonna do a quick little Papke, what's your first name?
Kennedy?
Kennedy Papke, his first trophy ever right here at Freestone for the Supercross. Congratulations, buddy. Man, I guess that's got to be pretty darn exciting. I know when I got my first trophy, man, it really sinks in, you know. So how are you feeling?
I'm
feeling good. The track's really good out.
Are there certain parts of the track you liked?
Yeah, the jumps.
Okay. Tell us who's helping you out besides, I know, your mom.
My dad, my sister, the whole family, and all that.
Well, congratulations, and you have a trophy coming. Make sure and get down there to the registration tower, and that's where they have your trophy. Congratulations on your first trophy, man. I'm excited for you. Hopefully, there's more to come.
All right, so underway here in the Micro 1 Junior. Grabbing the whole shot and holding the lead, the 454 Cruz Galvin on the Alpine Stars Altus Motorsports ride. 252 at Jason Nisani making the move to second. And it looks like the 26 Bryson Bell battling in that third spot.
And Bell won the championship earlier, so no big surprise. He's on the podium right now with a third place run. But you said it's Cruz Galvin out front, Don?
Indeed it is. The 454 was able to grab the whole shot. He holds the lead. But he is going to have some company shortly. So the 252 and Nisani able to get the second spot, and he is starting to close up on the leader a little bit as they come into that inside rhythm section. So Super Mini is going to be next off the gate. Race number 8, Super Mini next off the gate. Micro 2 Senior, race 9, you should be in staging. And race 10, Open C, down in pre-staging.
Yeah, we've got about 10 more motos to go, or 10 more main events to go, Don.
Yeah.
This beautiful afternoon.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Your leader a little stuck in the sand there, but keeps himself moving forward. All right, 252 still hanging on to second. That's Nisani. The 26 of Bell on the charge as he moves into third and challenging second place. Davis in fourth. And it looks like Aria Alessi rounding out the top 5. All right, your leader working through that inside rhythm section on the 454. So there is your leader on the 454. The Alpine Stars Altus Motorsports Troy Lee Designs Guts Racing ride. Chase Nisani and the 80-26 of Bryson Bell still second and third. Bell closing the gap a little more. And he's bringing the 411 to Tate and Davis with him. And here's your 5th place rider. That is the number 3, Aria Alessi, the Dunlop ODI Race Tech ride. So no change at the front of the pack here for the riders in the Micro 1 Junior 4-6 Limited. There is your leader on the 454. Solid lap in the books again. And looking like we're going to have a 3-rider battle for that second spot before you know it. So Jason Asani, Bryson Bell, and Tayton Davis, they are working up to a 3-rider battle for the second spot here. Bell trying to get a little bit more of an advantage. And look at this still. 3 riders all in that same section. You got what? 2 bike links between them, and we're talking 50cc bike links, and not a big one.
That means there's no separation in skill set. They don't know how to separate from each other.
Oh, you throw a picnic blanket down, you'd hit all 3 of them.
That's right.
And a testament to all 3 of those riders, because they have been that close in the last 3 laps, and nobody really getting panicky or making any mistakes. They're all doing a really good job hitting the mark.
Yeah, check it out. We're on the trackcast.tv, and you can see all 3 of these riders together here. This is the battle out on the track as they're on the south side of the track now, all coming together here.
Yeah, and that is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Oh, and here we go. Your 4th place rider starting to close up.
Looked
like Bell got a little sideways out of that turn, and Davis looking to take advantage.
And Bryson Bell won a class supercross championship earlier. There's the 454 of Cruz Galvin. What a race here between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. All 3 of these riders all locked in together. It's just kind of a matter of follow the leader, although they don't need to be playing follow the leader.
No, definitely not. They know the way.
Through the
Bell
sand
makes the
section.
pass. Bryson Bell makes the move to 2nd.
Oh, and he gets passed back through the sand.
Oh, got a little sideways.
What a pass here by Bryson Bell.
And that's what I mean. You hear him talking about it all the time. You got to pass back quickly if you can, and Jason Asani did that. All right, they're going to have one more time around to settle this one here. And you know, if you're Bryson Bell, that taste of 2nd place is in your mouth firmly now. You want to get right back there.
It is Cruz Galvin still out front, cruising his way here out of Norman, Oklahoma on the Alpine Stars, Altus Motorsports, Troy Lee Designs, Brock Factory, Gut Seats, and Huxon Brand Graphics. Out front, leading the charge here in this Micro 1 Junior 4-6 Limited class. That cloud coverage feels good, does it not, Don?
Oh, it's lovely. A little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of breeze. All right, a little bit more breeze than really.
White flag's going to wave here for Cruz Galvin, the 454 out of Norman, Oklahoma. 1 lap left here, Don.
Yeah, and he's been all alone out front, just kind of running his laps. And sometimes that makes it more difficult when you don't have that rabbit to chase. All right, here we go. There's that battle, second, third, and fourth. And look at this. Tayton Davis now going to try and sneak up the inside to take third. He showed a wheel to the 26 of Bell.
Well, he's got just a little over a lap to make this pass to move up to third. There is Jason Asani out of Blair, Oklahoma. And look at Mechanics Row Sweeper. Dad's yelling, screaming, going crazy.
My favorite thing is when they show how big a fish they bought.
Yeah, it's this big. I caught a 12-pounder this big.
What are you doing, man?
It is Nasani right now leading Bell and Davis.
And he has been under pressure all race long. Actually got past and got himself right back into that second spot and did not look rattled at all. He's going right back to his game plan.
Hey, it's been a great little battle here. Here is the checkers. It is Cruz Galvin.
So
Cruz Galvin.
And we are not done with this one yet as we continue to watch that battle for second place. And they're working that inside rhythm section.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are down at the winner's circle. The number 454, Cruz Galvin. Chan's crawfish, buddy. You ready for some crawfish? Yeah, I mean, it's about that time. Maybe they'll have them this weekend. Normally they have them on Saturdays down there in town in Memahea. Anyways, congratulations on the win on behalf of Freestone Raceway and the NMA. Tell us about your race.
It was fun. The track's cool. It's a little bit dry.
Was there a certain part of the track you liked better than the others?
Yeah.
Which ones were they?
It was a double-double right here.
Well, that one really got you excited. Double-double. Well, congratulations once again. I know you got some sponsors you want to thank.
Before I say anything of my sponsors, I just want to thank Jesus for letting me do this. I thank Game Mode, my dad, and my brother, Jesus Christ for making me safe, Game Moto, GC, Coach Greg, Bud, Alpine, Troy Lee, Guts. That's it.
Well, okay, that's a lot. You know, it's a lot for you guys to remember and memorize that kind of stuff. But I'm going to let Crystal, our anime ref, give you that number one plate. Like that. There you go. There we go.
Hey, do me a favor. Can you get your credit card out?
All right, so getting ready to go now with the Super Mini 12 to 16. And here we go. Revs are up.
Who?
And it's going to be the 100. Talon Hill with the hole shot.
Okay, I got one rider down here, Don. Number 252. Okay, Jace Nasani. Jace Nasani. Hey, buddy, congratulations on second place, right? Okay, walk us through the race and tell us what your thoughts were.
Game
Moto.
No, just about the track right now. How was your bike?
It was good, but I like the track. I like the sand section. Oops, and I like the straightaway. And I like the finish line, how I'm jumping and the
So you pretty much like the whole track is what I'm gathering from. Okay, I know there's some people you want to thank, for helping you out to get here, to get this second place. Who might that be?
my dad, my mom, my brothers, and out this photo. Troy's design, Alpine Star. That's it.
Okay, congratulations. Make sure to get your trophy down there at registrations, and we'll see you later on in the week.
Up, but he's going to hang on a third right now. Adrian Hopkins fourth.
Mishap or circumstance that may arise here.
You might tangle with the guy. You might end up getting a little bit intimidated, slow up a little.
We've seen riders drop the bike in the sand numerous times.
Yeah, I mean, anything possible.
I want to compliment the crew here for building this track because it is very amateur friendly. It's challenging. It's definitely challenging, but the vets, the women's, the little kids, they're all able to get through these sections, and it's just an incredible 7-lane track here at Freestone.
Yeah, all different skill levels can find something challenging.
And it's only going to get better each and every year.
Now, my question is, are they planning on leaving this here throughout the year?
Yes, this is here. It's here for good.
You're going to have a 10 times better track in 2 weeks, 100 times better in 3 months.
You're going to have
the more it works in, the more you figure out, okay, you know what, we need to move this here and that's got to go there. It just gets so much better.
They're going to plant some grass out there, so it'll grass in.
Yep.
It'll be really nice, get rid of some of the dust. We're going to build some buildings here, some top double-deck buildings where observation decks. So this is just the seed planting this inaugural year.
This will be an observation non-sun tanning deck.
That's right, Don. You're red. Step over here in the shade. I'll stand out here. I am half Mexican, so I can take a little more sun.
Take the sun.
That's right. Let my heritage take the sun. Here is the 9 machine of Hopkins. I always like to joke, Shand is Irish, Garcia is Mexican. Irish-Mexican, half and half. But I can take the sun fairly well, Don. I can brown up really good. You're not too bad, no. But you need a hat on. That's going to be up top. Huh? Here is Cash Tucker, the 194. Just ahead of the 94 of Jackson Wright, and Talon Hill quietly still back there in third.
Again, he's just stalking those two guys, just waiting to see if something happens.
Sometimes that's sometimes it's good to be in third because you can gauge, and sometimes it's frustrating because I can't improve it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
You're there, and you just can't get close enough.
Can't close the gap.
Well, if he's a smart rider, and it looks like he is, he's going to learn the lines, go to school a little bit out there, see where these guys are picking up the time, and then try to use that to his advantage.
We have race number 8 on the track. Race 9, Micro 2 Senior coming up, 7-8 Limited. We got race number 10, Open C, down in staging. And in pre-staging, we've got race number 11, 65cc, 7 to 11 age group, Don.
7-11, they're open all night.
That's right. That is a Dallas-based business.
There you go. All right, white flag is out. And it does look like the top two kind of edging away just a little bit from the 100. But again, cannot be unhappy about that.
No, Cash Tucker will be seeing J.P. Parsons another time for the second time. Barring, of course, any unforeseen crazy circumstance.
Anything that might possibly happen.
That's right. Cash Tucker on his way to a Super Mini 13 to 16 age group win.
So working the final lap here. And once again, a reminder for all you folks that are rolling in today, you need to get over to the eScore trailer and get your transponder. Don't wait. We're going to need to have that, get it all set. We don't want to be scrambling first thing in the morning. So if you're rolling in today and you do not have your transponder yet, get over to the eScore trailer now. Oh, yeah. All right, you leaders working that inside rhythm section one more time. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out. Race win, going to go to the rider on the 194, Cash Tucker. Jackson Wright and the 100 of Talon Hill going to hang on second and third. So that is going to wrap it up for the Super Mini 12-16. And now it's going to be time to send it over to the podium. Talk to our moto winner and the champion in this class with JP over there. JP, we'll send it to you, bro.
Thank you, Don. Here we are once again in the winner's circle with Cash Tucker. Man, Cash, looks like you're getting a little bit more adjusted to the track, but you had a lot of pressure going on by the other 94 rider. So tell us what was going on. What were your thoughts when they were chasing you down? I knew the pressure was on.
Yeah, I just got a good start, and I just got to the lead quick and just maintained my race the whole time. I wasn't going to push too hard to try to pull a gap, and I was just staying where I was the whole moto, and I was comfortable.
So you're riding within your means, which is, I think, called smart riding, not riding over your head. You knew what you had to do, and obviously you got it done. Congratulations. Freestone Raceway compliments you. No, I was just doing like that for you. But anyways, I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our NMA ref, give you that #1 plate. Also, you get a #1 trophy and another bottle of cider. Congratulations, Cash Tucker, getting chased out. Had to work for it this time.
Sean Hackley Sr. down here getting a good photo op with his rider, Cash Tucker. Sean Hackley Sr., an integral part of a lot of racers' careers, including his own son back in the day, and now just so many amateur riders coming up through the ranks.
So that is going to do it for the sight lap for the Micro 2 Senior. They're going to line them up in the gate.
Yeah, Mavis Alessi, Cade Swartfogger, Nick Black, and Callahan Russo, the 594, who was our Dallas Supercross KTM Junior Challenge winner about 2 weeks ago there at AT&T Stadium.
That's a big stage.
That is. You're talking about 80,000 fans, 70,000 fans at Supercross. Yeah, our binoculars are hammered.
Well, let's just say they're a little dusty.
That's right.
I'm going to need to take a scrub brush to my eyes.
Your eyes feel like sandpaper, don't they,
God.
Don? Yeah.
That, and I'm going to have to stop and buy a gallon jug of conditioner for my hair.
That's right. Here we go. Russo, Alessi, Swartfogger, and Black, your 4 entries in this Micro 2 Senior 7-8 Limited age group and class. And it is going to be Cade Swartfogger out of Knox, Pennsylvania, out front, large and in charge here early on. And the big question is that going to be Nick Black or Callahan Russo in second or third?
Look like Russo.
I think that's going to be Russo. I believe you're correct, Don. We suspect that is the Smithfield, Texas resident, Callahan Russo. They're in second position. And Nick Black back in third position, the 100 machine. But the number 9, Cade Swartfogger out of Knox, Pennsylvania, making his way into the finish line run approach. It's a double-double out of a left-hand bowl berm.
He's got that dialed.
He does, Don. You're absolutely right about that, buddy. Into the Tony Miller short track section, followed by Russo in second, Black in third, and Mavis Alessi back in fourth. Running the number 6 on the plates out of Victorville, California.
Yeah, the high desert. So again, Micro 2 senior riders on the track here. This is race 9 in the order. Open C, race 10 next off the gate. Race 11, 65, 7 to 11 in staging. And race 12, the girls senior, down in pre-staging as we work through the race order here on day 1 for the 2026 7MX Championship presented by Guts Racing, the inaugural Supercross event.
We are on race number 9 out of a 17-race main event set. We've got race number 10, Open C, down on the gate. And in staging, it's race number 11, 65cc, 7 to 11 age group. And in pre-staging, race number 12, our girls senior, 11 to 16. You ladies need to make your way down to the pre-staging area.
And there's your leader again, up and over the finish line jump. The number 9 getting it done early. The 110 Racing Hex Moto Minton 100% ride of Swartfogger.
Yeah, he makes his way into the Tony Miller short track section over the number 1 roller. At the first turn, Don, there's about a 4 or 5 foot tall roller. It's really cool because it slows those riders down.
Well, the other thing it does is it gives you an outside line because that roller doesn't go all the way across.
Sure.
If you've got a bad gate pick and you're on the outside, you might just decide, you know what, let me try and run it.
Yep.
And just run it NASCAR style up against the wall there.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. Folks, if you're just pulling in here to Freestone County Raceway for the week, registration is open over the Stasic Registration Tower. Do not forget to pick up your transponders there at eScore, which is the trailer just to the left of the Stasic Registration Tower. You can tune in to 88.3 on your FM dial, listen to the speakers, or you can tune in to trackcast.tv on the internet.
Yeah, watch the live stream, get all the audio call.
Oh,
Whoa.
what a save. What a save, Don.
Russo was fully sideways.
Looked like JP at 2 a.m. at the bar.
Fully sideways.
Fully sideways. What a save by Callahan Russo.
Yeah, that one was one for the books.
I did not think he was going to hold that up. I figured he was going to drop that bike. But a good ride here for Russo in second place, a quiet second place. He does not have the speed to hang on to the number 9's rear fender of Cade Swartfogger, but Russo clever enough to hold on to a second place ride here in this Micro 2 Senior 7-8 Limited class.
He put himself in a good spot off the gate and has been able to kind of capitalize on that.
Here is our third place rider. That's going to be Nick Black out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Don, what do you think Kevin Kelly is doing right now this very minute? Is he at the fire station?
I can't say that.
You don't know? Yeah, you can't say.
No, he's probably at the fire station doing a little bit of work right now, doing whatever little amount of work he actually
I was
does.
gonna say, he has those other
Yes.
staff members totally tricked.
Yeah. He could be at home recovering from the past weekend at the Daytona Supercross. I know he was He was up in an easy uplift way up high at that racetrack
That's
on
right.
Saturday night, so he may be at home recovering from his fear of heights.
How funny. Sure miss Kevin Kelly announcing here with us at the JS7.
Yeah, it is always a good time.
It's been about 4 years, I guess, since he was able to join us.
Oh, I think that's because the Red Bull started doing that Day in the Dirt down south, and he
Yeah.
is a Red Bull guy.
Sure.
He's been working for them for years, so I think he's, is more committed to that at this point. So he's got to stay with his home crew.
That's his. Yeah, he's employed by them basically. Should be seeing Dean Diaz at any point, I guess today or tomorrow.
Yeah, he should be coming in today, I believe.
He was posting up photos of himself at Daytona. Really cool to see. Bike Week going on out to Daytona, Don. And if you have never been to Bike Week, not just Supercross, but the Bike Week festivities is just incredible. Really, really, really cool.
Festivities is a good word for it.
Yeah.
Because it's festive.
It is.
All right, a light breeze beginning to come over the track here. A slight 70-mile-an-hour gust.
Yeah, and it's just going to continue like this the rest of the afternoon, unfortunately. There is our front runner and our leader, Kate Swartfager, out of Knox, Pennsylvania, number 9. His sponsors listed Jones and Roman MX School, 110 Racing, Hex Moto, Minton, and 100%. Big shout out to 110 Racing. They're one of our event sponsors here.
Yeah.
Along with FMF, Merge, MX Tires West, HyperX, Alpha Moto Apparel, Flow Vision, Fast Company. Big shout out to Cole Townsend. Great to have him here at Freestone this week. Shock Socks, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Verb Moto Prospect app. Just got to talk to Chris Tassine a few minutes ago. Be sure and download that Verb Moto Prospect app whenever you can.
Oh, I got it on my phone.
Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Altus Motorsports, EBR.
I'm good with the water. All right, so looking for your leader to work that inside rhythm section. There's the number 9, checking up on that inside double.
And Callahan Russo getting sideways here.
Yeah, he's another sideways jump there.
That's right.
Making me a little nervous.
So Russo still in second, Nick Black third, Mavis Alessi in fourth position, and it's still Cade Swartfager out of Knox, Pennsylvania, number 9 in the driver's seat here for this class championship, this national champion Supercross gold number 1 plate presented by Guts Racing and the National Motorcycles Association.
Yeah, it looks like we got the white flag in hand, so the next time we see the 9, we're going to be down to 1 to go, and he should be coming into that sand section. There he is. Yeah, you don't actually have to wave the flag. The wind is...
That's right. White flag does wave here for our leader, Kate Swartfager, as he flat tracks through the Tony Miller short track section. Goes over the number 1 roller and then into the rhythm section.
And Callahan Russo continues a solid run in second. The Dirt Labs, Kirby Moto Works, Gibbs Moto, ASV, One Industries, 6D, Scott Ride. Aqua 2. And we are going to be looking at the checkered flag here. Race win on the number 9 at Jones and Roman MX School 110 Racing. Hex Moto Mitten 100% ride. Cade Swartfager with the win. Looking for the 594 of Russo and the 100 of Black, second and third.
Well, here we are once again at the winner's circle with the number 9, Cade Swartzberger. Cade, man, good to see you again. It's been a long time. Congratulations on behalf of Freestone Raceway. I thank you. Everybody thanks you. The fan had a great time watching you. So how is this moto compared to the other race?
Better.
Better? So you get more used to the track?
Yeah.
All right. So what sponsors and who do you want to thank for helping you?
My mom, dad, Dunlop 110, Hex Motor, Scott. I forget all of them.
60.
60.
You got to thank your helmet sponsor, 60. So, hey, well, I hopefully covered your sponsors.
God for keeping me safe.
Yes, that is correct, young one. So congratulations. I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our anime ref, get that number 1 plate along with your champagne. Make sure to go get your other trophy at registration. It's like the Happy Meal deal. Trophy here, trophy there, trophy everywhere. That's not bad there, Cade. 2 for 2. Yeehaw! Welcome to Texas.
All right, sight lap underway here for the Open C. So Open C next off the gate. This is a sight lap for them right now. The 18 of Westbrook took the win in the heat race. We'll see if he can repeat. So again, Open C is out on the track for this sight lap. 65-7-11. You should be in staging girls senior race 12 down to pre-staging.
Check sound. Well, who's going to be? Dylan Doyen with a whole shot, riding Ramos, Blaine Westbrook, Don?
I got to tell you, I was thinking the 18 was going to be quick off the gate, but he has been giving up some position to the 53. Ramos has been quick, and the 85 of Doyen has been quick off the gate. So we're going to have to see. Track's a little rougher now. That first turn's going to have some different lines. So
it's going to be a little dry slick going into that first turn.
We'll see what they get.
And there's probably not a lot of moisture down in behind the gate as well where they're starting.
No, yeah, I got to say that's probably going to be part of the factor as well.
Westbrook with a major jump out the gate, Don. I'm going to go ahead and call it. We should be seeing Westbrook out front. Yes, he is out front on our trackcast.tv, and he is leading the fray here in this Open C opening lap here, the main event. It is Westbrook in first.
Looks like Ramos into second on the 53.
And Ramos has the speed to keep up with Westbrook on the first couple of laps, I've noticed. And then Westbrook will start to slowly disappear. But you got to wonder, where is Dylan Doyen at? Because normally it's Doyen battling with Blaine Westbrook in these C classes.
Yeah,
and here comes Doyen into third, yes. Just ahead of the Kawasaki-mounted rider of Mark Vieira.
Oh, and Vieira goes down, cross-rutted in that turn.
Announcer's jinx, Don.
Well, it looked like he was trying to change up his line to keep Doyen behind him, and, well, it did not work out that way.
Well, we'll see if what kind of talent he has to try to close back in and run into that top 5. He's got some real estate to make up. It is still the 53 of Ramos. Doyen in third, the 195 in fourth. of Austin Perry.
This is the exact top 5 order I wrote down in the heat race.
Oh, that's good.
Didn't even have to redo it.
Perfect, Don.
So let's see if the 18 of Blaine Westbrook can keep himself out front, gap out the field here, and make his way to that top spot on the podium. He looks like he's on a good run right now, and a little bit better triple into that turn than your second place rider. And it's going to be inches like that, just a little better here, a little better there. So I'd have to puzzle that whole thing. All right, so Westbrook holding the lead, and it does look like he's starting to get away from Ramos.
Dylan Doyen still in third. Here's the 195 of Perry.
Looks like Ledger Hill's starting to close up on the fourth place rider.
Well, when
He's
you run
gonna
that
have
number
some
350
time.
on the plate, you better
Yeah,
be closing in.
That's it, right?
We watched Chandler Baker run the 350 his entire motocross career. There is the 379 of Alana O'Brien out of Valparaiso, Indiana, our lone female out on the track. Valparaiso. All right. See, you slow down. You're smart enough to slow down and actually enunciate. I just ran through it like try to just fake it till you make it type deal.
Oh, rider going down. And that's your second place rider. So the 53 of Ramos drops the bike. He's going to go all the way to 5th.
And you know what that does? That allows Dylan Doyen to move right up to second place. Now he's not nowhere near Blaine Westbrook, but first and second has been Doyen and Westbrook throughout the last 4 months of racing here in the great state of Texas.
So the 195 of Perry moves to 3rd, and the 350 of Ledger now 4th. But Ledger's going to be the first guy in line that the 53 is going to try and get around. But yeah, look at this. Westbrook now has got a mile behind him. Well,
It is all Westbrook through the Tony Miller short track sweeper. And he has a huge lead here, Don.
I got to say, at least 15 seconds.
And Dylan Doyen on that Triumph, a great, great, great rider. How about the 195? Austin Perry has now moved up to 3rd. And the 53 of Ramos has moved back up to 4th after dropping that bike and slipping back to 5th. So it's not over for Ramos. He can probably get back up into the third position. In fact, he is closing in very quickly on Austin Perry, Don. Westbrook out of Jacksonville, Texas. Is just extremely smooth right now on this track. Here in this open C class. And Doyen still in second. Here comes Ramos. Ramos starting to close in on Austin Perry.
Yep, he's coming after him. The 53's on the move.
There's about a
53's on the move.
There's about a 2-second gap, I believe, between Perry and Ramos is bringing the heat, Don.
And he's got time. They've got a long moto, so he's going to have time to go to work.
It's the main event. Here is Lana O'Brien, the 379,
Yeah, just
out of
smooth rhythm through
Valparaiso,
there.
Indiana.
Got a good line through that sand. All right, looking for your leader through that inside section near the 18 of Blaine Westbrook. Shock Sox Mended MX Adventure Moto Merge Racing backed ride.
Westbrook squaring off that left-hand bowl berm. He triples in.
And we're down to 1 to go. Now he's starting to feel, he's like, yeah, you know, let me bust that triple out. I'm feeling good.
Westbrook on his way to a Open C-Class championship here.
So Westbrook, Perry, and the 53 of Ramos. So there is the 18 of Blaine Westbrook. One more turn to go, and he's going to grab that checkered flag. And there it is.
Checkered flag. Yep, instead of check sound, it's Chuck's son. Chuck would like that. Man, oh man, I think I've seen this number before. Number 18. Blaine Westbrook taking another win. Congratulations on behalf of Freestone Raceway, Blaine, and everybody here. Man, once again, you look good out there. Give us a rundown. So this was your first place. Tell us how it's different from the first one.
Well, the track broke down a lot. Track ended up really good at the end of the day. Had really no complaints. Whoop section got pretty tricky. Had one lapper, but I got past him real easily. And it was a really good race.
Well, you've been riding for a while. You've ridden a lot of tracks. So what do you think about this different format that we got, having a little Supercross Tuesday?
I think it's pretty fun. And I think we should continue it for the next few years.
Hey, true statement spoken right there by a guy that knows how to ride. Blaine Westbrook, congratulations. I know you got some sponsors you want to thank.
My mom, my dad, Malcolm with Mended, Adventure Moto for the bike, Shock Sox with Shan, and Merge, dialed in suspension. Love it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, congratulations. I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our MMA ref, give you that number plate along with the champagne. And I'm sure we will see you sometime in the near future. And make sure to go get your another trophy down at registration. They're actually waiting for the plates. But second and third also gets trophies and a bottle of champagne if you guys want to grab one. Hey, Chris.
All right, Don Collings, what is happening out on the track, buddy?
Well, we got sight laps underway for the 65 7-11, and it looks like they are completed with those sight laps and lining up in the gate. So race 11, 65 7-11 next off the gate. Race 12, girls senior 11-16. You should be in staging. And race 13, 85 10-14 down to pre-staging. But 65 7-11 wrapping up their sight laps and racking them up in the gate. That looks like the 21, Rowdy Bones. So Rabones with the whole shot here in the 7-11. He's got the early lead. And looks like Anderson on the 77 into second. So there are 1 and 2 over the finish line jump. Jeffrey Sadoff in third on the 93. Liam Shemwell fourth on the 821. And it's going to be the 38. Connor Levering rounding out your top 5 here on lap 1. All right, leaders working through the inside rhythm section, heading into the whoop section. '77, a little better run through there. Anderson closing up the gap. He's going to go to the inside here. And he's going to make the pass. They both have to check up through that inside section. As it looked like neither of them really had the rhythm correct. 21 of Rabones trying to get around the outside. Cuts under, nice cutback. But not able to make the move, so the 77 going to hold the lead. So Ryder Anderson out in front of Rowdy Rabones. There's the 93. Jeffrey Sadoff continues in third. And again, Liam Shemwell and the 38 of Connor Levering fourth and fifth. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit out of this. All right, so leaders working through that inside rhythm section once again. There's the 77. All right, so no change at the front of the pack as they head into that Tony Miller flat track sweeper section. And solid run for the 93, hanging on a third. Sadoff, but he's just starting to lose touch with the leaders a little bit. And it looks like the 77 taking over the top spot. Something happening to the 21. So Ryder Anderson out front. Rabone's on the 21 in the second spot. And again, solid run in third for the 93 of Sadoff. No pressure. Just getting his laps in on the Bees Moto Lab EVS ride. So Anderson on the 77 continues to put another lap in the books out front. Race number 12 in the order, the girls senior next off the gate. Race 13, 85, 10 to 14 riders, you should be in staging. And race 14, micro open 4 to 8 down to pre-staging. And once again, don't forget there are trophies for the top 3 in these classes. We're doing the number 1 plates over here for the winner right now, but top 3 in every class here for Supercross, you do have trophies over at registration. All right, so watching for your leaders out of that whip section, rhythm section there. Smooth line out of there. And checkered flag getting ready to come out here. I'm sorry, white flag getting ready to come out here. I was missing one of the colors. So the white flag is out. We're down to 1 to go. And Ryder Anderson continuing to run out front. Solid lead here. There's the 21 ride of Rowdy Rabones. Putting himself in a good spot to hang on to second. And the 38. Connor Levering running up there in the mix as well. And that is the checkered flag race win for the rider on the 77. Ryder Anderson with the win. So Anderson taking the win there.
Chuck Son. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are down at the winner's circle. On behalf of Freestone Raceway Anime, the James Stewart Spring Championship, Ryder Anderson, man, once again, another first place. Congratulations. How's it feeling?
It's feeling good.
So what about the track this time? I know it changes, you know, each moto and stuff. So what are your feelings about it on this moto?
It got a little bit drier. I just had to keep a little more steady throttle, and I almost fell on the last lap, but I saved it.
Well, we're glad you did. Otherwise, you might not have been here. But again, congratulations, and I know you got some people you want to thank.
I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe and letting me wake up today. Altus Motorsports, Game Moto, GC, Bud, Greg, Troy Lee Designs, Mr. Caesar, Cruz, Cash, Miss Casey, and everybody else.
That's a pretty broad spectrum there. Congratulations. I'm going to let Chris Huddle, the anime ref, give you that #1 plate again. Congratulations. Ryder Anderson. Fun in the sun. That's how we get it done. And there can
All right, JP, we got the girls senior 11 to 16 finishing out their sight laps here. So again, this is race number 12, girls senior 11 to 16. 85, 10 to 14, race 13 next off the gate. So you should be in staging if you're in the 85, 10 to 14. And race 14, micro open 4 to 8 down in pre-staging, but get ready to go with girls senior 11 to 16.
Chuck.
All right, counting them down the line as we get ready to go here with the girls senior 11 to 16 gate drop. And it's going to be the 63, Kylie Hayes with a whole shot. Going to lead him into that left-hand dogleg turn. Oh, one rider stalling the bike out at the top of that section. So the 63 of Hayes, 177 of Brindley Shepherd, 1 and 2. And it looks like Cora Kinney, the 4-0 went into third early on here. Looks like the 24 of Kayla Papke was the one that had the issue on the tabletop back there. So Kaylee Papke back underway, but losing a bunch of time. And there is the 24 of Popke. As I said, a little mistake early on, and that's going to push her way back. So Kylie Hayes on the 63, leading them out here as she heads into the sand one more time. Brinley Shepard on the 177 continues to chase. And the 401 ride continues in third. So Cora Kinney hanging on to that third spot.
Yeah, here comes the 401. As you just mentioned, Cora Kinney on the underground compound backed effort.
Yep, getting in that third spot early.
Kind of her beginner stages of motocross racing.
Yeah.
Racing about the last year or so.
That's great to see. It's always good when you see people that are like, yeah, this is my first race or my second rig race. You know, that kid that was, my first podium. Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see more people the first time.
That's right.
Because we know if we get you here the first time, we're probably going to see you again.
Again, yeah. Kaylee Papke back there running in fourth position, making her way through the Tony Miller short track section. Here comes our front runner, the 053 of Kylie Hayes, followed by the 177 of Brinley Shepard.
Yeah, and they battled for the lead earlier on in the heat race, so starting to tighten up that battle again here. Race 13 in the order, 85, 10 to 14, going to be next off the gate. Micro Open, 4 to 8. Race 14 in staging. And race 15, the 125, 12 to 17. You should be down in pre-staging. We are working through the race order here. So your leader through the big Tony Miller flat track section. And just inching away. So the 63 of Hayes continues to put a little bit of time each lap on Shepard. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so if you want to take a track walk over on the big track, we're going to be racing on the rest of the week. Track walk is underway. They would like us to remind you that is a track walk. Track walk. Do not ride your bike. Don't take the Suron. Don't use the side-by-side. No pit bikes. Track walk.
No magic carpet ride.
No, well, if you got a magic carpet, they might allow that because it will not disturb the surface.
The surface.
But
Foot
no
traffic
bikes,
only.
Yeah, no bikes, no Surons, no Stasics. This is a track walk. So if you'd like to do that, track is open for you to do that right now until 5 o'clock.
And right now it's still Kylie Hayes in this girls senior 11 to 16 age group out front.
Yeah, she's looking pretty on point out there out front. We'll see if she can hold that spot.
Brinley Shepard back in second. Cora Kinney in third.
All right, there's your leader again. Another lap in the books for the 63. And it's been pretty much her race to lose from the gate drop, as she was out front out of the first turn and has led every lap here in the girls senior 11 to 16. So she is right on track where she wants to be. The 177 is Shepard still in second. Great run for the 401. Cora Kinney got to third on lap one and has maintained that spot. And there's the 24 ride of Kayla Popke. Popke, a little mistake early, kind of took her out of the battle for third. And we are going to see the white flag when she heads over the finish line. So 1 to go here in the girls senior 11 to 16. And at this point, Hayes really stretching the lead out over Shepard. I think Shepard's just kind of settled into a pace. She is not going to hang it out to try to pass the leader and possibly go down. So she has made a decision to, and that is not a bad thing to do. And the checkered flag getting ready to come out here for your winner on the 63 Husqvarna from New Middleton, Ohio. Kylie Hayes takes the win. Solid run for the 177. Brinley Shepard, the Beach Ford 110 Racing Dunlop ride, stayed in it, but just going to have to settle for second. We're looking for Kinney and Popke to round out the top four here for the girls senior. And now it's going to be time to send it over to the podium, talk to our moto winner.
All right, thank you, Don. And in for a landing, it's a 063 out of New Middletown, Ohio, Kylie Hayes. Miss Kylie, how are you? Tell us about the track. What do you think?
It's pretty dusty right now, a little slick, but if you stay consistent, it's like not too bad, but it's all right.
So you digging the Supercross?
I mean, not my favorite, but it's all right.
Well, hey, every discipline that you ride, or the Supercross, motocross, cross country, it's good for your riding style and ability. Well, I know you got some sponsors you want to thank. What you got?
I'd like to thank my dad, Bryce, Secondhand Moto, the O'Briens, SC3, TCD suspension, HGS, and I said O'Brien's, Thor, and everyone else.
Well, on behalf of Freestone Raceway, we congratulate you on this win. I'm going to let our anime referee, Chris Huddle, give you that #1 plate with your champagne. Congratulations once again, Kylie. Hold that plate up. Be proud. Yeah. Crank it up. Here we are in Texas, and we got a winner. Kylie Hayes taking a win. Congratulations. And we'll see you at the races.
All right, we're going to get ready to go now with the 85 10-14 there on the track for this sight lap right now. See how this one's going to shape up. This is race 13 in the order. Race 14, micro open 4 to 8. You should be in staging. And race 15, 125, 12 to 17, down to pre-staging. And again, don't forget, they are doing trophies for the top 3 here in Supercross. Just go over to the registration building if you're top 3 to get your trophy. We are handing out the #1 plates here, but there are trophies for the top 3 in the Supercross racing over at registration. So make sure you get a hold of those. And also, don't forget, if you're just rolling in, you don't have a transponder yet, get over to the eScore trailer and get your transponder. Do not wait till tomorrow morning. If you're here now, get it now.
Well, here we go, Don. 85cc 10-14 age group. And it's going to be the 26 of Nico Verhoeven out of Cambridge, New Zealand.
Yeah, he was the winner in the heat race, so starting off the main event just where he wants to be.
Yep. That tells you all you need to know. He's very comfortable on these types of tracks as well as getting out of the gate. Because to back up a heat race win with the start of a main event tells you he knows exactly what he's doing out there on the Supercross format. Now, the big battle here in the big race is going on behind him. That looks like the 73 of Kyler Pruitt in second, followed by the 194 in third position. Yeah, Cash Tucker. Then we should be seeing Adrian Hopkins, number 9. Adrian Hopkins going to come through here in fourth position, or fifth, actually. Hopkins in your top 5. Liam Levering in sixth. Followed by Akira Miwa back in 8th position. Okay, Levering might be in 5th position. And Akira Miwa is going to be back in 7th place. And our 6th place rider should be Austin Bolts.
Your leader working that inside rhythm section. He's got a nice line where doubling through and tripling off of that step on. And that's going to pick him up about a half a second a lap.
Yeah, what's cool is we're more than halfway through the day. We're starting to see these riders put together different types of approaches to the rhythm sections. Wheel on, tap off, wheelie off, double in, triple in, double single out.
Quad. No quads.
That's right.
Don't try that. So Verhoeven holding the lead on the 26. There's a 73 of Pruitt, the 194 of Tucker, the 9 of Hopkins. And it is the 38, Levering rounding out the top 5. And then Austin Bowles and the 30 of Ichiro Miwa, 6th and 7th.
Well, we've got race 13 on the track. Race 14 is locked and loaded in the gate. Race 15 to staging, 16 to pre-staging, and first call for the final main event, race number 17 to double secret probation pre-staging.
Double secret probation.
That's right. They're already on probation. Well, now they're on double secret probation.
It's so secret we don't even know.
That's right. It is the 26 of Veerhoven out front.
Whoa, nose high on the 73. Pruitt just sending it.
Hey, ain't nothing to it if you're Kyler Pruitt.
Gotta go to the moon, baby.
And it was even in at an angle, too. That front tire was at an angle. Liam Levering making his way up and over the finish line tabletop. Akiro Miwa, number 30. It is Nico Veerhoven out of Cambridge, New Zealand, out front, large in charge here in this 85 10-14 main event, race number 13. And boy, oh boy, let me tell you, Nico has a huge lead here over second place. It is Kyler Pruitt, a strong ride for Kyler Pruitt. Looking really strong out of Pittsburgh, Texas, is Pruitt. Up and over the finish line tabletop with Cash Tucker in third, the 194 in third position. And in fourth, it's still Adrian Hopkins out of Whitman, Arizona. But right now, it is all Nico Veerhoven out of Cambridge, New Zealand, as he is slicing and dicing his way through the TrackCastTV.tv. Folks, you can tune into TrackCast.tv. You can watch live on the website, or you can click the YouTube link. And for Lucas Harrison and the family, so long. Good seeing you guys if you're listening in the motorhome, participating in the Supercross portion of the 16th annual 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing. Kyler Pruitt still holding down a solid second place ride on the KRP Trailers backed effort. Of course, with the help of Berm Lords and Shock Socks. There is the number 9 of Adrian Hopkins. No sponsors listed for Adrian Hopkins, but let's talk about Veerhoven sponsors. Liat, Bridgestone. Those Bridgestone tires, phenomenal motocross tires. HGS, VHM, Tamer, Guts, BWO, Cody Cooper Coaching, and Flying W Suspension are the sponsors listed here for Nico Veerhoven out of Cambridge, New Zealand, as he is on his way here to an NMA National Championship Supercross run in the 85 10-14 age group. JP, we're going to be sending over a New Zealander to visit with you, buddy. The Kiwi. Barring any unforeseen crazy circumstance. Those are the 6 words that I know that always trip up JP Parsons. There is our leader. Here comes Kyler Pruitt, still holding down a solid second with a fantastic run and ride here by the 194 of Cash Tucker.
He's had some good races here today. He's taken some wins, so I don't think he could be too disappointed at a third place here right now.
A solid moto going on, main event going on here for the number 9 of Adrian Hopkins out of Whitman, Arizona in third. And it's going to be Liam Levering out of Bastrop, Texas. Rest in peace, Bastrop Motocross Park. There in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It is the 38 machine on the Bees Moto Lab, AOT, WTT, Kirby Moto Works, 100% goggles, and many others. Followed by the 116 of Austin Bolts out of Jonestown, Pennsylvania on the Bolts RV Service, AMS Evo, KB5, and Soikai Performance backed ride.
Yeah, then Ichiro on that 30 rounding out the field, it looks like. White flag is out.
He is a dominant Supercross rider here.
Yeah, he has definitely put down the wood to the field here, taking it right from the gate drop.
We've seen Kyler Pruitt and Cash Tucker run up front all day today. They're no match for the New Zealander here.
Well, you know, some people just have that that particular style. This type of racing suits them.
You're absolutely right about that analogy, Don. And he feels very comfortable. This must suit his style.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd like to know the backstory. You know, did he come in from New Zealand, or has he been here in the States for a year or two training?
Maybe we will get those answers.
Maybe JP can ask something of knowledge. We'll
Maybe.
see.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute as the checkered flag comes out. The race win going to go to the rider on the 26 KTM, Nico Verhoeven. Solid run for second for Kyler Pruitt on the 73. And the 194 Cash Tucker will hang on to that third spot. But now it's going to be time to talk to our winner. We're going to send it on over.
Well. What do we see here? It looks like that number 26 once again. Well, Nico, good to see you. On behalf of Freestone Raceway, congratulations on another Supercross win. How does it feel, man?
I know, it feels so good out there, and the track's pretty fun. Going 2 heat wins and then last one. So good.
You look smooth. Look, you're having some fun twisting that throttle, and it looked good from here.
I just want to thank all my sponsors, Tamer Whole Shop Device, Lee at Motorsports USA, my Ulmer and Open and Pop back home, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
So a couple questions is, have you been over the States? You just get here? What's the program?
Oh no, yeah, I came over here in 2023 and then won Loretta's actually. And then we tried again in 2025 and then broke my tibia trying to qualify. But we're back here again trying to make it work.
Well, you're living here in the States for a while?
Yeah, only for 5 weeks. So we just fly over here, buy some bikes and go riding.
I was also wondering about that because people ask, well, did they bring the bikes over or did they buy bikes and when they leave then they sell the bikes? I guess that's the program.
Yeah, pretty much.
Man, congratulations once again. I know we'll be seeing you in the very near future. I'm going to let Chris Huddle with the NMA present you with that number 1 plate.
All right, so we got sight lap underway here from Micro Open 4 to 8. Micro Open 4 to 8, sight lap well underway here. Looks like we're just about ready to wrap it up. So we're going to line them up back down in the gate and get ready to drop it here for the final, the main event half here in the Micro Open. So Micro Open getting ready to go here. And that looked like a 594. Callahan Russo with the lead. He's going to grab the whole shot and lead him into that first section. And the number 9 putting the pressure on early. So Cade Swartfager wasting no time putting on pressure on the leader. Coming up the inside. He's going to make the move.
Check sound.
And that is going to put the number 9 out in front. So Cade Swartfager in the lead now. 594 Russo into second. Looks like the 100 and Nick Black into third. Green flag flying on the finish there. Bryson Bell on the 26 into fourth. So Micro Open 4 to 8. Some of the youngest riders out there on the track.
Honing their skills.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if when you were 4 years old, there was a supercross track you got to go ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just normal.
I think when I was 4, I was so stupid I played in ant beds. That's about the extent of it.
I was fairly the same at age 4.
That's right.
At some point, I had knocked myself out cold.
Yeah, these kids are awfully talented, Don. For 4 and 5 and 6 years old, it's incredible what they do.
Crazy. So the 9 of Kate Swartfager, the 594 of Callahan Russo, 1 and 2. And we've seen this story before in the heat race.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they ran out in that one. 100 ride of Black hanging on a third. And Bryson Bell still running in the 4th spot. So no change in the running order here from Micro Open 4 to 8. Next off the gate, the 125, 12 to 17 coming off the gate next. That is race 15. Race 16, 85, 9 to 12. You should be in staging. And final moto of the Supercross program, the Mini E Open down to pre-staging.
Bryson Bell making his way through the Tony Miller short track section. His dad down there clapping him on, telling him a good job, think, be smart. And Bell has hit that podium 1 or 2 times already today.
Oh, yeah, he's had some good races here today. Coming as far as I did.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I'm pretty sure they drove. I did not drive.
You flew in.
And boy, are my arms tired.
I know. That's a lot of flapping, Don. There is Russo, your 2026 Dallas Supercross KTM Junior Challenge champion.
Love it.
What an incredible opportunity to get to ride that.
God.
And then you know, you line up your kid, you line up thinking, you know, somebody else is probably going to win, but you know, I'm going to do my best. And he probably had no idea he was going to win in front of all those people.
I was going to say, just to hear that crowd too, that must have been absolutely awesome.
And he did so well on the podium, getting interviewed, thanking his sponsors, and all smiles. And
yep, very well composed for a young man.
his dad Joe just said about an hour ago, Shan, that a lot of that's because of you, because I get him on the mic, I talk to him, I cut up with him, I make him comfortable, and you know, that's what you got to do. You got to groom these kids. There's so much focus on the race, but once you start winning, you need to focus on how to speak.
You might want to use a different phrase.
What was that? What did it say? Groom these kids.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that phrase.
All right.
Nowadays, that does not have the most
You know what I
positive
mean.
connotation.
Get them prepared on
Training,
the microphone.
mentoring.
Yeah. I don't need to be a mentor. That's for sure.
Well, if you'd like to be an example of what not to do, kids,
that's right.
Me or Shan.
Don't be a JP Don or a Shand. But yeah, I love working with the kids on the microphone. It brings out some confidence in them.
It's so much fun too. You know, you get past the usual, yeah, no, and like you say, it makes them feel a little more comfortable, a little bit more confident.
Sure.
Everything you can do to build confidence in this sport is just a game winner. You know,
and that's
every single inch you add to that confidence is going to help them in the long run.
When Callahan did that interview at Supercross 2 weeks ago, it was no surprise.
Yep.
He just, you know, he clicked because he's been used to it. Already hit the podium with confidence.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, it's like anything else. If you're prepared, you're going to do well.
Sure, absolutely. Here is the 100 of Nick Black out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, on the Jones Roman Motocross School. Hex Moto, Podium Works, and Carolina Cobra.
Yeah, solid place running in that third spot.
They are getting their money's worth seat time-wise. They've been out there for 45 minutes.
It's a 45 plus 2.
That's right. Taking it back to the old school motocross.
Going to have to stop and fill up the gas tank.
You got to know Calvin Kinney's neck up there has to be blistered.
Well, it is definitely going to be red.
Our leader making his way through here, that is going to be Cade Swartfogger, followed by the 594 of Callahan Russo. Bryson Bell and Nick Black. So where is Cruz Galvin at? I saw him about 20 minutes ago out here in the field. He rode up on his bicycle and told me he's ready for crawfish.
Yeah, I think he's getting ready for crawfish. That's what he's doing.
I told him, get that credit. Get your dad's credit card. Make the call.
That's it.
Have him Uber it over. Uber Eats.
That's it. Go in mom's wallet.
That's right.
Get the shiny square plastic thing,
That's
rectangular
right.
plastic thing.
It's
And
got-
we need those numbers.
It's got all the money on that card in the world. No, hopefully we catch some crawfish this week, Don.
There you go.
I know a guy like you being from New England, you look at lobster and go, okay, you don't think much of what we do down here with crawfish, but it is fun to eat.
Well, it's not just that. I've had them.
Yes.
Not my favorite thing.
Yeah, you're not sold on them.
No. But again, I'll tell you what, this is the thing. Everybody makes a big deal about lobster. Oh, lobster, oh, it's so expensive. When I was a kid,
You
we
said
grew
they
up in a neighborhood with fishermen,
Yep.
dragger boat fishermen, who would get them things caught in the net, and they hated them. They called them bugs.
Yep.
That's what they call them. We would get them from free all the time.
You told
So
me back
we
in
grew up eating
2013,
'em.
lobsters up there were the cockroaches.
That's it.
Yeah, you didn't even, y'all, there was so many, abundance of them. Not really a special treat. Well, we're on lap number 73.
Well, I thought the white flag came out, but then it didn't. So I think he was putting it in his hand, but then it was not time to put it out.
That's
so
right.
I was fooled by that. Easily fooled by magicians and white flags. I tell you, I see these large birds of prey circling overhead all day. For a while there, I was thinking, it's not a good sign. Is JP okay? But,
Yeah, exactly.
but he is looking much more spry, so I guess they're not for him.
They are not for him. Those look like buzzards, so there may be some kind
They
of...
do look like turkey buzzards to me.
We are out in the country here in Wortham, Texas at Miller Ranch.
And there's the white flag coming out now. So one more time around for Cade Swartfogger on the number 9. And he is going to get that number 1 plate in the Micro Open 4-8. Final lap here, well underway. And your leader working through that rhythm section, heading to the sand for the final time. Whoa, a little sideways there for the number 9. Keeps itself moving forward. That's not what you want to do when you are feet from that checkered flag. And there it is. The race win goes to the number 9, Jones and Roman MX 110 Racing Hex Moto Mitten 100% ride of Cade Swartfogger. Looking for Callahan Russo second and the 100 Nick Black third. And now it's going to be time to talk to our moto winner.
I'm like at the airport, man. I'm bringing you in. Once again, hey, number 9. How you doing, Cade? Man, you're looking good out there, buddy. So, man, the track is changing. What do you think about the track changing?
It's pretty rough.
What? Didn't seem like to slow you down too much.
It didn't.
So how you feeling? So another Supercross win for you. Well, on behalf of Freestone Raceway, I congratulate you. Hey, I know we got some sponsors you want to thank. Let's give them a rundown.
For keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, Jones and Roman, Mitten, Hex Motor, Dunlop, PR2, 110, everyone else, thank you.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to get Chris Huddle, our NMA rep, to give you that #1 plate and your bottle of champagne. He goes, I'm just winning races, man. If you want to drink, you can drink. I'm winning races. Right on.
Said he's got no time for foolishness, JP. He's got a serious agenda.
Yeah, he's serious old bit, unlike me. I'm all BS. Yes.
All right, so 125 going to be off the gate next. So 125 off the gate next. 85 9-12 in staging. And Mini E Open final race today in Supercross down in pre-staging.
Let it ride.
All right, riders lined up on the gate here. All right, so no big surprise to see the 129 Gage Brown out in front here. Austin Perry into second. Gage Brown airing out that finish line jump. There's the 195 of Perry. So once again, want to say welcome to everyone who's rolling in today. If you're just rolling in today and you have not gone over to get yourself signed up and get your transponder, that is job one. Get over to the eScore trailer. Make sure you get your transponder set up. Get registered for everything you want to do. You do not want to be messing around first thing in the morning. We will have a riders meeting for the motocross portion tomorrow morning first thing before we get into practice. But again, you want to make sure you have your transponder, all your registration stuff's lined up and ready to go. Do not wait around until tomorrow morning, because we're going to have some folks who are still coming in tomorrow morning, and it's going to be even more hectic if you didn't get a chance to do that today. So if you're here today, take care of that today. So Brown working his way around the track there. Looks like Perry just kind of sizing it up. So Perry on a 195, waiting by the finish line. I'm not sure what kind of strategy that is. It's bold. Is he waiting for Gage Brown to blow his bike up, and then he's going to roll over and take the win? I don't know what the strategy is, but it's beyond me. I cannot plan that kind of devious action. So we'll see Gage Brown working that inside rhythm section. He's going to make the turn into the whoop section now. So 125 riders on the track, 85, 9-12 next off the gate. And final moto for the Supercross format, the Mini E Open. You should be in the staging area right now. So again, you see Brown working through that inside. You know, Shan, you're probably looking at the same thing I'm looking at when it comes to. I'm going into my 22nd year announcing. You're going into 26 or 7, right?
Let me think about that. 22, I think.
22?
Yeah.
So we're about the same amount of time announcing. How cool is it that we've watched riders from the 50s right to a pro gate?
Sure.
All the way through their career, from 50s to 65s, 85s, Super Mini, 250, and then boom, they're on the pro stage.
They're on the pro
it's
stage.
It's amazing
Every
for
one
me
of them.
that to be a part of that and watch that progression for some of the families and kids that you see. You know, like I said, Justin Cooper, another example, who was a kid who rode with us at Winchester when he was on the 65s. They would come ride with us quite a bit because he was in New York, not far away.
Yep.
And yeah, all of a sudden, guy makes his way up to the pro stage. Now he's in the premier class in Supercross.
And it's even cooler that some of the 50 and 65 riders back then have grown up, didn't make pro, but now they're returning out here with their kids on PW50s and 65s. And I'll add this, on top of the 22 years of announcing, I believe it's 22 years, I had about a 4-year run before that of just covering content media with a Whole Shot magazine. So you could really take it back nearly 30 years of covering the sport and watching these racers grow up, Don. But to put an exclamation point on what you said, it is really cool. It means a lot.
Yep. And again, I was going to say exactly the same thing you said after. To watch the kids who, you know, maybe they don't go to that next level, but they still love to ride, and they're coming in now with their kids. Guys that I watched ride with my son from the time they were 6 and 7 years old. Now they're back with their kids, and their parents are now grandparents to a rider.
Yes.
And it's great to see that, because to me, it really talks about the health of the sport, how much it's a family sport, and how much it means to all the people that literally spend their whole life doing it.
Most of them don't get out of it. Most families do it. They might enjoy some stick and ball sports, but then at some point, little Johnny or little Mary wants to get a little dirt bike, a little PW50, so back to the races they go.
There you go.
It's been incredible to watch. It's really cool. We're fortunate, Don.
Really,
you and I are very fortunate and blessed to be able to do this.
Absolutely.
JP's been announcing for 39 years. Think about 40 years,
My God.
approaching 40 years of hearing his voice.
40 years. Wow.
That's 16 years, 18 years longer
that's
than
a lot of stamina.
That's right. That's right.
So the white flag is out. And,
checkered flag comes
checkered
out.
flag going to get ready to go here as we see the 129 ride of Gage Brown just slaying that rhythm section all the way on the far side along those 7MX banners.
Yep, and Austin Perry right here out of Sedalia, Colorado on the Yamaha wisely just checks up and says, I'm just going to chill out and wait for the checkered flag to wave.
Looked like he was running, favoring one of his legs. So I don't know if maybe he's a little sore and he just said, you know what, let's just be a little smart here.
This will be Gage Brown's third plate, I believe, third championship in the Supercross.
Stack them up.
But yeah, Don, I'm glad you brought that up. We're very fortunate, very blessed, and
Really
it's been
are.
cool to be a part of the families and watch Austin Fortner and Corey Cochran and all the, Casey Cochran grow up, and they're going to have kids. It's just been cool, Don.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So checkered flag comes out there for Gage Brown. We're going to send over the #1 plate here for the 125 over to that podium, and I know Gage knows exactly where to go, so we will see him over there shortly, and I'm going to send it over to the podium.
Yeah. He knows how. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are down at the winner's circle one more time for a very familiar face that we've seen twice before. On behalf of Freestone Raceway, Gage Brown, get down, Gage Brown. Congratulations once again. Man, how's it going? Better looking, best looking chick, Miss Courtney Miller, presenting the award to you. And I'm sure we'll see you at the races. All right, back to you, Don. Zidane.
All righty, thank you very much, JP.
G.
Or as they are pronounced with the soft J, JP. All right, we've got the 85 9-12 riders lined up on the gate. Going to count them down and get ready to go.
Austin Perry, Austin Perry. You want to do an interview? If you do, take that helmet off so we can actually talk to you and get your ideas and what's going on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, down here at the winner's circle, getting second place. Last race, Austin Perry, congratulations on behalf of Freestone Raceway. So give us your thoughts.
Oh, I couldn't race the full moto. I got a flat tire, so just got the 4 laps in and then pulled off, waited for the checkered flag, and then, yeah, the track's pretty sweet, though. Pretty rough, gnarly, that's for sure.
We were wondering, you pulled off and you stopped right there. Okay, I understand he's waiting for the checkered flag, but then I think you got back on just to make another lap or two to finish.
Yeah, he said pull off, and then he asked the person. They said 4 laps, so got out, did 2 laps, and then pulled off again, and just waited.
Well, we'll get that tire fixed. You'll be back in action. Congratulations. Make sure to go get your second place trophy down at registration, and we'll see you.
All right, so underway in the 85 9-12, the 26 of Nico Verhoeven, the Lee at Bridgestone Tamer Guts Racing ride with a whole shot and holding the lead. Kyler Pruitt into second, Liam Levering third. It is Rowdy Rabones in fourth, and rounding out your top 5 is Shiro Miwa. So that is the top 5 as they run here on lap 1 in the 85 9-12.
Lucas Harrison, the 613, will not be a factor. They have exited the building. So he had went down earlier, so I'm not sure if there's a bike issue or a physical issue, but he will not be in this main event here, Don.
Might want to just kind of take it easy. We've got a long week ahead of us, so
sure.
Don't want to ruin the rest of your week by doing something silly on Tuesday.
That's right. He had a couple of bike issues over there, a bike issue over here. That was when they were pushing the bike off and the rear tire was locked up, so I'm just not sure.
Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe it's just a mechanical thing, hopefully.
Pruitt still looking solid. Ain't nothing to it if you're Kyler Pruitt.
But I'll tell you what, Nico Verhoeven, with them good starts, he has put himself out front again. And look at the gap.
Yeah, big gap here.
I mean, that start, you cannot underestimate how important that is.
No, and just to be honest here, Pruitt is extremely talented. Levering's talented. Miwa's talented. But our leader from New Zealand, Nico Verhoeven, is just on another level. He's just another level of speed and skill right now.
And very interesting to hear him earlier in the day that they come over for 5 weeks at a time. That's probably all you can get as far as time to come and visit the country right now.
Probably.
So he's got to come over, buy bikes, race,
Get it
go
done.
home.
Get it done in February and March, and then leave.
That's it, and go home.
Here is Cora Kinney, the 401, making her way around another lap, and our leader out of New Zealand up and over the finish line tabletop. Here comes Kyler Pruitt out of Pittsburgh, Texas, the 73 on the KRP Trailers backed ride.
He's got a good pace going. But I'll tell you right now, it is Verhoeven on fire.
And we've got the final race of the day lined up on the gate. Don, that'll be our Mini E Open 4-8. Don't forget, Track Walk over on the national track is open right now until 5 p.m., from 3 to 5 p.m. So if you just pulled in to join us on this late afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, still plenty of time to get over there and do a track walk on the national track, Don.
Yeah, there you go. Your leader pounding through that sand section.
Man, I'd like to get over there with a slow-mo cinematic camera and get a shot of those wheels going through that sand.
Just pounding through there.
Wheel chopping, wheeling through. We've seen some Travis Pastrana wheeling through. We've seen it all in that sand section, including several drops.
Well, yeah, that's not what Travis would want to do.
No, not at all. Here is Liam Levering, the 38.
Yeah, he's got a solid third-place run going if he can hang on to it.
Yeah, not too bad. Top 3.
Oh, yeah.
Top 3 trophy, and just for the memory's sake.
Yeah, just to say, hey, I was out there and got it done on a podium spot.
Yep. But these gold-plated championship number 1 plates are just
nice.
beautiful. That white and gold and black is just very, very, very touching, very beautiful. Those are hand brush gold. You see the brush marks in it. It's not a decal. That's brushed on.
And the thing I noticed, too, about the 26, he is lap after lap very consistent with his, where he hits his marks. He's going to do the same rhythms through this section, going to do the same jumps. He's going to do the same inside-outside lines. Like, he is very much directly hitting the marks he wants to hit all race long.
Repetitive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like you say, in Supercross, that's a very big mental game. And for him to be able to keep that concentration and just stay in the zone the whole time.
You land, you don't have time to think. You land, you go. You land, you go. You land, you go. Into a corner, land, jump, land, jump. It is a mental game. Supercross is more of a mental game than a physical game. And you're right. To hit his marks the way he has done all day,
yeah,
he's at the top of his game. Now, the big question is, how's he going to do in the motocross portion?
Well, I would say this is a pretty good preview.
Yeah, JP told me at Cycle Ranch at the area qualifier this past weekend he was on fire.
Yeah, and I mean, he seems like he is not uncomfortable with the high-speed stuff. He's good about getting into the sand, good about putting that bike where it needs to go. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I would expect that, especially given, as he said earlier, he was qualified for Loretta's, ended up getting hurt. So he's got the speed.
Well, I'm looking forward to this Supercross portion of the program growing big time over the next 2 or 3 years, Don, as you know it will.
Oh, yeah.
You're planting the seed here this year with this new track, this new Supercross track, and it will continue to grow. The fine folks at Freestone will nurture this program and continue to grow and make additions to the viewing, the observation decks.
Yeah.
Everything's going to come into play. Yeah, and that's another. You're right. That's another thing. We're gonna get some grass growing all throughout the lanes through the water road here where we're announcing. Just plant some seed, plant some grass, and let the grass take over. And you know, we always have some Wortham winds here, but today was exceptionally brutal.
Yeah. Maybe, who knows? Maybe even plant some rows of corn in between. It'd be a nice obstacle there. Just like that Ryan Dungey video he did. So white flag is out here for 85 9-12, and we have been watching Nico Verhoeven commanding lead out front. Kyler Pruitt and the 38 of Liam Levering second and third, and just a great job for the rider out front on the 26.
There is the 21 machine of Rowdy Rebanos. Reb Jones out of not sure where in a.
That is Wonga Wallen,
which I
believe is New Zealand.
Okay, could be New Zealand. He could be hanging out with Nico.
There you go.
Checkered flag is going to wave here for Nico Verhoeven.
There you go. Nice whip over the finish there. And again, the 73 of Kyler Pruitt holding second. And looking for Liam Levering, the Bees Moto Lab rider, to run it out in third. But now it's talk to our moto winner time, and so we're going to send it over to the podium.
Check 1, 2. Well, once again, at number 26, on behalf of Freestone County Raceway and the NMA, we congratulate you once again, Mr. Nico. So I know the track is changing. What are your thoughts? What's going on now?
Yeah, it's definitely changed a lot since first practice. It's super slippery from the dryness, but overall it's a really fun track.
We're glad to hear that. I know you got a bunch of sponsors, you know, because you're from New Zealand. Glad to have you guys here. It's so awesome. But tell us about all your sponsors.
Oh, yeah, no, I just want to thank VHM, HGS, Guts Racing, BO Motors, Liat Motorsports, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Moto Marketing Providers. Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again for another Supercross #1 plate. And I'm going to let our NMA ref, Chris Huddle, present you with that and some more champagne. Hey, y'all going to have a party tonight. Bubblies will be flowing. Hey, number 38, Double L. Come on down. Well, Liam, here's your bottle. Congratulations. Tell us about the race.
It's very hard.
Well, hey, we let everybody ride on the same track, and we call it Supercross, so that's not so bad. So I know the track has changed throughout the motos that you did. What are your thoughts and feelings? I know it's dried out a little bit slick, but what are your thoughts?
You just got to be easy on the throttle out there.
Get ultimate traction so you keep up on two wheels. Okay, I know you got some sponsors and people that have helped you get here, and let's go over that list.
I'm down. Keep me safe. AYOT, WTT, HB Motor. HB, Bees Motor Lab, Dirt Lab with G and Cody, ODI, AYOT.
Well, congratulations. Make sure and get down to registration to get your trophy as they are down there. And we'll hope to see you later on in the program this week. And like I said, congratulations once again.
All right, underway now with the Mini E Open. Looks like the 594 Callahan Russo with the whole shot, going to lead him down that left side. Looks like the 26 of Cade Swartfager into the second spot.
Well, Don, bring me up to speed here on the final main event.
Well, the 26 of Cade Swartfager just made a pass into the lead. Russo had the whole shot in the early lead, but the 26 leaping by in that inside rhythm, he's going to take over the top spot.
And let's see if Callahan Russo has any tricks up his sleeve, Don. This is it. He has played runner-up a few times. He wants to win this main event. But Swartfager just it looks like he's just a little bit more in tune and dialed in on this particular day, on this particular track, as he is starting to inch away from Callahan Russo, Don, as you see them over on the west side of the track. Russo just slowly losing a little bit of real estate.
Yeah, looks like the number 6 of Mavis Alessi moving into third early on. Nick Black fourth, and Aria Alessi rounding out your top 5, followed by, it looks like, Malachi Stamper on the 135 and 6th. Have to stop and buy a gallon of. All right, 594 making a move back out front. So it looks like Russo says, no, you are not going to get the win on this one.
Yeah, that is incredible here. And that tells me that the 26 made some kind of mistake at some point to allow Russo to get around. And now this could be Callahan Russo's final main event to capitalize on in this Mini E Open 4 to 8 age group.
Yep, Mavis Alessi still hanging on to third, Nick Black fourth, and Aria Alessi rounding out your top 5.
Yep, here comes Aria Alessi. And you got to think, with Callahan Russo winning there in front of thousands of people at AT&T Stadium, he got a taste of what that felt like. You got to think right now, him out front, he's replaying that in his head. Like,
that's right.
I can win this again.
I can do this. I like this feeling.
That's right. Now, having said that, he is being pressured now. Here comes the 26 of Cade Swartfager out of Knox, Pennsylvania.
And Swartfager got around him earlier. I don't know if it was because of a mistake or just a good line choice, but it looked like he took him on that inside rhythm by going outside in.
Yeah, hey, and attention all you media representatives, media personnel, please meet Chris Tassine at the registration tower at the end of this moto so he can get you linked into the Verb Moto. So we need all media photogs and videographers to meet Chris Tassine over at the base of the Stasic registration tower immediately following this final main event out on the track right now.
Well, looks like the 100 of Black starting to chop into that gap with Alessi, so getting a little closer.
And Russo still keeping the 26 in check and at bay,
Right,
but here
on
comes
the
the
rear
26.
fender. Right on the rear fender.
And Swartfager has had Russo's number. I think the pass was just made.
I think he got him because it looked like
Russo got stuck.
He got a little offline, and he did. Whoa, he's going off sideways now, too.
Yeah, they've gone back and forth, Don.
This track is very difficult right now, so these guys are getting the most aggressive kind of track to have to deal with.
Well, Swartfager has bested Russo pretty much all day. Just a little bit faster, a little bit more speed. And you're seeing that right now. He made the pass, and now he's starting to separate on Russo. So barring any unforeseen crazy circumstance, Swartfogger would have to make a mistake again for Russo to get around, because now he's opened up a 2.5 second lead, 2-second lead to be exact, on the white flag lap here in this Mini E Open.
That is it. We are down to the final time around.
Well, here's our third place rider.
Yeah, Mavis Alessi hanging on to that third spot still.
Nick Black back in fourth. Malachi Stamper, the 135, back in fifth position, or sixth position, actually. And our leader here, Cade Swartfogger, out of Knox, Pennsylvania, just a few seconds away from another national champion here grabbing a Supercross plate. I'm going to run the mic over to JP. Don, let you call it in.
Little trouble in the sand for the 26. He's going to hold on to it. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win for the 26 of Cade Swartfogger on the Jones and Roman MX School 110 Racing Mitten 100% ride. Callahan Russo going to hang on to that second spot. We're looking for the number 6 of Mavis Alessi holding on to third. And it's going to be time to send it down to the podium now.
Cade, let's take your helmet off. Let's relax. After a hard-fought battle, once again, man, you've been going at it. What is your third class? Third class? So, yeah, man. Congratulations once again, man, on behalf of Freestone Raceway and everybody here. We congratulate you on another first-place Supercross win. Tell us how the race went. And I know you had some pressure from the accountant, Callahan Russo. So tell us about that.
I don't know.
You were doing everything you could to keep out front, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you get past, and then when you first got past, what were your thoughts?
I'm gonna try to gap them.
There, see, that's what we're looking for. And then the second time, tell us what you thought about on the second time. You got to gap them again, right? Okay, it's going to be the double gap. So, man, it's awesome, man. You rode great. It was a good ride by both of you riders, and we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the week. And I know you got some sponsors you want to thank, so let's go over that.
Jesus for keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, PR2, Jones and Roman, Mitten, Hex Motorsports, 110, Dunlop, everyone else, thank you.
Well, you're sure welcome. Congratulations once again. I'm going to let Chris Huddle, our anime referee, present you with that number 1 plate and your bottle of bubbly. And that will conclude our racing, the inaugural Supercross action right here at Freestone Raceway for the James Stewart Spring Championship. This is JP, the Mouth of the South. I'm taking a union break.
Yeah, we're going to let Don Collings close it out, I should say. What a fantastic day of racing, Don, on this inaugural Supercross event, on this brand new Supercross track.
Yep.
7 lanes of amateur Supercross friendly style.
Cannot beat it. It's been a great day to see this new track layout. Watch how it raced into shape. And I got to tell you, for the first race on it, it looked like every one of these sections really did exactly what the track builders wanted it to do. That touch-up they did to the finish line turn, again, a testament to the safety aspect of the folks here at Freestone. They knew that was going to get sketchy.
Yeah.
They knew it. And so just addressed that before they even got underway with racing. You know, and again, sometimes it gets a little dusty. With this kind of wind, I don't think any amount of water is going to keep it from getting dusty. And, of course, we got the sun shining brightly overhead, which we're never going to complain about. But, yeah, great day of racing here for Supercross to kick off the event. Shan, I know there's still track walk going on right now for some folks, and that is going to be going on until 5 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, we got a riders meeting.